Chapter 110. Investigate properly. Chapter 110. Investigate properly. One could tell that Wu Luochen was unwilling to provoke Su Yishan. Not only was Su Yishan strong, but his background was also exceedingly deep. Without mentioning how great the Su family's power was, just based on Su Yubai's status within the Danwu Academy, not many dared to provoke him. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Luochen apathetically. Scared? If you're scared, then go back. I also didn't make you tag along. This look agitated Wu Luochen greatly. He raised his head up and said, Who's scared? Isn't just Su Yishan? Wait until I advance to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. I'll beat him until his teeth fall out. TCH, what 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the end, you're still scared. Yi Yuan continued in disdain. Wu Luochen nearly jumped up when he heard this. Even since he entered the Danwu Academy, his dictionary never had the word scared. He only had today's position by challenging throughout the entire way and beating people all the way. There was naturally no lack of figures with special status among these people. But didn't he just beat them up? Since when had he been scared? The reason why he did not wish to find trouble with Su Yishan was that the time was not yet right. Su Yishan was at the peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm and could break through to the 2nd stage of the spirit condensation realm at any time. Each person in the top 10 of the martial roll of honor was more perverse than the other. Wu Luochen was indeed very strong, but at his level, who was not strong? The further one headed, the harder it was to jump ranks in battle. Wu Luochen naturally did not wish to casually provoke a student in the top 10 of the martial roll. After Wu Luochen broke through to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, he would spar down the list one by one. I refuse to believe it today. Isn't it just Su Yishan? I'll accompany you. If he dares to attack you, I, Wu Luochen, will receive it. The pitiful Wu Luochen fell for Yi Yuan's inciting just like that. Up to you. At that time, just don't run away with your tail between your legs. Yi Yuan then left without even turning his head back. Wu Luochen chased after as he said, Hey, say things clearly. Who's running away with their tails between their legs? Since when have I, Wu Luochen, been a deserter? The residences of heaven rank students were separated from students of other ranks, at the back of the mountain with the instructors. Moreover, each of them had their own house and courtyard with a vast total area and would not be disturbed by others. Yi Yuan came to the front of Su Yishan's courtyard and bellowed loudly. Scram out here, Lu Ruashe. Yi Yuan incorporated ample essence energy into his shout, making it reverberate like rolling thunder. If he did not shout, then it was still okay. But now that he did, it startled many people. What's happening? Did something happen again? Quickly look. Isn't that Yi Yuan? Didn't he just clear the 9 Heavens Road? Why does it look like he's here to cause trouble again? Huh, it's really lively these few days. Yi Yuan is too capable of causing a disturbance, stirring up the entire academy. It's truly one incident had yet to subside, but another wave rises. Yi? Isn't that Wu Luochen? Why is he mixing around with Yi Yuan? Who knows? That fellow is also a lunatic. 2 maniacs have come together. Speaking of which, who is Lu Ruashui? It sounds like a woman's name. How did she offend Yi Yuan? I seem to have some impression. It seems like she's a great beauty. F*CK. He doesn't even let a beauty off. Yi Yuan is really a madman. Hey, best to stop speculating. It's true that Yi Yuan doesn't rest, but Lin Tianxing and Zhang Heng only had themselves to blame. If it were you, would you kill them? We should still hear what Yi Yuan has to say. Who knows if this Lu Ruashui was also one of the people who bullied Yi Yuan's maidservant. Don't you all find it odd that Yi Yuan is calling for Lu Ruashui outside of Su Yishan's gate? Yi Yuan had never been fearful of blowing things up. If he, a dignified alchemy emperor, had to swallow his pride and endure in silence in a mortal country, it would cause his thoughts to not flow smoothly. His precious life's encounter developed Yi Yuan's personality of avenging any enmity. Who cares what martial roles expert or some disciplinary hall's elder? He just had to directly smash over. It was fine if he could not beat them now. Even if he was unable to defeat them, he could still discuss them. After yelling, Yi Yuan closed his eyes and stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for Su Yishan to come out. Before long, Su Yishan's courtyard gate creaked open, and Su Yishan walked out with a livid face. What the H-E-L are you doing, Yi Yuan? To actually dare to make a big fuss outside of my gate. Do you really think that body can take care of you? Su Yishan said icily. Let Lu Ruoshui come out. This matter has nothing to do with you. Go play by the side. Words that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Oh, damn. Yi Yuan told Su Yishan to go play by the side outside the entrance of his place. And, body had ever dared to speak that way to Su Yishan in the academy. Yi Yuan was truly teeming with overbearingness. But after thinking about it, everyone felt at ease. Yi Yuan even dared to scold Elder Su. Was Su Yishan? Since when had Su Yishan ever suffered such humiliation? When he heard that, he flew into a rage. Insolence. Today, I will weigh just how incredible a genius who cleared the Nine Heavens Road is. Su Yishan fully released his aura and charged towards Yi Yuan with the momentum of Mount Tai bearing down upon Yi Yuan. But just at that moment, Wu Luochen planted himself in front of Yi Yuan emotionlessly, which made Su Yishan's momentum came to a halt. What's the meaning of this, Wu Luochen? Su Yishan asked furiously. No other meaning. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, that will do. I don't care about other things, said Wu Luochen as he remained impa. Siv. In reality, Wu Luochen was also very gloomy right now. He inexplicably incurred trouble with a major problem like Su Yishan. It was true that Wu Luochen's thought process was simple, but he was absolutely no fool. How could a fool become an expert on the martial role of honor? But Wu Luochen could no longer care that much in order to fight a match with Yi Yuan. Of course, there were still many whom he could spar with within the academy. But Wu Luochen had the feeling that sparring with Yi Yuan would let him reap an unexpected harvest. This was purely instinct. Ever since he witnessed that dazzling sword of Yi Yuan's, he had this sort of intuition. Hence, he kept pestering Yi Yuan to make him spar with him. What a Wu Luochen! Do you know the repercussions of becoming enemies with me? Wu Luochen dreaded Su Yishan, but how could Su Yishan also not be wary of Wu Luochen? Although he was a minor realm higher than Wu Luochen, Wu Luochen's combat talent was extremely astonious. Plusing. If they really fought, even if he could win, it would surely be a cruise. Plusing victory. I've never wanted to be enemies with you. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, I don't care about other things. Wu Luochen repeated these words emotionlessly. These words were in fact T. Yi Yuan was here to find trouble, so he would definitely fight with Su Yishan. If Su Yishan did not touch him, did he have to wait to be beaten up instead? Su Yishan could not communicate through with this lunatic and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. You guys are looking for Lu Ruoshui. Why did you come to my place? Su Yishan was unable to deal with Wu Luochen, so he could only put up with the second best, questioning with logic. We've already inquired. Lu Ruoshui should be at your place currently. Go and call her out. I have some things I want to ask her, Yi Yuan said coolly as if he did not see Su Yishan and Wu Luochen's tea. Tea for tat. What a joke. You say she's here, and that means she's here? Su Yishan laughed due to extreme rage. Yi Yuan spread out his hands and said, since we can't reach a conclusion, then there's no other choice. I can only enter your place to investigate properly. You dare. Su Yishan was seething with rage. Chapter 111. Come with me. Chapter 111. Come with me. Su Yishan was a peak genius in the top 10 of the martial role. If today, Yi Yuan entered his residence to search for people, how would he have the face to stay in the Danwu Academy in the future? These words from Yi Yuan was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation to Su Yishan. Facing Su Yishan's fiery wrath, Yi Yuan chose to ignore it. He made his move and headed towards Su Yishan's courtyard. Courting death. Out of rage, Su Yishan smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not seem to see it and walked towards the gates without care. Boom! A violent clash between palms. Su Yishan and Wu Luochen both retreated several steps. Clearly, it was a draw. Wu Luochen, you really dare to attack? Su Yishan roared angrily. Wu Luochen gave a zombified face, which would not change in 10,000 years, and said, I already said very clearly. As long as you don't attack Yi Yuan, everything is fine. But if you attack, I will not stand idly by and watch. Su Yishan was thoroughly defeated by Wu Luochen. Nothing got through this fellow. Yi Yuan did not walk fast, but his footsteps never stopped. It looked like he was about to enter the courtyard. At this moment, Su Yishan felt shame and humiliation he had never ever experienced before. He was the pride of the Su family and a proud son of heaven in the Danwu Academy. Since when had he ever been put through such disgrace? Yi Yuan actually dared to enter and search his abode in front of so many people. The most hateful thing was that he was unable to do anything about him. Stop right there, Yi Yuan. Su Yishan hollered. Yi Yuan continued forward as if he did not hear it. Halt! I'll call her out. Su Yishan crumbled and finally chose to compromise. Indeed, when he said that, Yi Yuan finally ceased his footsteps. He turned around to look at Su Yishan. Clearly, he was waiting for Su Yishan to call her. Su Yishan really wanted to kill someone right now. Yi Yuan's actions had already completely swept his face away like rubbish. Although Yi Yuan ultimately did not enter, since he agreed to call Lu Ruoxue out, he basically admitted defeat. Yi Yuan is indeed worthy of being a genius who made it through the Nine Heavens Road. He actually dared to sweep away Su Yishan's face like that. Haha, Su Yishan is normally incomparably haughty. Today, someone finally managed to stop him. It's so venting. Yeah, Su Yishan relied on his uncle's authority to do as he pleased in the heaven rank area. Many people felt indignant, but dare not to speak up. Today, someone else who's even wilder came and even dared to sweep away his second uncle's face. Isn't sweeping away his face something simple? Except that such a haughty person like Wu Luochen is actually willing to be Yi Yuan's fighter. It makes me surprised. Could it be that he's already taken in by Yi Yuan as a lackey? Doesn't look like it. There's probably some sort of agreement between them, and this agreement is really important to Wu Luochen. That's why he is willing to take the risk of offending Su Yishan to become a hired thug. Haha, look at Su Yishan wanting to kill someone, but unable to. It's the first time I've seen it. Seriously hilarious. Yi Yuan might feel great today, but the upcoming endless trials probably won't go so smoothly. Regardless whether it's Elder Su or Su Yishan, they would probably spare no expense to kill Yi Yuan. Those gathering around to watch were heaven-ranked students. Many were whispering, even communicating through voice transmission. One could tell from their conversation that Su Yishan did not seem to win the public's opinion in the heaven rank area. Many held the attitude of gloating over his misfortune when watching the show. As for sweeping away Su Yishan's face, Yi Yuan did not feel any burden at all. The Su family was the Yi family's covert compet. One tour. This was something he already knew. Since Su Yubai could ambush him in broad daylight, then Su Yishan would not go so far as to become friends with him. Since Lu Ruoxue appeared in Su Yishan's residence, it was evident that she came to seek protection from him. In that case, Yi Yuan and Su Yishan naturally were enemies. Yi Yuan never had the habit of saving face for his enemies. Presently, Su Yishan's face was grim, and he was incomparably vexed. No matter how he calculated, he did not expect that Wu Luochen was actually willing to become Yi Yuan's fighter. What are you still hiding in there for? Come out here for me. Su Yishan bellowed in a low voice. Right now, Su Yishan somewhat regretted taking in Lu Ruoxue. A moment of beguiling his mind gave him such a huge problem. Following Su Yishan's shout, a graceful and charming figure showed up at the gates. It was precisely Lu Ruoxue. Lu Ruoxue's clothes were a little disheveled, making her appear somewhat ragged. Her complexion was also much withered. Where was there still the former demeanor of A.G. Odes? She had been keeping an eye on the situation outside, and knew that she was probably unable to settle things today. Initially, she thought that finding Su Yishan as her backer could let her escape this crisis. For that reason, she even offered up her most precious thing. But she did not think that Su Yishan could not protect her at all. Senior apprentice brother Su, Lu Ruoxue looked towards Su Yishan feebly. Su Yishan's expression was somber, but he still moved to block in front of her. This action made Lu Ruoxue wildly elated. Su Yishan naturally would not let her be. The situation now was already extremely clear. Lu Ruoxue was someone that he, Su Yishan, was S.H.I. plus elding. If Yi Yuan dealt with her at his discretion, he would ultimately lose his face today. Just now, when Yi Yuan wanted to enter the courtyard, he was unable to pull himself away to stop it. But now it was not going to be so easy for Wu Luoqin and Yi Yuan to take someone away from directly under him. Furthermore, this matter had already blown up. As long as he held on a while longer, until his second uncle, Su Yubai, arrived, even Yi Yuan would not dare to be unbridled. If you have questions, ask away, Su Yishan said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not mind Su Yishan's actions. Hearing that, he nodded and asked, "Let me ask you, Lu Ruoxue, the matter of Lin Tianqing and Zhang Heng bullying Lu Er, were you and Wan Yuan the ones fanning the fire by the side?" Lu Ruoxue was secretly alarmed when she heard him. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually came here because of this matter. No wonder he arrived so quickly. Lu Ruoxue's mind flashed like lightning and thought to herself that there were already no witnesses to this matter. There were only 4 of them present back then. Lin Tianqing and Zhang Heng were already dead. Wan Yuan fled. As long as she flatly denied it, what could Yi Yuan do to her? Thinking up to this point, Lu Ruoxue cried out, "Yi Yuan, I know that we had some disagreements in the past, but that was all instigated by Wan Yuan. Every debt has its creditor. You should find him instead." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Enough crap. I only asked you about Lu Er's matter." The instant Lu Ruoxue thought things through, she became less fearful instead. Puffing her chest out, she said righteously, "No, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know who is Lu Er, so how would I harm her?" "Really? Of course it's true." Lu Ruoxue became increasingly confident as she spoke. "Then how do you explain you and Wan Yuan seeking out Lin Tianqing before, on the day of the illusionary spirit tower test?" Yi Yuan interrogated. "Lin Tianqing is the head disciple of the general affairs. Wan Yuan wished to make friends with him. Is there anything wrong with that? You were clearly the one who offended Lin Tianqing, yet you want to force the crime on me. What's the reasoning?" Lu Ruoxue was also a quick-witted person. The moment she collected herself, she did a reverse checkmate instead. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Ruoxue and suddenly smiled. He smiled until Lu Ruoxue felt a chill continuously escalate from the bottom of the heart. Such a shrewd tongue. "Since that's the case, come with me then. I have ways to prove whether what you say is true or false. If what you said is true, our previous grudges will be wiped off the slate from now on. But if it's false, Yi Yuan, don't kill women. Cripple your dantian yourself, and withdraw from the Danwu Academy. The matters previously will also similarly be wiped clean." Yi Yuan said casually. Chapter 112, Fighting 2 Alone. Chapter 112, Fighting 2 Alone. "I'm not going. If I go with you, can I even return?" Lu Ruoxue rejected straight away. Under these circumstances, she would not leave with Yi Yuan no matter what. Regardless of whether what Yi Yuan said was true or false, Lu Ruoxue did not dare to take the risk. If what Yi Yuan said was true, this incident certainly had connections to her, Lu Ruoxue. Could she still escape? If what Yi Yuan said was false, then he did it to con her away. How could her outcome be good? At this point, Yi Yuan simply ignored Lu Ruoxue. Whether she went or not was not up to her. "What do you think, senior apprentice brother Su?" Yi Yuan looked at Su Yishan and asked. The intention was already crystal clear. If he agreed, then everything can be settled through discussion. If he disagreed, then fight. Su Yishan naturally would not agree. There were so many people were looking. "Don't go too far, Yi Yuan. Do you think that you're a disciplinary hall's elder? You want to bring anyone with you, and they have to follow? Sui Shan said in a low voice. Of course, I'm not a disciplinary hall's elder. If I were a disciplinary hall's elder, then whoever I sentenced to death had to die, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone understood these words. Yi Yuan was making a crack about the incident of Su Yubai publicly ambush. I plussing. Humph. Yi Yuan, don't scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry. I'll report this matter to the disciplinary hall on my own. The disciplinary hall will get to the bottom of this and do you justice. Sui Shan gave a derisive snort. The moment he finished speaking, murmuring immediately broke out among the surrounding onlookers, who did not know that the first elder of the disciplinary hall was his second uncle. Would there still be any justice to speak of once this matter reached the disciplinary hall? Since that's the case, we can only use fists to talk. Yi Yuan did not waste any more breath. He raised his hand and unleashed an 8th layer wave. Now that Yi Yuan was already at peak 9th level essence chi realm, an 8th layer wave was filled with incredible might. Sui Shan clearly did not expect Yi Yuan to attack right away, so he fell behind. However, he was worthy of being a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. He did not retreat at this point, but instead, he advanced with similarly a palm and clashed with Yi Yuan. It actually arrived first, even though it was unleashed later. Middle grade tier 2 martial technique, Prajna Palm. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Su Yishan's mouth as if he saw Yi Yuan being heavily injured and vomiting blood. A puny little 9th level essence chi realm dared to make a move in front of him. If that was not courting death, then what was? No matter how powerful the stacking waves layered palm was, it was but an incomplete tier 1 martial technique. There was still some use when dealing with first level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Who is he? Sui Shan, peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm, and a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. Compared to the stacking waves layered palm, the might of the middle grade tier 2 Prajna palm was a level higher. In terms of essence energy, he was more than a level stronger than Yi Yuan. No matter how one looked at it, there was no reason for Yi Yuan to remain uninjured. The way Sui Shan saw it, Yi Yuan was seeking death. He was wary of Wu Luochen, but not Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was recently in the limelight, his actual strength was at best slightly stronger than newly advanced heaven-ranked students. 3rd level spirit condensation realm and 9th level essence chi realm are in completely different weight CLA. SES. Boom. A violent confrontation. Sui Shan remained motionless, but Yi Yuan fell back over a dozen steps. Sui Shan furrowed his brows. He was very displeased with the effects of this palm. The result had a huge discrepancy from his expectations. Even though it was a hasty response, he had gathered 70% to 80% essence energy. It was just impossible for a 9th level essence chi realm to withstand it. But there did not seem to be major issues with Yi Yuan currently other than his essence energy being a little disorderly. A 3rd level spirit condensation realm was actually unable to completely crush a puny 9th level essence chi realm in a face-off. Sui Shan used to turn his nose up whenever he heard how monstrous Yi Yuan was. Only now that he personally matched up with Yi Yuan did he realize the degree of Yi Yuan's monstrousness. No way. Yi Yuan is actually fine? That was the Prajna palm. Just now, I still thought that Yi Yuan was too reckless. I didn't think that his strength was actually so great. Just based on that palm just now, he has probably already firmly entered the martial role, right? Pretty much so. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. One had to know that those watching the battle were all heaven-ranked students. Among them, there were quite a few who were experts on the martial role. They were all too clear on the power of the Prajna palm. That was a middle-grade tier 2 martial technique. Furthermore, they heard that Sui Shan had already trained it to the large success rank. It had extraordinary might. Yi Yuan was actually perfectly fine after exchanging a palm with him. Yi Yuan's performance previously was indeed sufficiently monstrous. But no matter how monstrous, it only meant that his potential was limitless. It did not represent how great his strength was. Yi Yuan's skirmishes before were all within the essence chi realm. Even Lin Tianqing was at most a half-baked spirit condensation realm. Lin Tianqing's strength, when placed among heaven-ranked students, was among the lowest at the bottom of the ranking. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to the 9th level essence chi realm now, the way many people saw it, he was merely slightly stronger than the average heaven-ranked students. But only now did the heaven-ranked students understand that Yi Yuan already possessed the strength to talk on equal standing with them. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that first-level essence chi realm rookie from a month back. He was a true martial role expert. After calming down his disorderly essence energy, Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows. Hey, if you continue watching the show, then this place doesn't need you. Yi Yuan was very dissatisfied with Wu Luoqin's performance. He knew that Wu Luoqin wanted to borrow Su Yishan's hand to probe his strength. This made him very disgruntled. It was too sudden just now, didn't react in time. Wu Luoqin cracked a laugh. Facing Yi Yuan, Wu Luoqin put away his zombie face that would not change in 10,000 years and smiled sheepishly, making Su Yishan gloomier. Who said that Wu Luoqin was dumb? He was sharp as H-E-L-L. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered with him. He merely said, "I'm attacking. You do as you see fit." Yi Yuan's words made everyone faceplant on the ground. Even though he retreated just now, the gap between Su Yishan and him was also very obvious. It was clear that there was not much hope. He still wanted to be foolhardy under this sort of circumstance. Yi Yuan activated Instant Flash and pointed a finger at Su Yishan. Absolute Yang Finger. Presently, the might of the Absolute Yang Finger unleashed by Yi Yuan already Serpa. Said the 8th layer wave. The cultivation law of the Spirit Bristle Divine King was no joke. Courting death. Su Yishan responded to different situations using the same method. Prajna Palm was unleashed once more. But this time around, Wu Luoqin was not a spectator. At the same time Yi Yuan attacked, he also moved. Wu Luoqin swept his leg at Su Yishan. Compared to Yi Yuan's attack, Wu Luoqin's attack clearly held a greater threat. Under the two's pincer attack, Su Yishan did not panic the slightest bit. Su Yishan's movement technique was similarly a genuine Tier 2 martial technique with a speed of 1.5 times higher than Wu Luoqin. It was this time difference of 1.5 times, which let him force Yi Yuan back with a palm first and narrowly dodge Wu Luoqin's leg. At this moment, Su Yishan's strength as the number 10 on the martial roll was displayed in its full. Soon, the three people were locked in battle. The two parties actually fought to a standstill, with neither party able to do anything to the other. Of course, the ones leading the battle were still Su Yishan and Wu Luoqin. Yi Yuan was reduced to a supporting cast. Chapter 113, Shaved. Chapter 113. Shaved. Yi Yuan did not seem to be unhappy about being in a supporting role. He knew that he was not Su Yishan's match, so he deliberately dragged Wu Luoqin into the water. Su Yishan and Wu Luoqin were engrossed in their fierce fighting. He would occasionally throw in a distraction, which would immediately ter Su Yishan. This made Su Yishan so depressed that he wanted to cough up blood. Su Yishan was a little wary of Wu Luoqin, but his number 10 on the martial roll was not obtained through Su Yubai. His strength was truly incomparably great. Matching up with Wu Luoqin, he had confidence in defeating him within 100 exchanges. But with Yi Yuan causing trouble by the side, it swiftly increased the pressure significantly. Although Yi Yuan's attack did not pose much threat to him, Yi Yuan's attacking power was indeed mighty. Even he, Su Yishan, would absolutely not feel good taking on an 8th layer wave or absolute Yang Finger. However, from another perspective, this also proved Su Yishan's might. He was not in a disadvantageous position, even when fighting two people alone. The top 20 in the martial roll are all a bunch of sickos. Su Yishan and Wu Luoqin became much stronger after the last battle of martial roll. Yeah, the top 20 students of the martial roll are of a different level. The top 20 and the next 20's power difference is enormous. The top 20 students' ranking would also change, but the majority of the time, it's inter-swapping positions. It's too difficult for those after rank 20 to try to squeeze inside. And, after so long, only a sicko like Wu Luochen could charge into the top 20. I feel that he might become the next senior apprentice Brother Long. I also have that feeling. This fellow's too sick. Not only does his cultivation realm rise rapidly, but his martial techniques also improves unimaginably fast. However, no matter how sick those two people are, they aren't as sick as Yi Yuan. That fellow simply isn't human. If any other 9th level essence Qi realm were swapped into this battle, the outcome would be being one-shot instantly. Not only can Yi Yuan protect himself, but he can also even cause trouble for Sui Shan every now and then. Don't talk about him anymore. That fellow is destined to be in a different world from us. I reckon that before long, he would become the core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect, right? Even senior apprentice Brother Long doesn't have the qualifications. A matchup between the top 20 of the martial role was not so easy to see. Many heaven rank students were commenting on it, but the final stop was still on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's might had completely exceeded their expectations. Many students substitute themselves into the battle, but to their dismay, they just could not perform as well as Yi Yuan. That was to say, Yi Yuan was already much stronger than the majority of them. There were around 400 to 500 heaven-ranked students in the Danwu Academy, and only the top 100 could enter the martial role, becoming a martial roles expert. These 100 people were all elites among elites. Most of them had exhausted their potential like Lin Tiancheng, becoming mediocre people among the heaven-ranked students. It was apparent that Yi Yuan was way stronger than them. Even the students at the back of the martial role ranking felt ashamed of their inferiority in front of Yi Yuan. Just as everyone was immersed in their emotions, there was a sudden development to the battle situation. Who knew when an Azure Ta''s sealed sword appeared in Yi Yuan's hand? His entire aura underwent a Ma's sieve change. At this moment, Yi Yuan's entire person was just like an unsheathed sword, abnormally sharp. Sui Shan and Wu Luochen were in the midst of a fierce battle. When they felt that aura, they were greatly startled. But Yi Yuan did not give him much time to react. A streak of sword qi slashed towards his head. The timing of this sword was beautifully grasped. Sui Shan and Wu Luochen were right in the process of attacking. Their current state could not easily be changed or even halted. He was being tied down by Wu Luochen, so how could it be easy for him to free himself? This sword made Su Ishan's heart palpitate. That horrifying sword intent could unequivocally tear through his protective essence energy and directly slice off his head. In a moment of peril, how could Su Ishan be bothered to deal with Wu Luochen? He forcefully withdrew his move halfway and dived straight down. That streak of sword qi just brushed the top of his head as it shot by. One had to say that Su Ishan's reaction was quick. The dive of his not only evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, but it also dodged Wu Luochen's move. Even so, Su Ishan still cut an utterly sorry figure. While he evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, that streak of sword qi still shattered his headpiece. Currently, Su Ishan was disheveled like a beggar. Where was there any grace of an expert? Spirit artifact. That was definitely a spirit artifact. Many students recognized the sword in Yi Yuan's hand and exclaimed in surprise. My God, why does Yi Yuan have a spirit artifact? In the entire Danwu Academy, apart from the illusionary spirit tower, only the dean has a spirit artifact as well. Where did Yi Yuan's spirit artifact come from? The moment Yi Yuan's Tsanhua sword was drawn, it immediately caused an uproar. In a mortal country, the scarcity of spirit artifacts already reached a degree which made people despair. The number of spirit artifacts in the entire state of Qin would not exceed one hand. But Yi Yuan actually had a spirit artifact in his hand. After the astonishment, virtually all the students had covetous eyes. This truly made people admire, envious, and hate. One had to know that if a martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, it could increase their combat power multiple times, especially an attack-type spirit artifact like the Songhua Sword. And the power of a spirit artifact that could be unleashed by Yi Yuan was not even 10%. Only Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could unleash a spirit artifact's true power. If a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, they could absolutely dominate those in the same realm. But now, a spirit artifact was actually held in a 9th level Essence Chi Realm's hands. What a reckless waste of Ji. Oh, D's good gift. Yi Yuan ignored the other people's amazement and just asked casually, "Now, can I bring her away?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a cold S.H.I. plus ran down Lu Ruoshui's spine. She did not think that Yi Yuan could defeat even Sui Shan. Sui Shan was number 10 on the martial roll. Even Sui Shan could not shelter her. Then wasn't she dead for sure? Arg. Yi Yuan, you forced my hand. Sui Shan was already completely incensed. He wanted to kill Yi Yuan at any cost. The next instant, a horrifying aura surged from Sui Shan's body. He lightly lifted both hands with the palms facing the sky. Dirt yellow color essence energy condensed in the center of his palms. That horrifying pressure suffocated people. This aura is the high-grade tier 2 martial technique, Heaven Flipping Palm. You have to be careful, Yi Yuan. Wu Luochen solemnly warned him. Yi Yuan's face was similarly serious. He did not expect that Sui Shan still had such a trump card. Just this horrifying aura already far Serpa. Said the power of 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The might of a high-grade tier 2 martial technique was extraordinary. Yi Yuan stood with his sword horizontally with a never-before-seen solemnness on his face. Yi Yuan, I want you to know that provoking me, Sui Shan, comes with a price. Go and die. Right now, Sui Shan had already completely lost his reason. There was only one thing on his mind, which was to kill Yi Yuan. He brought both palms together, and the dirt yellow glow rippled out. Next will be a terrifying attack. Ishan, leave it at this. Right then, a faint voice sounded out in Sui Shan's ear. Chapter 114. What has it got to do with you? Chapter 114. What has it got to do with you? Ishan, leave it at this. Right after this voice sounded out, Sui Shan was abruptly awakened. His aura also withdrew after that, vanished. Plussing imperceptibly. Seeing that Sui Shan's heaven-flipping palm was stopped, not only did Yi Yuan not relax, his face turned even graver. Those heaven-ranked students automatically opened up a path, and Su Yubai walked out from the crowd. Everyone was stupefied. The one who stopped Sui Shan was actually Su Yubai? What happened? Didn't Su Yubai hope for Yi Yuan to die most of all? Why did his character suddenly change? Sui Shan slowly walked to the front of Yi Yuan and the other two. Sui Shan and Wu Luochen respectfully bowed and called out Elder Su. Only Yi Yuan remained indifferent. Humph, don't even know how to greet when you see me. Indeed, without upbringing. Seeing Yi Yuan's behavior, Su Yubai's temper flared right away. Yi Yuan simply replied nonchalantly, I've cleared the 9 Heavens Road and already have status equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple status is even higher than Outer Sect elders. The one who should be greeting should be Elder Su, right? The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples had an extraordinary status. They were all one in a million geniuses and were also the target of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's heavy nurturing. They possessed many privileges. On the other hand, Outer Sect elders were at most just supervisors assisting the dean to manage the academy. They did not even count as sect disciples, so their status was naturally not as high as core disciples. Hearing that, Su Yubai's face changed. He immediately gave a cold snort and said, The High Sect had not yet confirmed your status, so you are still the State of Qin's Dan Wu Academy's disciple. Don't give me the ATTI. To some core disciple. Yi Yuan curled his lips and said, It's Elder Su who is putting on the airs on an elder with me, so I just have to make clear my current status. Su Yubai sorrowfully discovered that he could never gain any advantage over Yi Yuan, so he could only change the topic. Where did the spirit artifact in your hand come from? Such a precious artifact, and you actually did not report to the academy. What were your intentions? Su Yubai also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually have a spirit artifact in his hands. This truly made him incredibly envious. Su Yubai's own lifeblood weapon was a high-grade magic artifact. Initially, it was also suitable for him. But Su Yubai was already a half-step crystal formation realm. If he used a spirit artifact, it would definitely let his strength rise to another level. Originally, he did not think much about spirit artifacts, because spirit artifacts were too scarce. But now, a spirit artifact actually appeared in Yi Yuan's hands. How could he remain unperturbed? For a puny little 9th-level essence Qi realm to use a spirit artifact, wasn't that wasting D's gift? How could Yi Yuan not know Su Yubai's little thoughts? Hearing that, he only said coolly, "You know that I swore a Heaven Dao oath before challenging the Nine Heavens Road. So it's inconvenient for me to report about the origins of this sword. If Elder Su is uneasy, then you can inquire from the High Sect. This sword should have once had U.S. tries fame. I believe it wouldn't be hard to inquire." High Sect? High Sect again. Using High Sect to suppress me, right? Su Yubai despondently discovered that he really could not do anything about it. Since Yi Yuan dared to openly take this sword out, it showed that there was definitely no issues with its origins. Although Yi Yuan said nothing, he already indicated the source of this sword. Nine Heavens Road. Came from a Nine Heavens Road? Then this would be easy. Since this sword came from a Nine Heavens Road, how can you keep it for yourself? The Nine Heavens Road belongs to the Nine Heavens Road. Since you acquired the spirit artifact on the Nine Heavens Road, you should pass it to the academy to deal with it. Yi Yuan chuckled. Pass S to the academy to deal with it? It's pass S to Elder Su to handle, right? Just be candid about wanting the spirit artifact. What's with so many detours? Su Yubai's face thickness divine art had clearly been cultivated to an extremely high realm. He did not show any embarrassment after having his thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan. This elder is devoted to public interests. Don't try to slander me. After your spirit artifact is said to the academy, how to deal with it would naturally be up to the dean and the elders' council to decide. This spirit artifact originally came from the academy. How can you keep it all to yourself? Su Yubai said it with a strong sense of righteousness. Except, who knew how many people actually would fall for that? Elder Su's public spirit is truly touching. But, according to what I know, the Nine Heavens Road doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of the academy. Even if I have to hand it up, it will also be said to the sect. What has it got to do with you? Yi Yuan did not hold back his words at all. You, courting death. Su Yubai was so angered by Yi Yuan that his 7 souls were about to leave his body, and he looked as if he was about to make a move. Yi Yuan jumped up instead and yelled out, Elder Su wants to kill people. Everyone, be a witness for me. Su Yubai's raging fire was instantly extinguished by Yi Yuan's shout. Yi Yuan's current status was exceptional. If he were to really kill Yi Yuan in public, his elder position could be considered to have come to an end. The charge of killing a high-sex core disciple was not something he could shoulder. He stopped Su Yishan naturally because of this reason as well. He did not think that a few sentences in, he was already swept in by Yi Yuan. Su Yubai suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was like a hedgehog, leaving him nowhere to bite. So aggrieving. Such utter nonsense. When did I want to kill people? Su Yubai snorted icily. Do you dare to say that you didn't have killing intent just now? Yi Yuan made no concessions at all. Su Yubai had no words to say to that. He switched topic once again. Forget about that first. I heard that you want to bring away this female student for a private interrogation. Do you know that you are setting up a clandestine tribunal? Clandestine tribunal? Then let me ask you, what's the charge for offending a core disciple? You, Elder Su, can say that my status is not yet authentic, but Lu Ruashe doesn't have that qualification, right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. This, offending a core disciple, Severe cases could be the death penalty. But according to what I know, she doesn't seem to have offended you. Suyubai said. How do you know that she did not offend and that it wasn't sophistry? Yi Yuan retorted. Lin Tianqing and Zhang Heng were already killed by you. This matter has no other witnesses. You aren't going to rely just on your guesswork to sentence her crime, right? Suyubai smiled coldly. I said just now, I have my ways of making her talk. If she didn't take part in this matter, then the grudges between us will be wiped off the slate. If she feels dissatisfied, I can even apologize to her publicly. What a joke. What method do you have to make her talk? Don't tell me you want to beat a confession out of her. Yi Yuan said casually. I'm afraid that Elder Su has done quite a bit of those sort of things, right? However, I'm not as ruthless as Elder Su, so I'm unable to do those sort of malicious things. Suyubai's wrath had just subsided when it was evoked by Yi Yuan again. This punk was really someone that exasperated people to death without paying for it. Forcefully suppressing the fury in his heart, Suyubai said in a low voice, Who in the Danwu Academy doesn't know that this elder enforces the law impartially? Right now, we're talking about you. Why did you come on to me? Like that, huh? Fine then. I know that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed. I wonder if you have ever heard of a type of medicinal pill called the truth pill? And, looking at your appearance, you must be unaware. Let me explain it for Elder Su. A truth pill is a tier 2 medicinal pill. If Lu Ruoxue eats it, she will answer anything I ask. At that time, the truth will naturally be revealed. Yi Yuan explained about the truth pill and also made a quip at Suyubai. Chapter 115, Refining a Truth Pill. Chapter 115, Refining a Truth Pill, Utter Nonsense. This elder has lived to this old age, and I have never heard of such a medicinal pill. Although Suyubai did not specialize in alchemy Dao, the Su family still managed a medicinal herbs business. He was absolutely not a stranger to medicinal pills. Since he said he had never heard of it, then even if another alchemy Dao elder came over, they probably never heard of it as well. Except that these words were equivalent to stealthily acknowledging that he was ignorant. I already said that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed. So how could you have heard of it before? But it doesn't matter whether you heard of it before or not. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. After I refine a few of them out, then wouldn't Elder Su know if it's real or fake after sampling it personally? At that time, I guarantee that which concubine Elder Su spent the previous night with will be grilled out, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan's words prompted roars with laughter from everyone. The laughter only ceased after Suyubai shot a menacing glance. Yi Yuan had extremely extensive research in alchemy Dao. He dabbled in all sorts of areas. On the other hand, most of the pill formulas in the state of Qin were targeted for the martial Dao, either to help martial artists increase their strength or to help martial artists recover essence energy, so on and so forth. This sort of obscure medicinal pill, like the truth pill, would naturally not be recorded. The highest level martial artists in the state of Qin did not Serpa. The crystal formation realm, and their age did not get past 300 years old. Even if one was an alchemy grandmaster, how much leisure time would they have to research this sort of obscure medicinal pill? But, like Yuan said, differentiating whether the medicinal pill was real or fake was very simple. Just find someone to test it out. The medicinal effects could not be faked. With so many people watching, faking it would be exposed straight away. Unless the person trying out the medicine was arranged by Yi Yuan. Suyubai naturally would not commit such a low-level blunder. Humph! Flippin' child. I want to see just how you clean up the mess later. Suyubai snorted coldly. Just like that, Yi Yuan and Suyubai determined Lu Ruoxue's fate. When Lu Ruoxue heard Suyubai's words, she ran hastily to Su Yishan's side and pulled on his arm, begging for his help. Senior apprentice brother Su, I don't want to. Su Yishan pulled his arm back, and Lu Ruoxue staggered, collapsing onto the ground. Su Yishan was still enraged after being humiliated by Yi Yuan and felt that this woman was a troublemaker. Why would he pity her? Do you feel that it's still up to you at this juncture? Su Yishan said coldly. In Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing swapped roles. Feng Ruoqing did the series of preparation work for Yi Yuan's pill refinement. Sigh, I say, can't you just rest for a while? You just came back from the Nine Heavens Road, yet you caused another big upheaval in the entire academy. Feng Ruoqing grumbled as she did her job. Yi Yuan was seriously too proficient at causing disturbances. Even since his abrupt rise, it seemed like the academy had never had a break. Not that I'm unwilling to stop. It's just that there's always some people who keep finding trouble. Lure is my kin. If I can't take revenge for her after being hurt to such an extent, how can I be fit to be her young master? Also, how can I face her after she wakes up in a few days? If they want to touch me, then just come to me openly. Even if I'm beaten till I'm crippled, I also won't harbor such a grudge. But if they touch my family and friends, absolutely not. She did not know why, but after hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Ruoqing's heart involuntarily quaked, and she blurted out, "If I suffered like Lure, would you be like this too?" "Of course. Aren't we good friends?" Yi Yuan said without thinking. Blissfulness instantly seeped into her heart, making Feng Ruoqing feel a never-before experience, a sense of satisfaction. "But I'm afraid I don't have that opportunity, right? You're a proud daughter of heaven, the youngest high-rank alchemy master in the Danwu Academy. Who would dare to bully you?" Yi Yuan added. Feng Ruoqing smiled sweetly and said, "That might not be the case. Who knows, there might really come a day where I, this proud daughter of heaven, would require your protection." I'm afraid that it's the honor of every male in the Danwu Academy to be able to protect Teacher Feng, right? Yi Yuan chuckled. Feng Ruoqing blushed lightly and diverted the topic. "Oh, right. Is there really such a medicinal pill called the truth pill? It's also imparted to you by your master?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The truth pill actually isn't some profound medicinal pill. It's a type of medicinal pill which is applied to the divine soul, making the martial artist's divine soul give up resistance. Since there's a medicinal pill which strengthens soul strength like the soul noris. Plussing pill, there's naturally the truth pill." Feng Ruoqing came to a realization. So that's how it is. Looks like my horizons are still too shallow. It turns out that if we think about the problem from another perspective, there's actually such an effect. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This can't be rushed. Master's realm is remarkably high. How can I compare to his horizons? Such a simple logic, if I had to come up with a way, I might not be able to conceive it in my entire life. Even when his cultivation was at our current realm, he might not even have understood this logic." Only then did Feng Ruoqing feel at ease. "You are right. Cultivation realm determines one's horizons. Looks like my road is still long. The preparation work is done. Start the furnace and refine the pill." Yi Yuan nodded and started refining the truth pill. Compared to during the alchemist test, no matter whether it was essence, energy, or soul strength, Yi Yuan was way stronger. It would naturally not be as strenuous for the current Yi Yuan to refine low-grade tier 2 medicinal pills using the yin-yang separation flow technique. After 2 hours, Yi Yuan appeared in front of Su Yubai once more, holding a bottle of freshly made truth pills. "This is the truth pill. Does Elder Su wish to personally try it out?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Snort. The person testing the medicine is already arranged. I'll watch just how you clean up the scene later." While Yi Yuan was refining, Su Yubai already inquired from several alchemy Dao experts. None of them had heard of truth pill. Even if Yi Yuan was a low-rank alchemy master, could he be stronger than the seniors in the academy? Hence, Su Yubai had long determined that Yi Yuan was misleading others through trickery. Also that Lu Ruoxue would obediently submit. Su Yubai was an old veteran. How could he fall for this sort of trick? At this time, there were even more spectators. Apart from the students, many instructors also arrived at the scene. Even those from the Elders' Council had assembled, including the 2 deputy deans. "Yi Yuan, this dean has already researched the alchemy path for 200 years, and I've never heard of something called truth pill. Do you really have confidence?" Hu Changsheng was an alchemy grandmaster. He had the greatest right to speak here. Even he had not heard of truth pill. This made many people have doubts about Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not sense any malice from Hu Changsheng, but instead, there was a faint concern. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dean Hu. If this medicinal pill has a problem, I will offer my head to Elder Su. I can see that he has been interested in this youngster's head for quite some time already. This punk must surely be throwing mist in our eyes. I mustn't fall for it." Su Yubai kept repeatedly warned himself in his heart. Furthermore, even if Yi Yuan dared to offer his head, Su Yubai also did not dare to accept it. Yi Yuan already had the status of the high-sex core disciple now. If he were to die mysteriously, Su Yubai would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hu Changxing's face changed when he heard that, and said solemnly, "What rubbish are you talking about? If there's really a problem, then a punishment is a must. How can you talk so lightly about life and death?" It sounded like reprimanding, but everyone could hear the intent to protect Yi Yuan within those words. Chapter 116, Testing Medicine. Chapter 116, Testing Medicine. No use talking so much. Just try, and you will know. Yi Yuan's confident manner made Su Yubai feel uncertain. But when he thought of how even Hu Changsheng did not recognize this type of medicinal pill, then this pill was most likely fabricated by Yi Yuan, still stubbornly hanging on at this time. "I'll watch just how you die later." Su Yubai was already planning how to punish Yi Yuan. The death penalty was definitely a no-go, but a flogging punishment could be considered. Everything was in place. AFLUS. Teared-looking Lu Ruoshui was brought in front of everyone. Su Yubai shot an icy glance at Lu Ruoshui and said, "Don't be afraid, Lu Ruoshui." Even Dean, who had never seen such a medicinal pill before, "Do you think it can be real? As long as you can prove that this medicinal pill has no effect, not only will this elder proclaim your innocence, I'll even punish Yi Yuan severely. Understood?" Currently, Lu Ruoshui was completely teared. But after hearing Su Yubai said this, it really added quite a bit of confidence. Yeah, Dean, who was an alchemy grandmaster. A medicinal pill that even he had not heard of was surely fabricated by Yi Yuan. It was a pity that Lu Ruoshui did not attend the alchemist test together with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, she would not have such confidence. If Wan Yuan were here, he would definitely rather die than eat the medicinal pill. You got a kidding. To be able to train that fiendishly difficult yin-yang separation flow technique to the legendary stage, it would not be unusual to refine any medicinal pill. Lu Ruoshui sucked in a deep breath, shot Yi Yuan a vicious look and said, "I understand. Yi Yuan, since you frame me so unjustly, this isn't over. I will just try your so-called truth pill and see whether it's real or fake." Yi Yuan did not mind Lu Ruoshui's venomous stare at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "This isn't over? I'm afraid you don't have the chance." Finus. H.I. plus ing. He turned to Su Yubai again and said, "Let's say the nasty stuff first, Elder Su. If I deceived everyone, I am willing to accept any punishment. But if my medicinal pill is effective and I extracted the truth, then what?" Su Yubai replied without hesitation. If Lu Ruoshui truly colluded with Lin Tiancheng to set up fellow disciples, she will naturally be dealt with according to the Academy's rules. Her cultivation will be crippled, and she will be expelled from the Academy. Yi Yuan nodded after hearing this. "I believe Elder Su should not go back on your words in front of so many people. Begin then." "Hold on." Su Yubai halted. "What? Does Elder Su still have issues? This medicinal pill is refined by you. Who knows what the H.E.L. are you playing at? During the process of testing the medicine, you have to stand back. Yi Yuan." Su Yubai was clearly still a little concerned. What if this medicinal pill was fake, but Yi Yuan had methods to display some means to compel Lu Ruoshui to tell lies? That was also a possibility. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, and quickly understood. He had a teasing smile on his face as he said, "Elder Su is really cautious." "Fine. Since Elder Su is uneasy about me, just ask personally. I'll go and take a walk." Yi Yuan then threw the bottle towards Su Yubai and really left without looking back. Su Yubai instinctively caught the bottle and could not help being speechless. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so dauntless to leave just like that. However, he was still apprehensive, so he shot Su Yishan a look to make him follow Yi Yuan out and keep an eye on him. "All right, Elder Su." Yi Yuan already left. "Can we begin?" Hu Changxing said, somewhat impatiently. Su Yubai's yardstick of a despicable man had made Hu Changxing not having any good feelings toward him at all. A dignified, disciplinary hall elder without any imperturbability at all, and was so guarded against a junior. Being urged by Hu Changxing, Su Yubai also felt that he was a little too cautious. Yi Yuan might be cunning, but he clearly could not pull any underhanded tricks in front of him. However, caution was the parent of safety. Su Yubai did not wish to let go of any trace of opportunity to strike Yi Yuan down. He was doing this in order to punish Yi Yuan, to make him enter the endless forest with injuries. The real killing mechanism he arranged was in the endless forest. Killing Yi Yuan inside the endless forest, even if the high sect came, they would also have nothing to say. Even if Hu Yin Yong, Feng Ruoqing, and co-suspected him, what proof would they have? Su Yubai took out a pill from the medicine bottle and said it to Lu Ruoxue. Lu Ruoxue received the medicinal pill, and her face changed color multiple times. Although she already affirmed that this medicinal pill was definitely fake in her heart, when it really came down to consuming it, hesitation was still unavoidable. Swallow the medicinal pill and start circulating all of your essence energy to resist the erosion of the medicinal effect. Su Yubai transmitted his voice. Lu Ruoxue shot a glance at Su Yubai, closed her eyes, and swallowed the pill. The medicinal pill melted right after entering the mouth. Lu Ruoxue did not dare to delay. She immediately circulated all of her essence energy to resist the medicinal effects. But Lu Ruoxue mournfully discovered that she totally could not find where the medicinal effect went to. Her essence energy was circulating, yet she could not find any trace of the medicinal effects. Lu Ruoxue could not be blamed for this either. If she had consumed soul noris, plussing pills before, she would not be at such a complete loss. But sadly, those sort of medicinal pills like the soul noris, plussing pill was extremely precious. She had not consumed it before. After a few breaths, Lu Ruoxue suddenly felt her divine soul shudder. Lu Ruoxue silently cussed, but it was already too late now. Her consciousness became increasingly fuzzy. Everyone was paying close attention to Lu Ruoxue's change. Su Yubai saw that Lu Ruoxue's pupils gradually dilated, and her eyes became more and more vacant. A premonition suddenly surged in his heart. No way. It seems like it really took effect. There's actually such a miraculous medicinal pill. Simply incredible. Too terrifying. Why do I feel that Yi Yuan is omnipotent right now? Even Dean, who had not heard of this truth pill before. Where did he get the pill formula from? Who knows? Just look at each one of the things he did. Which of them conform to common sense? Lu Ruoxue's transformation caused a commotion. Clearly, everyone saw that something was amiss. Many people recalled Yi Yuan's words of ridicule about which concubine's room Su Yubai slept in. Back then, they only treated it as a joke. But now, they could not help having Guseb. MPS all over. Everyone had their secrets and things which they did not want others to know deep down in their heart. But with this truth pill, wouldn't these secrets casually spill out? If one consumed the truth pill, was it not like being stripped naked and then thrown out onto the streets? Body wanted to experience this sort of feeling. Looks like the truth pill already took effect, Elder Su. Begin questioning then, Hu Changsheng said lightly. Although his tone was calm, the shock that Hu Changsheng felt was not the least bit inferior to the rest. Su Yubai had not asked yet, but Hu Changsheng basically already confirmed that this truth pill really worked. There was actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in the world. And this medicinal pill was only a low-grade tier 2 medicinal pill. The expressions on Su Yubai's face was very interesting. There was shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. At this moment, Su Yubai's thought of eradicating Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly firm. Yi Yuan's threat in Su Yubai's heart had already greatly surpassed. Said Yi Hangs. If Yi Yuan were given another few years, no, even just a year's time, the Su family would be ushering in an unprecedented danger. He must not walk out alive from the endless forest. Chapter 117. How will I know if you don't talk? Chapter 117. How will I know if you don't talk? Lu Ruoshui's 2 eyes were vacant and lackal. Her akin to a walking corpse. Su Yubai took a deep breath and probed her further. Let me ask you, Lu Ruoshui. Yi Yuan said that you incited Lin Tiancheng to set up his maidservant, Lu Er. Was there such a thing? Hearing Su Yubai question her, Lu Ruoshui seemed to have some reaction. It was just that the reaction was somewhat sluggish. Lu Ruoshui only replied woodenly after some time, yes. Su Yubai's face darkened slightly and continued questioning. Why did you want to deal with Yi Yuan's maidservant? Because I nearly killed him and was scared that he would take revenge in the future. Hence, I used every means possible to deal with him. Lin Tiancheng's strength was hailed as the greatest among the Earth-rank students. He originally already harbored hatred for Yi Yuan in his heart. I incited him to lay hands on Yi Yuan's maidservant. Yi Yuan will definitely find Lin Tiancheng. At that time, I can borrow Lin Tiancheng's hands to deal with Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoshui confessed everything like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Su Yubai's face became increasingly unsightly. Even though he already guessed that the result would be like this, Lu Ruoshui saying it personally still made him feel stifled. He could not have imagined that there was actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world that could make people confess what was hidden deep within their hearts. If their Su family could take control of this type of medicinal pill, their power would rise tremendously. The moment Lu Ruoshui admitted it, all the students started muttering to each other in low voices. It's really her. This woman is really malicious. To actually lay hands on a little girl who is a stranger. She looks so pretty, but she's actually a femme fatale. Such a venomous woman should be killed directly. I heard that Yi Yuan's maidservant Pa S said the entry test and already officially became the academy's disciple. This woman was actually so merciless towards fellow disciples. Truly wicked. The students were stirred up for a moment and felt abhorred by Lu Ruoshui's actions. Even if Yi Yuan and Lu Ruoshui had conflicts, Lu Er was innocent. A young lady was now on the verge of death after being harmed by Lu Ruoshui. She really suffered an undeserved calamity. At this point, Hu Changsheng said, "All right, the truth is already out. Go and call Yi Yuan back." Not long after, Yi Yuan was then called back. When he saw Su Yubai's expression, he already knew what the outcome was. I wonder what was extracted just now, Elder Su? Did the truth pill have an effect? Although he already knew the result, Yi Yuan still did not wish to give up the opportunity to make things difficult for Su Yubai. Don't you already know? Why are you still asking? Su Yubai said grumpily. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not tell. What do I know? You have to say. If you don't talk, how will I know? Yi Yuan said innocently. Su Yubai was enraged by Yi Yuan once again. What about me? Just what did Lu Ruoshui say? Talk. Su Yubai stared at Yi Yuan and wished he could slap him to death with one palm. Yi Yuan clearly knew the result, yet he wanted him to say it out. Wasn't this asking him to slap himself? Su Yubai did not care about Lu Ruoshui's life or death, but he minded his own face and prestige very much. The disciplinary hall placed the highest emphasis on prestige. If he, the first elder, had his face swept clean by Yi Yuan, how would he punish students in the future? Su Yubai was currently regretting finding trouble. If he knew earlier, he would just directly cripple Lu Ruoshui and be done with it. What was the point of triggering all these? Right now, he felt that he was simply moving closer to let Yi Yuan hit his face. And this slap from Yi Yuan was pretty in loud. Lu Ruoshui, she said. Su Yubai repeated. She said multiple times, but did not continue. My elder Su, you will be the death of me. Just what did she say? Yi Yuan gave an extremely anxious look, rousing a wave of SN. 1. G. Ring from everyone. To dare make Elder Su lose face like that. Yi Yuan was truly unique in the Danwu Academy. Su Yubai had always been notorious for being cold-blooded and merciless. He had very high prestige in the Danwu Academy. Regardless of who landed in his hands, the outcome would never be good. Hence, he had the nickname of Yama King Su in the academy. Of course, and Body dared to say this nickname to his face. But now, Yi Yuan actually swept Yama King Su's face away. This made many people feel extremely satisfied. Its truly evil will be rewarded with evil. All right, Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoxue already admitted to framing you and your maidservant. Elder Su, carry out according to the Academy's rules then. Deputy Dean Zhang Songtao, who had been silent all this, while could not bear to watch on anymore. So he could only stand up to smooth things out. Oh, so that's the case. Scared me to death. I thought that the truth pill was no good. You should have said that sooner, Elder Su. How will I know if you don't talk? Yi Yuan gave an innocent face after getting off cheap, making Su Yubai gnash his teeth in hatred. Yet, he was unable to do anything to him. At this time, it seemed like the effects of the truth pill wore off. Some light returned to Lu Ruoxue's eyes. Lu Ruoxue discovered that the atmosphere seemed to be a little off. Suddenly, she recalled the feeling of her divine soul trembling after consuming the medicinal pill and immediately felt that things were bad. The elder Su Yubai was currently seething with rage with nowhere to explode. The moment Lu Ruoxue spoke, it instantaneously ignited his wrath. Su Yubai's face darkened, and he said sternly, Lu Ruoxue, you conspired with Lin Tiancheng to harm fellow disciples, causing them to be severely injured and on the verge of death. In accordance with the rules, I sentence your cultivation to be crippled and you to be immediately expelled from the academy. Are you going to do it yourself, or am I? Lu Ruoxue's face paled considerably when she heard that. She kneeled down right away and hugged Su Yubai's leg, begging, Mercy, Elder Su. Have mercy. For the sake of senior apprentice brother Su and me. It was still fine if Lu Ruoxue did not mention Su Yishan. Once she mentioned Su Yishan, Su Yubai became even more incensed. How could he allow her to continue talking? He straightaway kicked her dantian area, sending her flying out. Lu Ruoxue gave a miserable cry and flew out. Su Yubai was a half-step crystal formation realm expert. He kicked out right then in anger. Although he did not use full strength, how could it be something that Lu Ruoxue could withstand? This kick completely scattered the essence, energy, which Lu Ruoxue toiled and moiled to cultivate, turning her into a cripple. Pooh! Lu Ruoxue sprayed out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes bright red, making her look utterly miserable. Humph! When you plotted against fellow disciples, you should have prepared for today's outcome. Right now, Yi Yuan's maidservant is dying. I only crippled your cultivation and expelled you. It's already considered light. If you continue to not know what's good for and bite randomly, then it wouldn't be as simple as evicting you out. Su Yubai came in front of Lu Ruoxue and warned while looking down from a height. Lu Ruoxue felt that her dantian area was completely empty and knew that she already became a cripple. Hearing Su Yubai's threatening words right now as well, she laughed manically. Ha ha! Your Su family really have no good people. If you have the capability, then kill me, Su Yubai. You don't let me say it, but I insist on it. Su Yishan wanted my body, saying he would S-H-I plus ELD me. In the end, he can't even beat Yi Yuan. You have power and authority, yet you treated me as a sacrificial piece. Su Yubai, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Ha! Su Yishan also returned right then. When he heard Lu Ruoxue's words, his face turned completely dark. Chapter 118. Su Yubai's Killing Mechanism. Chapter 118. Su Yubai's Killing Mechanism. Lu Ruoxue went mad, and Su Yubai gave out the instruction for her to be forcefully sent out of the academy. When Lu Ruoxue left the academy, she became a wandering soul, at a loss on where to go. She was once full of ambition and thought that she could rise above over. She was formerly delicate and charming like a flower, pursued by all. And now, she, Lu Ruoxue, was just a cripple, a walking corpse. Even Pa S. Sersby could not be bothered to look at her. A day later, an A.S. Sin, who was tailing her the entire day, stabbed her with a knife at her back, finus. H.I. Plussing off this formerly alluring young lady. In reality, many people predicted this ending. It was just that there was body concerned with Lu Ruoxue anymore. Lu Ruoxue's outcome today was reaping the fruits she sowed. Who would sympathize with a black-hearted woman? After this incident, Yi Yuan then proceeded to read thoroughly the cultivation law jade slip, which Feng Ruoqing sent over, and Pa S. Sent her a jade slip he imprinted himself. Feng Ruoqing was initially worried that going to the scripture library to select cultivation law would waste a lot of time. Who knew that Yi Yuan would casually throw her a cultivation law? She used divine sense to sweep over the cultivation law Yi Yuan Pa S. Said her, and was involuntarily astonished. This cultivation was simply custom-made for Feng Zhiro. What was different was that this cultivation law was an extreme cultivation law. This made Feng Ruoqing sigh in admiration once again at how powerful Yi Yuan's master was. After settling Feng Zhiro's matter, Yi Yuan directly entered close seclusion and no longer concerned himself with the academy's affairs. As for the spar with Wu Luochun, both parties agreed to do it after the endless trials. Wu Luochun could tell that although Yi Yuan's strength greatly surpassed, said those of the same rank, he was ultimately a major realm away from him. It was still somewhat premature to fight now, so he also gave up. Following Yi Yuan's close seclusion, the academy seemed to have returned to its former peace. Then, the third day after Yi Yuan entered his retreat, another matter caused a huge disturbance in the entire Dan Wu Academy once more. Following Yi Yuan's action, the rank 1 on the martial roll, Long Tang, challenged the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was ill. U.S. Triously notorious. More often than not, several years, even over a decade would pass before anybody dared to challenge it. But now, there was actually 2 students challenging the Nine Heavens Road consecutively within 3 days. This was explosively big news. Although Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll, there were still not many people who thought highly of him challenging the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was too hard. If Long Tang were already confident a long time ago, he would not have waited until today to challenge it. Hence, the vast majority felt that Long Tang went to challenge the Nine Heavens Road because he was triggered by Yi Yuan. Without any doubt, all the experts on the martial roll were highly arrogant, let alone the one standing at the top of the martial roll, Long Tang. A formerly unknown student made it past the Nine Heavens Road. As a number 1 on the martial roll, didn't Long Tang get beaten? One had to know that although rank 1 on the martial roll was termed a genius when compared to Yi Yuan, who made it past the Nine Heavens Road, the difference was enormous. Only by making it through the Nine Heavens Road could he prove that the degree of his talent did not lose out to Yi Yuan. This was a colossal gamble. If he lost this bet, then Long Tang would not even be able to keep his life. Under these circumstances, expectedly, many students felt that Long Tang was too narrow-minded, and this should not be the conduct of a rank 1 of the martial roll. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan's talent had already long surpassed, said Long Tang in many students' heart. He was well-deserving for being number 1 in the academy. But Long Tang was unable to accept this reality, so he used his life to wager this name. Only Zhuobuguwei knew about Long Tang's plan. Although he did not really understand it, it was definitely not acting on impulse. On the contrary, Long Tang was unprecedentedly calm right now. So calm until Zhuobuguwei was unable to grasp his depth. Just several days without seeing him, and Long Tang actually underwent such a huge transformation. Could it be that he was really enlightened? Are you really going, old Long? At the foot of the Nine Heavens peak, Zhubugue and Long Tang stood shoulder to shoulder. Naturally, Long Tang replied casually, "Sigh, I know that I can't sway you, so I won't persuade you anymore. I wish you good luck then. And I will succeed." Long Tang was wholly composed, as if he was only explaining a fact. Zhubugue and Long Tang had been rivals for such a long time. He knew that he had never been an arrogant and conceited person. But where did he get his confidence? Just because Yi Yuan made it through? Long Tang was not so superficial, right? Long Tang went in front of the stone tablet, swore the heavenly Tao oath, and resolutely stepped onto the Nine Heavens road. At the back of the mountain, in the abode of the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai looked at Su Yishan with a dark face. "Yishan, you are the future patriarch of the Su family. How can you not weigh the importance when doing things? You've disappointed me greatly in this matter." Su Yubai reprimanded him relentlessly. Su Yishan sweated profusely and bowed as he said, "I was wrong, second uncle. Do you know where you were wrong? I should not get involved with that crazy woman." Speaking of Lu Ruoxue, Su Yishan also gnashed his teeth in hatred. That woman was a troublemaker, drawing major problems for him. "You're wrong. It's just a woman. With your ident. 1. Tai and status. What kind of woman can't you have? You were wrong not because of provoking that woman, but for provoking Yi Yuan. You clearly knew that this woman came to find you to avoid Yi Yuan, and you actually dared to shelter her. If it was just sheltering her, then forget it. But you became enemies with Yi Yuan for her beauty." Su Yubai's words shot out extremely fast. Su Yishan gritted his teeth and said, "Merely a Yi Yuan. Who would have thought that he could actually make Wu Luochen work for him? Otherwise what? Kill him? If I didn't make it on time, even if you killed Yi Yuan, you also can't escape death yourself? Even though the high sect hasn't come over to name Yi Yuan, his status as a core disciple can no longer be changed. Did you consider the consequences of killing a high sect's core disciple? You're the next patriarch of the Su family. How could you do things without thinking it through?" Su Yubai reproved him. Su Yishan shuddered. Back then, he was in the heat of the moment. How would he have considered so much? Now that he thought about it, he was genuinely fearful. Seeing Su Yishan's appearance, Su Yubai grunted coldly. "Do you understand now?" Su Yishan sucked in deeply and nodded, saying, "Many thanks for second uncle's teachings." This child understood. Understood what? Killing Yi Yuan must be a one-blow certain kill. Otherwise, hitting the snake and not killing it will result in injuries. Since we're in the academy, and I have no way of killing him, I shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke him. The result was getting skunk juice all over me. Second uncle, this child still underestimated Yi Yuan. The speed of his growth is too quick. Although he did not wish to admit it, Su Yishan already acknowledged Yi Yuan's power. The anger on Su Yubai's face finally subsided, and what replaced it was a satisfied look. "That's right. You're the young patriarch of the Su family. How you want to play with women is not an issue. But there's one thing. Never, ever hold up important things because of women. Why did I want to publicly kill Yi Yuan? That's because I saw his future threat. Although I didn't succeed, that was just an accident. Since the matter cannot be done, then we will temporarily put it aside. Why shouldn't we make good use of such a fine opportunity like the endless trials when it's placed right there? The endless trials is our best chance, and also our last chance. Hence, Yi Yuan must die inside the endless forest." Chapter 119, Preparing for the Trials. Chapter 119, Preparing for the Trials. If it was before Yi Yuan tackled the Nine Heavens Road, I had full confidence in killing him. But I don't have that much confidence in killing the current Yi Yuan, even though he can't defeat me, Su Yishan said with knitted brows. Su Yishan had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan. He estimated that his strength was roughly around rank 50 or so on the martial roll. He naturally would not take to heart this level of strength. But if Yi Yuan was bent on running, he really had no certainty of holding Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan would not stand there and wait stupidly for his heaven-flipping palm. Suyubai retrieved a pill bottle and set it to Suishan. This bottle contains spirit essence pills. After you consume, then, take these 2 days to break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. After you reach the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing him shouldn't be difficult, right? Suishan's eyes shone, and he quickly received the medicinal pills. To the top 10 geniuses on the martial roll, the allure of the spirit essence pill was enormous. This could be seen from Suyubai and Long Tang's wager. After reaching the spirit condensation realm, the difficulty of breaking through realms would increase tremendously. With spirit essence pills, it would be equivalent to saving a great deal of time for cultivation. Some people, when they get stuck in a minor realm, it would be half a year gone. At that time, it would not be so easy if they wanted to catch up to others. It had already been a while since Long Tang got the spirit essence pill, but he did not use it this whole time. One could see that he viewed the spirit essence pill equally importantly. Suishan said confidently, "Not difficult. Of course not difficult at all. As long as I break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing Yi Yuan will be a simple matter." Suyubai nodded his head. Clearly, he felt that this speech was not exaggerated. Suishan was the best seedling in the Su family. Otherwise, he would not be so heavily nurtured. After breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, Suishan's combat prowess would surely advance into the top 5. Among the top 5 students on the martial roll, only Long Tang was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The rest were all at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Suishan enjoyed resources far beyond other people. If he could not even get into the top 5, then he could forget about his position as the young patriarch. Taking care of Yi Yuan was naturally easy for the top 5 on the martial roll. I've already asked your father to send out the Chong brothers to cooperate with you to eliminate Yi Yuan. They are currently already concealed inside the Endless Forest. Once the Endless Trials begins, they would target Yi Yuan. At that time, make contact with them and come up with a foolproof plan. You must kill Yi Yuan. Remember, if you don't move, then stay low. Once you move, you must kill. You absolutely mustn't give Yi Yuan any breathing S.P.A.C. Understand? Suyubai said in a low voice. This was not a discussion anymore, but an order. He knew that Suishan more or less had a young master's attitude and might feel it was beneath him to cooperate with those retainers. But no matter what, achieving the goal of killing Yi Yuan was the most critical objective among priorities. The others were of no significance, including Su Ishan's pride. Long Tang charged out of the sea of fire, looking rather ragged. However, looking at his eyes right now, it was filled with indescribable Terso, this is the 9 Heavens Road. Although it's exceedingly treacherous, it's also a limitless treasure trove. Long Tang gasped in admiration. Long Tang could not compare to Yi Yuan. The first stage's concepts to Yi Yuan was simply unqualified to make the cut. But to Long Tang, these concept checkpoints were remarkably perilous. But after the dangers, Long Tang managed to grasp some things, letting him reap many benefits. Long Tang did not continue Russ. I+ing. He meditated on the spot to comprehend his harvest just now. Long Tang's strength lied in his perception. Otherwise, what right did he have to seat at the first place of the martial roll when he was only at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the top 5, only Long Tang alone was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. His combat prowess was evident. One had to know that there was a minor stage gap between the 3rd level spirit condensation realm and the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Hence, he could also comprehend some things which others were unable to on the 9 Heavens Road. It was just that this way, his clearing speed became exceptionally slow, showing a sharp contrast from Yi Yuan clearing the checkpoints. After 2 days had passed, Long Tang merely made it past the first stage. No way. Isn't senior apprentice Brother Long going to have his face slapped until it swells like a fatty's like this? It's already so hard for him to make it past the first stage. What should he do about the later stages? Sigh. This also can't be helped. If I were rank 1 on the martial roll with my position being challenged like that by Yi Yuan, I might also come and challenge the Nine Heavens Road too. Forget it. Looking at Senior Apprentice Brother Long, I reckon that it's going to be very tough to come down from up there. After all, not everybody can create such miracles like Yi Yuan. And I think so too. Although Senior Apprentice Brother Long is incredible, everyone unanimously agreed that his degree of monstrousness is inferior to Mo Yintian. If Senior Apprentice Brother Long had confidence in challenging the Nine Heavens Road, he would have come long ago. Why wait until today? So I forget it. Let's leave. It's going to be the endless trials in 2 days. With Senior Apprentice Brother Long's speed, I reckon that he won't make it in time. As the endless trials approached, many students dispersed from the Nine Heavens Road. The foot of the Nine Heavens peak promptly became deserted. 1 day later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. There was still 1 day before the endless trials began. He needed to prepare some things to bring into the endless forest. Yi Yuan knew that this trip would definitely be very perilous. He already offended Su Yubai and Su Yishan thoroughly. They did not dare to make a move within the academy, so they definitely would not let go of the chance called the endless trials. But this journey to the endless forest was imperative for Yi Yuan. He had no choice but to take this risk for Lu'er. The medicinal pill Yi Yuan was planning on refining for Lu'er was called the Essence Yang Pill, a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill in the Divine Realm. This pill was extremely difficult to refine, and the herbs required were also exceptionally harsh. There were 3 core ingredients in the Essence Yang Pill. All of them were exceedingly rare herbs. Only this sort of dangerous, yet resource-rich place like the Endless Forest would have it. Also, Yi Yuan happened to know the location of one of the core ingredients. This core ingredient was precisely the 7-colored flowing cloud python inner core. That was also because Yi Yuan took note of it back when treating the 7-colored flowing cloud python poison for that brawny man, and asked for the whereabouts of the 7-colored flowing cloud python. But he did not expect that it would really come in handy now. One might say it was coincidental, but in reality, it was inevitable. Yi Yuan was infatuated with the alchemy Tao in his past life, and would naturally be very interested in rare medicinal herbs. This sort of good habit also carried forth till today. The 7-colored flowing cloud python possessed a divine beast bloodline. Its inner core's attribute was extreme indomitable yang, perfect for restraining Lu'er's frost poison. And the other 2 core ingredients were similarly extreme yang plants. One was called Crimson Soul GRAS. The other was Pine Yang fruit. Although these 2 items were hard to find, they were not undetectable. Through Huyin Yang, Yi Yuan already roughly knew the possible locations where these 2 herbs would appear. But the 7-colored flowing cloud python had incredible might. It was a middle-ranked Tier 2 demonic beast, equivalent to a human second-stage spirit condensation realm expert. This was also an extremely THORNY problem for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan still had another objective for going to the Endless Forest, which was to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Chapter 120. Who's protecting whom? Chapter 120. Who's protecting whom? The Essence Yang Pill was incredibly challenging to refine. Even Ying definitely could not refine it. Hence, if he did not break through to the spirit condensation realm, it would be entirely useless for Lu'er even if Yi Yuan found these medicinal herbs. However, although breaking through to the spirit condensation realm might be very difficult for other people, it was a simple matter to Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor. Closed seclusion for 2 days, but Yi Yuan's realm was not fully consolidated yet. Otherwise, he could break through to the spirit condensation realm right now. His advancement speed from the 4th level Essence Chi realm to the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm was too swift. Even though Comprehending Heart, like still water, eliminated the hidden dangers brought about by advancing realms too quickly to the extremity, it would affect future cultivation if not properly consolidated. Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to be careless about this. To talk about the best way to consolidate cultivation realm, it was undoubtedly to experience numerous fights. And what the Endless Forest lacked the least was demonic beasts. Yi Yuan could fight and consolidate his cultivation at the same time. One of the preparation work Yi Yuan had to do right now was to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill called Spirit Surge Pill. This medicinal pill could increase the probability when impacting the spirit condensation realm, if it was transcendent grade, and it could increase the probability to 100%. Refining the Spirit Surge Pill with Yi Yuan's current strength was a breeze. Furthermore, other people required half-step spirit condensation realm as a buffer when impacting the spirit condensation realm. It was entirely unnecessary for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had the past experience of impacting the spirit condensation realm. Compressing essence energy to him was an extremely simple matter. Hence, there was completely no need to tread on thin ice like the rest. After tinkering the whole night in Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan finally settled everything. Yi Yuan saw Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro after leaving the pill refinement room, but not Hu Yinyong. Feng Ruoqing's face had thick worry written all over it, making Yi Yuan very curious. What happened, Teacher Feng? Hu Yinyong has been temporarily transferred out by the academy. He headed for a small city at the borders of the state of Qin to take care of business, Feng Ruoqing said. Yi Yuan understood in a flash. He smiled and asked, "Is Teacher Feng being transferred out as well?" Feng Ruoqing could not help commending Yi Yuan's nimble mind. She nodded and said, "There's another batch of students going to take part in the alchemist test tomorrow. It's still going to be me leading the group this time. Actually, Teacher Hu Yin was originally preparing to enter the endless forest to protect you." Haha, what a move to lure the tiger away from its lair. However, if they want my life, they got to have the capability first. Not only was Yi Yuan undaunted, but he was also raring to go instead. Seeing the situation, Feng Ruoqing could not help being concerned. "Yi Yuan, I know that you are very strong, but your current realm is too low. Why not give up the Endless Trials trip this time around?" "You pass," said the Nine Heavens Road. "Even if you don't undergo the Endless Trials, they also won't dare do anything to you." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No way. I can afford to delay, but Luo's condition can't. Helping her to suppress the frost poison will only last for another month at most. At that time, even if my master personally came, he would also be unable to save her. Relax. It's just one Sui Shan. I still couldn't care less." However, Feng Zhiro had a disdainful look right then. "Looking at your supercilious appearance, you'll suffer a loss sooner or later. Are you still uninformed? Just yesterday, Su Ishan already successfully broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Now, even if I match up with him, I might not gain an advantage over him." Yi Yuan had grown accustomed to Feng Ruoqing's speech manner long ago and did not mind her disparaging remarks in the slightest. "Oh, 4th level spirit condensation realm? Indeed a little troublesome." Yi Yuan stroked his chin as he said with a frown, "Humph. No fear now. I advise that you better stay in the academy obediently. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lose your little life." Feng Zhiro continued to land blows. Yi Yuan stared at Feng Ruoqing and suddenly grinned. "Already cultivating the water-defying incantation? Not bad of an improvement. Senior apprentice Sister Feng is talented as expected. I believe that with Senior apprentice Sister Feng protecting me, there shouldn't be many issues with this trip, right?" Being said like that by Yi Yuan, Feng Zhiro's pretty face blushed lightly and pouted. "Who wants to protect you? You, a big grown man, still need women to protect you? Aren't you ashamed?" "Oh please, it's true that I'm a grown man, but I'm also your junior apprentice brother. A senior apprentice sister protecting her junior apprentice brother. Isn't that perfectly justified? Furthermore, you're number 3 on the martial roll. If you don't protect me, could it be that I have to protect you?" Feng Zhiro wanted to continue arguing, but was interrupted by Feng Ruoqing. "Zhiro, during this endless trials, both me and Teacher Hu Yin have been transferred away. Now, only you can protect Yi Yuan. Even if Su Ishan broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, he's unlikely to be your match. As a matter of fact, you also received great kindness from Yi Yuan. Slightly repaying, it is also expected, Yes? Feng Ruoqing then turned to Yi Yuan. Jiro this la S. S is thin-skinned, so she's Imbara. S. Said to thank you. I'll say it on her behalf then. The water-defying incantation is simply custom-made for Jiro. These 2 days, she cultivated day and night, and said that her body's ailments have been relieved considerably. When Feng Ruoqing said that, Feng Jiro's pretty face became an adorable red apple, charmingly alluring. Who wants to thank him? Humph. Feng Jiro left like fleeing after saying this. This la SS. I really don't know what to say about her. Feng Ruoqing sighed. Haha. Junior apprentice sister Feng has a genuine personality. It's just that she's a little unruly. Let her be. Yi Yuan just laughed it off. Feng Ruoqing also did not know which neuron was misfiring. She suddenly opened her mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, what do you think of Jiro? Pretty good. And Teacher Feng isn't matchmaking, right? Yi Yuan suddenly reacted and retorted with a question. Feng Ruoqing's pretty face was flushed red. Actually, I feel that you and Jiro are quite compatible. Feng Ruoqing did not know why, but when she said those words, she became dispirited for no reason. She felt empty, as if she lost something. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Teacher Feng hasn't settled your own affairs yet, right? Thinking about finding a groom for your niece already? I. Feng Ruoqing panicked and blurted out, I'm infatuated with alchemy Dao in this lifetime. I don't wish to waste time on this. Feng Ruoqing already regretted it right after saying it. This was cutting off her route of retreat. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Don't randomly be a matchmaker anymore, Teacher Feng. This job isn't suited for you. Haha. Feng Ruoqing flushed again and really kept mum after that. This counted as Yi Yuan declining Feng Ruoqing's good intentions. Regarding the matter of finding a Dao companion, Yi Yuan really had not considered it. He was shouldering a deep blood feud. This road in the days to come would be incomparably B-U and P-Y. Being his Dao companion was not so simple. A single misstep and they would die, with their Dao dissipating. At that time, wouldn't Yi Yuan be in even greater agony? Just as the two were silent, the entire academy seemed to be in a buzz. Yi Yuan involuntarily lifted his head to look and saw a streak of multicolored road pouring down on the top of the Nine Heavens Peak. After several days, the rainbow road reappeared. Chapter 121, Long Tang Returns. Chapter 121, Long Tang Returns. N? Is someone challenging the Nine Heavens Road? And they succeeded? Yi Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the reappearance of the Rainbow Road. Feng Ruoqing also had a stunned look. She also did not expect that Long Tang could really clear the Nine Heavens Road. It's Long Tang. I didn't think that he would really succeed. Yi Yuan curled his mouth. Didn't everyone say that the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone? Looks like it's nothing more than this. At any rate, Yi Yuan did not experience overwhelming difficulty. But since other people also successfully cleared it, then the legend of the Nine Heavens Road was somewhat untrue. But Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, You're wrong. The Nine Heavens Road is truly difficult to the extreme. Even if I go and challenge it with my current realm, it would be very tough to retreat unscathed. Long Tang being able to clear it can only mean that his potential is enormous. Yi Yuan recalled the terror of that final sword and immediately approved of Feng Ruoqing's statement. He could withstand that sword, but that did not mean that others could also endure that sword. If the array was at full blast, Feng Ruoqing would really perish if she entered it. All right, the endless trials are about to begin. Let's head over first. Earth rank and Heaven rank students were already assembled in the central square. The square was densely packed. There were most likely several thousand people. Because the strength of black rank and yellow rank students were too poor, they were not required to partake. 1p. 8 in the endless trials. They would only become cannon fodder if they go anyway. The aim of the academy organizing this endless trials was to train students, not to send them to die. The crowd of students clearly also saw the wondrous view of the Rainbow Road reappearing. Each one of them was struck down by shock. The legendary Nine Heavens Road was actually cleared consecutively. After the astonishment, it made the thoughts of many who proclaimed themselves geniuses to waver. Zwabuguwe looked at that tiny figure on the Nine Heavens Road with indescribable shock. He actually made it through. Could it be that he and I are already no longer of the same world? Zwabuguwe murmured to himself. Zwabuguwe sucked in a deep breath and could not resist looking for Yi Yuan's figure among the crowd. It was that person who changed Long Tang and made him undergo a transformation. Just what kind of magic powers did Yi Yuan have? Why couldn't he feel it? This search really made him see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing were chatting and laughing as they made their way over, filling the bystanders with jealousy. Zwabuguwe did not mind that. But no matter how he sensed, he could not feel that so-called magic power on Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice Brother Long is truly talented. He made it past the Nine Heavens Road as expected. He is fully deserving of the number one in the academy. This was a loyal Long Tang fan. Is your brain rotten? It's already been 4 days since senior apprentice Brother Long challenged the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan only used the greater part of the day to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. The two of them are simply incomparable. Okay? Furthermore, Yi Yuan made it past the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm. His potential is limitless. So what? In terms of strength, Yi Yuan is far off. Senior apprentice Brother Long can defeat him with just one hand. Also, as long as one pious said the Nine Heavens Road, they would have the status of the high-sex core disciple. Not going to argue with a brain-dead fan like you. Senior apprentice Brother Long's lead is only temporary. Yi Yuan will surpa S him before long. Yi Yuan and Long Tang, as the number one person of the new and old generation, both also having cleared the Nine Heavens Road, possessed a large group of loyal fans each. On the stage of the square, Zhang Songtao was also ecstatic to see Long Tang clear the Nine Heavens Road. Ha! Truly invigorating. 2 geniuses who made it past the Nine Heavens Road actually appeared consecutively in my state of Qin's Danwu Academy. We can stand up with our heads high. Let's see if those bunch of grandsons dare to show off in front of me when I see them in the future. Hu Changsheng also stroked his beard lightly as he said with a smile. Truly unexpected. Heaven is protecting my state of Qin's Danwu Academy. To have 2 peerless geniuses appear consecutively. Su Yubai had seen Yi Yuan long ago. He snickered coldly while looking at him. Wasn't it just clearing the Nine Heavens Road? What was there to be COCKY about? To actually use the status of the high-sex core disciple to suppress your father. Now Long Tang cleared the Nine Heavens Road as well. Let's see what you have to be arrogant about. Su Yubai already made the decision to rope in Long Tang at all costs. This kind of people would definitely become a powerhouse of their generation. With him covering the Su family, they would be as stable as MT Tai for the next few centuries. And Yi Yuan would surely become a quietly fallen comet after this endless trials, becoming a bygone. Long Tang came. The clothes on him already became strips of rags. His aura was also somewhat disorderly, making him appear somewhat ragged. There was a sharp contrast with Yi Yuan calmly clearing the Nine Heavens Road. It was obvious from his condition that the Nine Heavens Road was not so fun. Long Tang definitely experienced terrifying attacks on the Nine Heavens Road. However, while Long Tang's aura was disorderly, his entire person was displaying his edge fully, complete polar opposites from his usual self. This point was very similar to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha! What a fine Long Tang! Truly remarkable! Indeed worthy of being number one on the martial roll. The way I see it, your potential is even greater than Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan. Su Yubai went up to greet him with a hearty laugh. Su Yubai's words incurred many people's disgust. They also saw his intention to rope him in, but nobody dared to say anything. There is a vast difference between whether Long Tang Pa said the Nine Heavens Road or not. If he made it past the Nine Heavens Road, Long Tang's future accomplishments would absolutely increase multiple folds. If he failed to make it past the Nine Heavens Road, then he would at most be an expert in the state of Qin. It obviously would not be worth it for Su Yubai to pull him in then. Long Tang did not show much of a reaction towards Su Yubai's solicitation. He just bowed slightly and said, "Many thanks for Elder Su's praise. Long Tang doesn't deserve this." Worthy, worthy. What's there to be undeserving about? You, Long Tang, have always been the absolute number one in the academy. Now, you even cleared the Nine Heavens Road. Who would dare say that you are undeserving? Su Yubai said smilingly. If it was somebody else, they would more or less have to expound on the disciplinary hall's first elder solicitation. But Long Tang shook his head and said, "Senior apprentice Brother Mo is a senior who already left the Danwu Academy. It isn't good to compare with him. As for Yi Yuan, I am vastly inferior to him. If I did not clear the Nine Heavens Road, I could perhaps still know myself. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I know just how gifted Yi Yuan is. This tea of number one, Long Tang dare not accept." Following Long Tang's words, Su Yubai's face grew increasingly darker. Long Tang's words were undoubtedly giving him, Su Yubai, a slap in front of thousands of people. How awkward was this for the lofty disciplinary hall's first elder? But Long Tang ignored Su Yubai's complexion and circled around Su Yubai to come in front of Zhang Songtao. He was the highest figure hosting this endless trials. "Dean Zhang, Long Tang came here for two matters. The first is to request not to take part in the endless trials this time. Long Tang has just said the Nine Heavens Road and have some gains. I wish to enter closed-door seclusion for a period of time. I hope that Dean Zhang will allow it." Long Tang's current condition was clearly unsuitable for partic. 1p. Aiding in the endless trials. Zhang Songtao naturally would not be so unreasonable. He nodded and said, "Enter closed seclusion and comprehend your gains well. Forget about the endless trials. What's the second matter?" "The second matter is to express thanks to a person. Without him, I couldn't have cleared the Nine Heavens Road." "Oh, there's such a thing? Who has such capabilities to actually aid you in sing the Nine Heavens Road?" Zhang Songtao exclaimed in surprise. Long Tang's word aroused everybody's curiosity. But Body knew the answer except for Zhuo Buguei. Chapter 122, Destined Battle. Chapter 122, Destined Battle. Long Tang turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd beneath the stage. Everyone looked in all directions, trying to find the person which Long Tang spoke of. Just who is it? To actually be able to help senior apprentice brother Long through the Nine Heavens Road. A heavenly Tao oath has to be sworn every time before entering the Nine Heavens Road. Who would divulge information on the Nine Heavens Road? Who knows? I reckon that senior apprentice brother Long hooked up with some senior apprentice sister. The power of love is the mightiest. It was this conviction supporting him as he charged through the Nine Heavens Road, right? You don't say. There might really be that possibility. It's just who knows which family's girl have that honor. In my view, only senior apprentice sister Feng can match with senior apprentice brother Long in the entire academy. It's not her, right? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Teacher Feng has already been acquired by Yi Yuan. If senior apprentice sister Feng and senior apprentice brother Long become a pair, how will they let us live? The students started whispering to each other with their rich imagination. Soon, the topic digressed to Feng Ruoqing and her niece. Martial artists' auditory abilities were excellent. Some words were inevitably transmitted into their ears, making Feng Ruoqing blush to the tips of her ears. Who knew since when she was already acquired by Yi Yuan? Even she was unaware of it. In front of the public, Feng Ruoqing forever had that ice-cold look. Hearing the crowd's discussion, an intangible killing chi spread out. Except that there were too many people talking. She could not possibly kill them all, right? Long Tang swiftly found Yi Yuan in the crowd. He paid attention to Yi Yuan for a very long time already and was naturally familiar with his aura. "Thank you, Yi Yuan. Without your guidance, I couldn't possibly have said the Nine Heavens Road." Long Tang extended his heartfelt thanks. Long Tang's words instantly caused an uproar. What? It was actually Yi Yuan? How's that possible? It seemed like they didn't even know each other, right? Yeah, Also, Yi Yuan is only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. What can he teach senior apprentice Brother Long? He couldn't have divulged the secrets of the Nine Heavens Road, right? But Yi Yuan is still living well right now. It couldn't be that senior apprentice Brother Long cleared it himself like that after watching Yi Yuan challenge the Nine Heavens Road, right? That's too sinister. Everybody felt doubt and bafflement towards Long Tang's words. Even if Long Tang's talent was beneath Yi Yuan's current strength was still weak. What would he help Long Tang with? Furthermore, those familiar with Long Tang knew that he and Yi Yuan were not even acquainted. When did Yi Yuan even help him? Su Yubai's face promptly darkened after hearing Long Tang's words. This Long Tang simply did not know how to appreciate favors. To actually praise Yi Yuan in front of so many people, even if he did not accept the olive branch he cast. Did he not know that Yi Yuan and the Su family were mortal enemies? Was each one of them Russ? A blessing to oppose the Su family? If a tiger did not demonstrate its might, did they really treat me, Su Yubai, like a sick cat? You all are geniuses. Yes, but a genius who can't mature will only be a speck of dust in history. Who would remember you all? Yi Yuan was also mischievously guessing who gave Long Tang pointers just now. Who would have expected Long Tang to actually name him, leaving him somewhat caught unaware? Hey, are you mistaken, senior apprentice Brother Long? When have I ever guided you? This is the first time we've met, okay? Yi Yuan was rather bewildered. Long Tang suddenly beamed, smiling very happily. Those familiar with Long Tang knew that he rarely smiled. Today was really without precedent. You said wrongly, Yi Yuan. Today is indeed the first time you've met me, but I've already seen you many times before. Virtually every time you fought in the academy, I've been observing you, all the way until you charged bravely into the Nine Heavens Road. Finally, I was enlightened and found the path which belongs to me. Hence, even though you don't know that I've changed because of you, I still have to thank you. Long Tang proclaimed loudly. Oh, so that's the case. Haha, then congratulations to you. There isn't a need to thank me. It would be great if you can help me finish off that old fellow behind you. Yi Yuan pointed to Su Yubai behind Long Tang and said with a smile. Su Yubai's face darkened even more severely with Yi Yuan's words. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually dare to request Long Tang to kill him in front of so many people. Utterly preposterous. Just keep being smug, brat. I've already laid down an inescapable net for you in the endless forest. Just go without worry. Long Tang did not turn back. He knew who Yi Yuan was pointing to. Her. I'm still not Elder Su's match right now. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you fulfill this wish of yours. However, 1 year is probably a little tight for me, but should be sufficient for you. It's still more refres. Plussing to personally do this sort of thing like revenge. The first half of Long Tang's words sounded like complimenting, but the second half was simply looking down upon Su Yubai, and the meaning of his words was actually acknowledging the truth that Yi Yuan was even more talented than him. Long Tang, do you know the consequences of insulting the Academy's elder? Su Yubai was enraged. Long Tang's back faced Su Yubai. He did not plan on responding from the start. Towards Su Yubai's conduct, Long Tang also despised him greatly, which was why he said those words. TSK. Elder Su is getting on in years. You're really quite forgetful. Senior apprentice Brother Long cleared the Nine Heavens Road, so his status is already equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciple. His status in the Tranquil Cloud sect is already higher than yours. So what if he insults you a little? Yi Yuan derided him. Good. You all want to rebel, right? Just wait. Don't think that you can be carefree after making it through the Nine Heavens Road by luck. Su Yubai's flames of wrath could already burn the skies. Better save it, Elder Su. We're about to take part in the endless trials now. You'd better not delay everyone's time. Yi Yuan completely ignored Su Yubai's threat. Zhang Songtao, who was hosting the endless trials, could no longer watch on. Speaking up, he said, All right. Yi Yuan, Long Tang, don't mess around anymore. Although you two already have the status of the high sex core disciple, you are still in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, yes? I know that both parties have some grudges, so temporarily put aside this matter. The matter at hand is still to undergo the endless trials. Both parties, give me face and stop arguing. Zhang Songtao's words were clearly partial toward Su Yubai, but Yi Yuan was indifferent. Either way, Su Yubai's face was already swept clean by him. He did not suffer a loss. Rather, it was Long Tang who seemed like he had not finished talking. He asked Yi Yuan, although this request is rather abrupt, I still wish to be able to fight with you before heading for the Tranquil Cloud sect. I wonder what's your opinion? Even though this was the first time Yi Yuan came into contact with Long Tang, he still had quite a good impression. Long Tang was clearly someone who was forthright and determined. A pretty decent opponent. Furthermore, Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll. Yi Yuan wanted to charge back to the divine realm, so Long Tang was in its true sense his first barrier. He had a pious it. This battle was perhaps destined a long time ago. All right, even if Senior Apprentice Brother Long doesn't come and find me, I would also go and look for you. This battle, I will definitely go, Yi Yuan said heroically. Chapter 123, Utterly Shameless. Chapter 123, Utterly Shameless, team up with me, Senior Apprentice Sister Foam. My 7-star sword art is already trained to the great success stage. I won't drag you down. Why not we go together, Senior Apprentice Sister Foam? If we encounter high-tier demonic beasts, I will sacrifice my life to let you escape. Together, Senior Apprentice Sister Foam, all the treasures our team gets will belong to you. I only want the items the mission requires. After the rather unpleasant assembly ended, the majority of the teams left the Danwu Academy. Along the way, many powerful and outstanding young men gathered in front of Feng Zhiro, hoping to team up with her. Feng Zhiro's charm was truly not fake. Just in this short while, there were already no less than 10 male students who requested to team with her, and their strengths were all at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm and above. One had to acknowledge that Feng Zhiro's cold and icy appearance could greatly stimulate men's desire to conquer. The colder she was to these male students, the more stimulated these males rushed up to her. Even when Feng Zhiro rejected those male students, they still circled around not far from her. Yi Yuan kept following neither too far away nor too near. But now he joined in, asking with a smile, why not take me, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng? You see, my strength is meager. The two of us teaming up can fully display your unparalleled majesty. Everyone shot a scornful look at Yi Yuan. Your strength is meager? Your combat prowess can already rank in the top 50 of the martial roll. Can bulls, H.I. plus T even reach such a level? Furthermore, don't women all wish to be protected by men? Your kind of degrading request for protection will surely be despised by Senior Apprentice Sister Feng. Speaking of which, this was already not the first time Yi Yuan hid behind a woman's back. The previous time Su Yubai ambushed, didn't Yi Yuan also hide behind Teacher Feng? Could Yi Yuan be a typical case of bullying the weak but fearing the strong? How could Senior Apprentice Sister Feng possibly like such a man? Moreover, who in the academy currently was unaware that Yi Yuan already picked up Teacher Feng now, he even came to tease Feng Zhiro. Could it be that he wanted to simultaneously collect aunt and niece? Did he not want to retain his face? Even if Senior Apprentice Sister could not find any man, it was also impossible to share a husband with her own aunt, right? Right at this moment, Feng Zhiro suddenly stopped and turned around to stare icily at Yi Yuan. A bone-chilling intent spread out. Just when everyone thought that Feng Zhiro was about to explode, she spat out 4 words coldly, "Make way in front." Everybody fell to the ground. Just when the world happened. This world is too insane. Senior Apprentice Sister Feng actually agreed. Could it be that Senior Apprentice Sister Feng was a thorough cold elder sister who enjoyed this or a play? If they knew earlier, they would also have pretended to have a pitiful appearance to satisfy Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's protective desires. Haha, heard that? Senior Apprentice Sister Feng has already agreed to pair up with me. Everyone, stop circling around her already. You all are also aware that once Senior Apprentice Sister Feng flares up, ordinary people can't take it. Better not find trouble for yourselves. If you're hurt because of this, don't blame me for not warning you all. Yi Yuan told everyone with a smile. Finest. H.I. Plusing. Yi Yuan really led the way to open up the path. There were naturally some who still refused to give up. In the end, after Feng Zhuro drew her sword and nearly sliced off an ear, did everyone leave unwillingly. At this moment, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhuro already arrived at the borders of the Endless Forest. The Endless Forest was filled with dangers. Hence, when students underwent the Endless Trials, they frequently entered in threes or in pairs. The duration of the Endless Trials was half a month. The mission for Heaven-ranked students was to submit 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts' inner cores and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. This mission did not seem hard to complete. They just had to kill 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts, harvest 10 stalks of medicinal herbs, and that was it. But in fact, it was not so simple. The strength of the demonic beasts tended to be immensely powerful, often a level greater than the strength of martial artists of the same level. Furthermore, many demonic beasts lived in groups. Once they get caught, it was virtually impossible to survive. Also, some medicinal herbs often had its accompanying beast to guard it. One could suffer the attack of a demonic beast at any time while harvesting herbs. Hence, forming teams to complete the mission was obviously the best option. Senior apprentice sister, aren't you tired at all of showing that icy face all day? Seeing body around, Yi Yuan turned towards Feng Zhuro. None of your business. I want to. Feng Zhuro snapped. Although she still maintained that frosty look, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like throwing a tantrum. It was entirely different from that kind of distancing people 1,000 miles away sort of iciness just now. Yi Yuan sighed and said, You got to marry eventually, gorgeous. How are you going to find your Mr. Right like this? Feng Zhuro said, All of you stinky men, every one of you just thinks about dirty stuff. None of you are good. Why do I have to show a good ATT? Two to you all. You're overturning an entire S.H.I. plus P of people with one blow. Let's not talk about whether men are good or not first. This Tao of men and woman is a natural great Tao. A gentleman pursues a fair maiden. There's nothing inappropriate about this, right? I also didn't say that I can't find a Tao companion. What are you anxious about? Don't tell me that you are so anxious because you fell for this young lady like those stinky men. Feng Zhuro's words unconsciously detached Yi Yuan away from the rest. Most likely, even she did not realize it herself. Yi Yuan chortled and said, Senior apprentice sister who might be beautiful, but I'd better keep a respectful distance away from that personality of drawing your sword at the slightest provocation. I don't wish to find a Tao companion who might just stab me one day. That would be such an unjust death. Feng Zhuro gnashed her teeth and said, You're so vapid. Do you have to keep harping on that one thing forever? Just like Feng Ruoqing, Feng Zhuro had always been rather confident in her own charm. But in front of Yi Yuan, she had never found that sort of superiority. Not only did Yi Yuan not humor her and indulge her like the other students, but he also avoided her like the plague. Feng Zhuro had never experienced this sort of frustration before. Moreover, she could sense that Yi Yuan's words just now was not deliberately weighed out, but rather, he really did not want to have any association with herself. In reality, Yi Yuan had never schemed after anything of hers. In fact, he helped her in her a lot. Feng Zhuro was prideful and haughty. All she thought about was pursuing the extremities of the martial Tao. If she could no longer advance in this lifetime, it would be even worse than killing her. Not only did Yi Yuan notice the problem with her body, he even gave her a cultivation law. This cultivation law, named Water-Defying Incantation, was simply custom-made for her. Feng Zhuro advanced at a tremendous pace when training this cultivation law. Without any accidents, she only required 3 months to catch up to her former cultivation law's progress. Although Feng Zhuro never expressed anything towards this, she was actually still very grateful to Yi Yuan in her heart. Yi Yuan involuntarily laughed when he saw her look. Fine. Actually, it's not that I'm anxious about your affairs, but it's teacher Feng who is more concerned. Feng Zhiro asked doubtfully, my aunt? What's the matter? Yi Yuan repeated what Feng Ruoqing said in the morning and said smilingly, your aunt is also really strange. She's clearly still a young lot, yet she's worried about your matters. Hearing this incident, Feng Zhiro surprisingly did not express any opinion. Instead, she pulled a long face and said, quickly go. Continue to open up the path. Yi Yuan laughed and said, open what path? We could just openly walk in. As he was talking, Yi Yuan fished out 2 medicinal pills and handed Feng Zhiro one. Chapter 124, Breath Concealing Pill. Chapter 124, Breath Concealing Pill. Feng Zhiro looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands. A stinky odor wafted over. She could not resist pinching her nose and pus. Plussing away Yi Yuan's hand, asking with a frown, what medicinal pill is this? So smelly. Tier 2 Breath Concealing Pill. Tier 3 Demonic Beasts, and below will be incapable of detecting our aura. This will save us a lot of trouble, Yi Yuan explained. Feng Zhiro shook her head repeatedly and said, I don't want to stink to death. Eat it yourself if you want to. Yi Yuan smiled and did not insist on it. He swallowed one and kept the other one away. Right now, the two had already entered the boundaries of the endless forest and did not stop for long. They headed straight into the deeper areas. Hey, what place are we going to? Feng Zhiro asked from behind. Go into the Crimson Summit Ridge first. Yi Yuan answered without even turning back. Crimson Summit Ridge? Are you mad? That's the habitat of the long-armed stone ape. There's at least tens of thousands of long-armed stone apes. There might even be a Tier 3 Ape King. Are you going to seek death? Feng Zhiro exclaimed in shock. Long-armed stone ape was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Once surrounded by a group of long-armed stone apes, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. Go if you want to. I also didn't make you come along. Earlier, it was just to help you out of your situation. Do you really think I'm counting on you to protect me? Yi Yuan did not spare any face for Feng Zhiro. Feng Zhiro flew into a rage when she heard this. Yi Yuan, who do you think you are? Just your puny bit of strength isn't even fit to carry shoes for this young lady. Isn't it just a one-way route to H-E-L-L if you go to the Crimson Summit Ridge? Gorgeous, don't flatter yourself. I don't want to carry shoes for you. Also, just because you're strong, it doesn't mean that you'll definitely be fine. My strength is not as great as yours, but I also won't do something just to die in vain. Understood? I'm not going anymore. I want to see just how you're going to come out from the Crimson Summit Ridge. Feng Zhiro stomped her feet angrily and then stopped. Yi Yuan still did not turn his head back. He kept moving forward with gusto without the slightest intention of stopping. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan had mingled for some time already. They more or less understood a little of the other party's temper and personality. Regardless whether it was the great life and death battle with Lin Tianxing or challenging the Nine Heavens Road later on, Yi Yuan never did anything he was not confident in. And even though this Yi Yuan's strength was not great, his various means were inexhaustible. She had never seen him suffer a loss. Not that she had never seen Yi Yuan be at a disadvantage before. The only time she saw it seemed to be from her hands. That one sword nearly cost him his life. Seeing Yi Yuan's figure about to disappear from her line of sight, Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and displayed her movement technique to catch up. This fellow completely doesn't know to give in to girls a little. Such a blockhead, maddening this princess to death. Feng Zhiro said huffily. Yi Yuan's pace was not quick. In a blink of an eye, Feng Zhiro caught up. Without waiting for Yi Yuan to speak, Feng Zhiro said irately, Don't think too much into it, Yi Yuan. I just don't want to be scolded by Ani when I get back. That's why I'm continuing to protect you. If you die in the endless forest, she will definitely not spare me when I return. Yi Yuan's back faced Feng Zhiro as he simply smiled and kept mum. If he could, Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to go to Crimson Summit Ridge either. But one of the core ingredients of the Essence Yang pill, Crimson Soul GRA, S. just happened to be growing in the habitat of the long-armed stone apes. He had no choice but to go. The long-armed stone ape was a demonic social beast. Furthermore, their strength was very great. Even crystal formation realm martial artists did not dare to freely intrude. No wonder Feng Jiro's reaction was so big. After 4 hours, inside a dense forest, a faint blue pretty figure suddenly swung a sword and killed a demonic beast opposite her. The pretty figure landed on the ground, panting daintily and her fragrant sweat dripping. This was already the third Tier 2 demonic beast that Feng Jiro killed. Apart from these Tier 2 beasts, she even killed no less than 10 Tier 1 demonic beasts. After killing so demonic beasts, Feng Jiro's essence energy consumption was naturally enormous. While at the side, Yi Yuan remained composed as he looked at Feng Jiro, who was dripping fragrant sweat without the slightest intention to come over and help. Do you still have humanity, Yi Yuan? I came to help you, but you've been standing idly by all this while. Feng Jiro currently wished that she could split Yi Yuan with one sword. As for Feng Jiro's sword, Yi Yuan was not too concerned. Although he was not Feng Jiro's match at the moment, it was no longer possible for Feng Jiro to try and kill him with a sword like last time. My great missus, it's you who are in. Oh, Blean refused to eat the breath-concealing pill. Now, you're blaming me for attracting demonic beasts? I have a lot of places I want to go. How would I have the energy to keep wasting time along the way like this? Let's not talk about whether you will encounter powerful demonic beasts if you slaughter your way over or not. Just the exhaustion will wear you out dead tired. Yi Yuan said grumpily. The endless forest was infinitely vast. The distance to the Crimson Summit Ridge from the borders was 1,000 miles. To human martial artists, it was already a very deep place. Even though Yi Yuan had a map of the outer regions of the endless forest and could do a detour to avoid some danger zones, it would take too much time. He could afford to dawdle, but Luer could not. So he could only walk in a straight line. Consuming the breath-concealing pill could minimize trouble to the limits. Yet Feng Jiro refused to eat it. Yi Yuan also knew Feng Jiro's temper. Advising her was useless. Only by letting her suffer some hearts. Plus P would she change her mind. Indeed, now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Jiro suddenly had a revelation. No wonder along the way, demonic beasts did not attack Yi Yuan and just pounced toward her vigorously as if they did not see Yi Yuan. So this was actually the reason. Feng Jiro knew Yi Yuan's alchemy standards, so she naturally would not doubt his medicinal pills. It was just whenever she thought of that unbearable stench, Feng Jiro would just shrink back. Seeing Feng Jiro's expression change several times, Yi Yuan fished out that medicinal pill again and said, "Senior apprentice sister, if you plan on following me forward, just swallow this medicinal pill in one breath. Otherwise, we can only part here. You're also aware that I came to the endless forest this time because of important matters. Time is very precious. If we continue like this, you will only become my burden." Although she really did not want to admit it, it was just as Yi Yuan said. She would only become Yi Yuan's burden if this continued. Feng Jiro was extremely competent. One time, she could not accept the fact of becoming a baggage that needed to be carried around. Thinking up to here, Feng Jiro reached out to the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand and swallowed it with her eyes shut. The pill entered her mouth, and Feng Jiro realized that it was not as nasty as she imagined it to be. In fact, it carried a faint trace of fragrance in the mouth which overflowed her entire body. Looking at that smile of Yi Yuan's like his scheme had succeeded, Feng Jiro's temper flared up out of nowhere. She pointed her sword at Yi Yuan and said furiously, "Did you make fun of me on purpose? I'll kill you." Yi Yuan hurried, dodged, and laughed out loud. "My great missus, can you be reasonable? Do you think that if I tell you right from the start, you would believe it?" Hearing that, Feng Jiro was stunned. What Yi Yuan said was really true. Each person knew their temper the best. Even if Yi Yuan explained just how delicious that medicinal pill was from the beginning, there was no way she would have consumed it. Chapter 125, Obtaining Good Wallflower Using Wit. Chapter 125. Obtaining Good Wallflower Using Wit. Feng Zhiro consumed the breath-concealing pill. There was no smint from demonic beasts along the way, so the pair's advancement speed increased significantly. After half a day, the two people walked almost half of the journey. But Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. "Why aren't you walking?" Feng Zhiro asked. "There's good stuff. Finest. Plus-ing." Yi Yuan pranced forth and arrived in front of cave. Feng Zhiro was also very curious as she tagged along. Feng Zhiro was about to ask again when Yi Yuan gestured with his hand to keep silent. He transmitted his voice. There should be a type of herb in this cave called the Good Wallflower. However, this flower tends to have iron paw flying bears guarding it. Feng Zhiro asked puzzledly, "Why do you know again?" 1. Some precious herbs not only have associated beasts, but also have associated plants. This stretch of blue sandalwood forest is the Good Wallflower's accompanying plant. The blue sandalwood can secrete a type of liquid into the soil, and this liquid is precisely the Good Wallflower's nourishment. Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiro was dumbstruck. She felt that Yi Yuan was simply omniscient and omnipotent. Just merely sing by a stretch of blue sandalwood forest, and he actually discovered the highly rare Good Wallflower. As an alchemist, Feng Zhiro naturally heard of the Good Wallflower. It was a very rare tier 2 medicinal herb, except that the herbal essentials did not describe the Good Wallflower in detail. Clearly, the authorly plus Jun himself was unclear of the source and use of this flower. Something which an alchemy sovereign did not even understand. Yet Yi Yuan could enumerate it like his family's treasures. Just what kind of heaven-defying existence was that teacher behind him? Ignoring that teacher, Yi Yuan himself was only 15 years old. What kind of genius could learn so many things when they were 15? However, Feng Zhiro would only keep her astonishment a secret. Her mouth was condescending, and she said, "You know a lot, huh? In a while, if we can't find these good wallflowers, let's see what you have to say." Yi Yuan smiled and did not clarify. He transmitted his voice to her. "Later, you lure the iron paw flying bear away. I'll go and retrieve the herb." Feng Zhiro immediately frowned heavily when she heard that, and even forget to transmit her voice as she responded indignantly. "Are you mistaken, Yi Yuan? You are a grown man, yet you keep making women do dangerous things. Go if you want, I'm not going." Yi Yuan gave an innocent look and said, "You came to protect me, senior apprentice sister. Can you bear to watch me go and die?" An iron paw flying bear is a tier 2 demonic beast with high speed and great strength. If I go, it's equal to casting away my life. I don't care. Either way, I'm not going. Feng Zhiro's willfulness acted up. Roar! Right then, a huge roar sounded out. The pair's arguing sounds startled the iron paw flying bear inside the cave. A colossal figure gradually appeared from the pitch-black cave with a body full of fur. It was precisely an adult iron paw flying bear. We alerted the iron paw flying bear. "Quickly run." Feng Zhiro shrieked and turned around to run away. After running a few steps, Feng Zhiro suddenly realized that something was wrong. Turning back, she found out that Yi Yuan did not even move. "What are you standing stupidly there for, Yi Yuan? Quickly run. We aren't a match for the iron paw flying bear." Feng Zhiro yelled. Iron paw flying bears had very explosive tempers. Seeing Yi Yuan stand there without moving at all, it swiftly locked onto him. "Who's H?" Plus the iron paw flying bear roared again and pounced at Yi Yuan with lightning speed. But Yi Yuan remained motionless right there like he was scared silly. Feng Zhiro did not expect that this sort of situation would occur. The iron paw flying bear's attack power was very strong. If its palm landed fully, how could Yi Yuan survive? Although Feng Zhiro liked to bicker with Yi Yuan, it did not mean that she could really watch Yi Yuan die like that. In a blink of an eye, the iron paw flying bear already crossed several dozen meters. That Tannic Bearpaw already smacked down towards Yi Yuan. Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth and shot towards Yi Yuan with her movement technique at full blast. Ding! The iron paw flying bear and Feng Zhiro's sword had intimate contact and actually released intense metal scratching sounds with sparks. The iron paw flying bear's bare paw was brushed away, but Feng Zhiro retreated several steps in succession. A surge of blood swelled in her chest. The name of Iron Paw, the Iron Paw Flying Bear, was well-deserved. The strength of a pair of bear paws was actually comparable to magic artifacts. Feng Zhiro's sword was naturally a rare high-rank magic artifact, but it was actually unable to leave any injury on the bear paw. Right then, Yi Yuan turned around to look at Feng Zhiro. He smiled and said, "Many thanks to senior apprentice Sister Feng for saving me. Since you're already matched up, then I'll have to trouble you to lure it away." You actually made use of me." Feng Zhiro was exasperated. Only now did she react to being tricked by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not unable to evade, but he deliberately did not dodge just to wait for her to come back and save him. Now was clearly not the time to chat. The Iron Paw Flying Bear already arrived in front of their eyes. Wanted to run away now was useless. Since it was named Iron Paw Flying Bear, it could be seen that it was big, but not clumsy. It had extremely swift movements. The Iron Paw Flying Bear seemed to be enraged. It howled again, but disregarded Yi Yuan and pounced towards Feng Zhiro. Feng Zhiro swept a cold glance at Yi Yuan and said, "I'll settle the score with you later. Humph." Finus. H.I. Plusing. Feng Zhiro carried her sword and turned around, speeding out far away. Yi Yuan chuckled and yelled at Feng Zhiro's back, "Be careful, senior apprentice Sister Feng." After that, Yi Yuan walked over to the cave without hurrying at all. The Iron Paw Flying Bear had an enormous build. The cave it chose was naturally very size. The cave was not deep. Yi Yuan entered the cave and quickly found the good wallflower. In fact, there were a total of several hundred stalks. With these good wallflowers, I can nurture at least several hundred crystal formation rel powerhouses. Such luxury. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this cave had so many good wallflowers inside. The reason why Yi Yuan was unwilling to give up on these good wallflowers was primarily because of the promise he made to Huyin Yong previously. Back then, Feng were watching guess some parts, but she did not think that Yi Yuan could honor that promise so quickly. The big gift Yi Yuan wanted to give Huyin Yong back, then was to help him enter the crystal formation realm. Do not look at how 9th level spirit condensation realm was just that teeny bit away from crystal formation realm. That little bit was so near, yet poles apart. To the vast majority of spirit condensation realm martial artists, the endpoint of their martial path was the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm was absolutely like a 1,000-man army and 10,000 horses crossing a single log bridge. It was extremely difficult. One had to know that it had already been over a dozen years since Su Yubai was stuck at half-step crystal formation realm. Yet, he was unable to take that step. The difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm could be imagined. According to Yi Yuan's observations, Huyin Yong had the hope of breaking through to the crystal formation realm. It was just hard to determine the time. With his help, Huyin Yong could shorten this step by at least 30 years. Yi Yuan would naturally be using medicinal pills to aid Huyin Yong. The medicinal pill to help martial artists break through into the crystal formation realm was called the crystal formation pill. An ordinary high-grade crystal formation pill could increase the success rate of condensing crystal by 30%. With Yi Yuan standards, as long as he broke through to the crystal formation realm, it would naturally be not just that. And a good wallflower was one of the core ingredients for the crystal formation pill. With these crystal formation pills, Yi Yuan could even create an army of crystal formation realm martial artists. Such a force could virtually sweep across the tranquil, cloud, 10 nations. Chapter 126. Are you for real? Chapter 126. Are you for real? Placing these good wallflowers inside his storage ring, Yi Yuan continued to search the deeper parts of the cave. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan was very familiar with the living habits of all sorts of demonic beasts. The iron paw flying bear was not just the accompanying beast for the good wallflower. It also retained some habits of bears. For example, their love for eating honey. Some honey was extremely precious. Yi Yuan just wanted to try his luck by going in. This cave was very tidy. Clearly, that iron paw flying bear cherished this place greatly. Before long, Yi Yuan saw a stone mound. The stone mound was slightly larger than that iron paw flying bear. It was clear that this was where it rested. Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings and went over to examine a lump of honey and could not help being thrilled. It's actually silver sorbet honey, and there's so much. I really struck gold. Looks like that big stupid bear couldn't bear to eat it, and right here. Didn't think that I would profit from this. Haha, with this thing, I can also justify to Feng Jiro that lie s later. Otherwise, she would definitely split me in half. Silver Sword Bee was similarly a tier 2 demonic beast. Furthermore, its attack power was very strong, and its sting was highly toxic. The average person dared not approach it. Looks like that stupid great bear skin is really thick. To actually finish off a Silver Sword Bee's beehive. Truly impressive. Silver Sword Bee's honey was extremely hard to come by. The effects of just directly consuming it was not inferior to a transcendent grade essence chi pill. After Yi Yuan broke through to the spirit condensation realm, his cultivation would similarly require large quant. 1. Ties of medicinal pills. The medicinal pill commonly used in Endless World when cultivating at the spirit condensation realm was called essence drop pill. Yi Yuan obviously would not use such a low-level medicinal pill. He was prepared to refine a medicinal pill called jade water pill. Its effect was more than a level stronger than the essence drop pill. And the Silver Sword Bee's honey was precisely one of the core ingredients to refine the jade water pill. The medicinal pill that could be refined from so much Silver Sword Bee honey was roughly enough to let Yi Yuan break through to the 4th or 5th level spirit condensation realm. And the Silver Sword Bee honey had another use, which was whitening and beautifying. With Yi Yuan's methods, after refining several beauty-retaining pills to bribe Feng Jiro, that S most likely would not find trouble with him anymore. Which woman did not wish to be forever young? After collecting finished these Silver Sword Bee honey, Yi Yuan did not stay on and prepared to leave the cave straight away. If Feng Jiro could not hold on and that great stupid bear came back early trapping him inside, that would not be good. Yi Yuan swiftly went to the cave entrance and was just about to exit the cave when a premonition suddenly struck. For streaks of cold light came from 4 different directions, sneak attacking Yi Yuan directly. The strength of these 4 people were all at the spirit condensation realm. The 4 light beams virtually locked down Yi Yuan from all angles for the purpose of taking his life. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Yi Yuan had no time to think too much and could not be bothered with his image. He directly dropped and rolled inside the cave, barely evading these 4 attacks. Even so, a blade still struck Yi Yuan's calf. Big brother, turns out it's just a 9th level essence chi realm brat. Made us wait so seriously. Don't underestimate this brat. A 9th level essence chi realm could actually dodge our ambush. His strength can't be downplay. What are you scared of him for? We, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, are spirit condensation realm experts. You're even at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, big brother. This brat also has the exit blocked by us. Don't tell me he can fly away. The ambushers did not continue the pursuit, but blocked the exit, sealing off the only way out. Yi Yuan crawled up from the ground and felt a burning pain in his calf. Yi Yuan was familiar with poison and knew that the blade was coated with poison. He involuntarily frowned and fished out a detoxification pill he refined from his storage ring and ate it. Only then did it suppress the toxin. The Southern Ridge 4 heroes saw Yi Yuan's actions, but did not stop him. They just looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. One of them said, "It's useless, brat." This toxin was something we, Southern Ridge 4 heroes, begged from the 5 poison immortal. Even if Tier 2 demonic beasts were struck by it, it would die from the poison half a day later, let alone a puny 9th level essence chi realm like you. Ordinary detoxification pills completely can't resolve this poison. Yi Yuan ignored him, faced the boss-like martial artist, and answered with a question. You guys are demonic beast hunters? Seeing how these few people's equipments were shabby and their age was rather old, they were clearly not the Danwu Academy students. So that just left demonic beast hunters. This place was roughly 500 miles away from the boundaries, precisely the place where spirit condensation realm demonic beast hunters frequent. In the endless trials, not only would one suffer attacks from students and demonic beasts hunters were likewise a source of danger. They originally worked with their lives on the edge of a blade, while the students in the Danwu Academy were all proud children of heaven who enjoy countless cultivation resources. Under this comparison, there were naturally many demonic beast hunters who felt unfair, and among them, a percentage of them would choose to lay hands on students. In past endless trials, the number of students who died at the hands of demonic beast hunters was not small. That's right. If I guess correctly, you should be a student from the Danwu Academy, right? Looks like it's the time for the Danwu Academy's endless trials once again, the boss said. Why did you guys ambush me? Yi Yuan asked again. The boss SN, 1, G, E, read and pointed to where the good wallflowers originally were, and said, naturally for the precious herbs on you. This place should have many medicinal herbs, right? Looks like it was taken by you. Hand it over, and we'll give you a painless end. Hearing the boss's words, Yi Yuan could not resist laughing. You guys won't even let me off if I hand over the herbs? Sorry. Who asked you to be from the Danwu Academy? If I let you off after you exit the endless forest, how will we, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, survive? Then what are you bulls? I plus ting 4? Just directly make a move to S. N. A. TC. H it and be done with it, Yi Yuan said sullenly. That boss chortled. He continued talking with an attitude like everything was within his grasp. Talking naturally has its purpose. Do you know what poison we smeared on the blade? This poison is called 100 breath collapse. That's to say that within 100 breaths, the poison will flare up and you'll have no way of resisting and definitely die within half a day. From when you were poisoned till now, it's been almost 90 breaths. 10, 9, 8, 1 down. This 100 breath collapse proved effective every time the Southern Ridge 4 heroes used it. Even if a gargantuan build demonic beast were inflicted by this toxin, it would also collapse onto the ground within 100 breaths. Yi Yuan was only a 9th level essence chi realm. He naturally could not escape this end. But when he finished the 10 breaths and said the word down, Yi Yuan remained standing there without any intention of collapsing. Did I count wrong? There's still several breaths of time? Boss said in bewilderment when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan looked at this Southern Ridge 4 heroes boss and could not resist sighing. Are you for real? Playing poison with this little lord, you are still a little too unskilled. When this little lord was playing with poison, I'm afraid your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Comments 14. Yuya. Now, make them your slaves and let them work for you. Funky_monkey, and how old is this little boy right now? Carbons, LOL rate this chapter vote with Power Stone Chapter 127. Sowing discord, although the detoxification pill Yi Yuan refined was only Tier 2, the composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yi Hang refined. Consuming the detoxification pill and facing these spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yi Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet to his face. These words had indescribable oddness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Danwu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Danwu Academy. And Yi Yuan was clearly just 9th level essence Shi realm. Which old monster's strength was this lousy? Hence, the boss's final conclusion was that Yi Yuan was purely diverting him. Haha, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone, you can escape from the 4 of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yi Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try. Finus. H. I. Plus Ing and Azure Ta. S. Sealed sword suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hand with an intimidating chilling chi. It was precisely the Songhua sword. The instant that Songhua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge for heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once the Songhua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have this sort of undulations. The Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other 3 people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. Aha! To think that I, Chun Jiechio, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat, didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Chun Jiechio was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Chun Jiechio already started to picture the scene of wielding the Songhua sword and slaughtering in 4 directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yi Yuan looked at Chun Jiechio, and with a smile that was obviously not sincere, he said, Is that so? But there's only 1 spirit artifact, yet there are 4 of you. How do you plan on distributing it? Once Yi Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes' face changed. Humph! Trying to sow discord between us 4 brothers. You're still too inexperienced, brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry. Chun Jiechio had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yi Yuan's intentions, and he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yi Yuan said that, Chun Jiechio also quietly planned out how to settle the owners. H, I, plus P of this spirit artifact. After S, N, A, T, C. Hang over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other 3 people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge 4 heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Chun Jiechio braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really? But I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first and then killing them after S. T. C. Hang the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated. I was just guessing. Her. Yi Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes. Having his inner thoughts seen through, Chun Jiechio could not help becoming furious. You're seeking death, brat. Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent, we'll fall for it? Brothers, kill this brat first. Aiya, becoming angry from shame? You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of? However, kill you first before talking. Old second, old third, old fourth. What are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relations. H. I. plus P can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk? Shinjichio gave a pained expression. The other three people exchanged glances, but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words took effect. Haha, it's not that your feelings aren't deep, it's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relations. I plus P was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now, there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right? A few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets the spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other three people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life. These Southern Ridge 4 heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning like foxes. To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in body dared to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality, each had their own abominable quality. In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before? At this time, Old Second finally said, "Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first, then each swears a heavenly Tao oath." When Old Second said that, Chun Jiechio's heart immediately sunk. Clearly, his killing intent was roused. However, Chun Jiechio was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chun Jiechio laughed and said, "Since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush." Seeing this scene, a trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chun Jiechio already had the intent to kill. Currently, those 3 people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chun Jiechio's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the 3 people also felt relieved. "Old Second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right? Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it?" Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Chun Jiechio's face. Old Second nodded and said, "The spirit artifact is an important artifact. It can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, the 4 of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world. And finally, whether we can keep it or not is still a question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die." When that was said, the other 3 also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement. But right then, the essence energy in Chun Jiechio's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. Chapter 127, Sowing Discord. Chapter 127, Sowing Discord. Although the detoxification pill Yi Yuan refined was only Tier 2, the composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yi Hang refined. Consuming the detoxification pill and facing these spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yi Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet to his face, these words had indescribable oddness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Danwu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Danwu Academy. And Yi Yuan was clearly just 9th level Essence Chi Realm. Which old monster's strength was this lousy? Hence, The boss's final conclusion was that Yi Yuan was purely diverting him. Haha, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone, you can escape from the four of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yi Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try. Finus. H. I. Plus Ing and Azure Ta. S. Sealed sword suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hand with an intimidating chilling chi. It was precisely the Songhua sword. The instant that Songhua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge for heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once the Songhua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have this sort of undulations. The Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other three people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. Haha, to think that I, Chun Jiechio, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat, didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Chun Jiechio was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Chun Jiechio already started to picture the scene of wielding the Songhua sword and slaughtering in four directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yi Yuan looked at Chun Jiechio, and with a smile that was obviously not sincere, he said, Is that so? But there's only one spirit artifact, yet there are four of you. How do you plan on distributing it? Once Yi Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge four heroes' face changed. Humph, trying to sow discord between us four brothers. You're still too inexperienced, brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry. Chun Jiechio had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yi Yuan's intentions, and he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yi Yuan said that, Chun Jiechio also quietly planned out how to settle the owners. H, I, plus P of this spirit artifact. After S, N, A, T, C. Hang over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other three people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge four heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Chun Jiechio braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really? But I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first, and then killing them after S. T. C. Hang the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated. I was just guessing. Her. Yi Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes. Having his inner thoughts seen through, Chun Jiechio could not help becoming furious. You are seeking death, brat. Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent, we'll fall for it? Brothers, kill this brat first. Aiya, becoming angry from shame? You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of? However, kill you first before talking. Old second, old third, old fourth. What are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relations. H, I, plus P can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk? Chun Jiechio gave a pained expression. The other three people exchanged glances, but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words took effect. It's not that your feelings aren't deep. It's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relations. HI plus P was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now, there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right? The few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets a spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other three people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life. These Southern Ridge 4 heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning like foxes. To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in an body dare to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality, each had their own abominable quality. In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before? At this time, Old Second finally said, "Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first." Then each swears a heavenly Tao oath. When Old Second said that, Chen Jiechio's heart immediately sunk. Clearly, his killing intent was roused. However, Chen Jiechio was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chen Jiechio laughed and said, "Since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush." Seeing this scene, a trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chen Jiechio already had the intent to kill. Currently, those 3 people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chen Jiechio's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the 3 people also felt relieved. "Old Second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right? Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it?" Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Chen Jiechio's face. Old Second nodded and said, "The spirit artifact is an important artifact. It can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, the 4 of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world. And finally, whether we can keep it or not is still question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die." When that was said, the other 3 also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement. But right then, the essence energy in Chen Jiechio's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. Chapter 128, Murder Triggered by a Spirit Artifact. Chapter 128, Murder Triggered by a Spirit Artifact. As for the problem of the owners. HI plus P of the Spirit Artifact, I feel that we can use a year for the duration. Boss, your strength is the greatest, so you get half a year. The remaining half a year will be split among the 3 of us. Each of us gets 2 months. The more Old Second talked, the more excited he got. He felt that his allocation plan was very reasonable. It could dispel the boss's discontent and also let himself use a spirit artifact for a period of time. "Oh, your idea is pretty good. I concur." Chen Jiechio nodded and said, "Then what do the rest of the brothers think?" Old Second asked again. Old Third and Old Fourth naturally did not have any objections. Old Second opened his mouth again. He said, "Since that's the case, then let's decide it like this. But to avoid everyone reneging in the future, we'd better set a heavenly Tao oath." Old Second had not finished talking when he flew out. He spewed fresh blood frenziedly in midair and landed feebly on the ground. There was air going in, but no breathing out. Clearly, he was done for. This change happened too suddenly. Old Third and Old Fourth did not even manage to react yet. Chen Jiechio did not hesitate. After Ambus, plusing Old Second, the attack he prepared long ago was launched at Old Third. A chilling light flashed past, and a blade severed Old Third's arm with extreme speed. Old Third's reaction was also fast. He slightly tilted his body. Otherwise, this move would have split him into two. Art, Old Third cried out wretchedly and hastily revolved his essence energy to try and stop the bleeding from the wound. Old Fourth looked at Chun Jiechio in horror and reproached furiously, "What's the meaning of this, boss?" The moment the sneak attack succeeded, Chun Jiechio finally felt relieved. Among them, the Southern Ridge Four heroes, Old Fourth's strength was the weakest, being only at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Dealing with him was not hard. What he feared most were Old Second and Old Third joining hands. That would more or less be quite troublesome. If they fought until both sides were injured over here, would it not benefit that brat by the side? No other meaning. My intention. Don't tell me that Old Fourth you still can't tell? Chun Jiechio said with a spurious smile. Old Fourth's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You're really vicious, boss. Us brothers have already been together for 10 years, right? You actually laid hands against life and death brothers for a spirit artifact." Chun Jiechio sneered and said, "Life and death brothers? Don't think I don't know your dirty deeds. These few years, your wings have grown hard. How many spoils of battle have you all pocketed? When have I not closed an eye to it? Every time we encounter a strong enemy, you run faster than a rabbit, Old Fourth. Who help you all to fall back? Now that we finally came across a spirit artifact, you actually still want a portion of the soup from me. What's the *king point of placing this spirit artifact in your hands? Even so, you shouldn't have murdered. We have so many years of sentiment between us brothers. What matter can't be discussed." Old Fourth appeared to be enraged. "Discuss my *SS. Think your father? I still don't know your temperaments? If it was some other thing, then forget it. But this is a spirit artifact. A spirit artifact, which even a crystal formation realm old freak find hard to get. How could you all possibly watch me use alone? Hence, it's better to kill off cleanly. This spirit artifact is mine, Chun Jiechio's." The more Chun Jiechio spoke, the more agitated he got. Old Fourth's expression changed several times, but in the end, he still submitted, imploring, "Big brother, my strength is the weakest among us four brothers. I won't even think about owning a spirit artifact. Now that second brother and third brother, one is dead and the other is injured, I'm even less of a threat. Can you let me off? I can swear a heavenly Tao oath that I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of you owning a spirit artifact." Old Fourth said it very sincerely in a manner like he stood aloof from worldly desires, which made Chun Jiechio calm down. After ruminating it for a short while, Chun Jiechio nodded and said, "Fine, swear an oath." Hearing that, Old Fourth was overjoyed, and he hurriedly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." Old Fourth no longer hesitated and directly raised his finger pointing to the skies, swearing, "I swear an oath in the name of heavenly Tao. I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of big brother obtaining a spirit artifact, otherwise." Old Fourth's Heaven Tao oath was recited halfway when a change occurred once more. Chun Jiechio's blade howled towards Old Fourth with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. Old Fourth really thought that the boss let him off. How could he have thought that he was so ruthless and had long had the heart to kill for certain? Virtually without defending, that blade light pierced Old Fourth's heart. Up until now, Old Second and Old Fourth died. Old Third still had half his life left. The wound was poisoned. Old Third would die for sure in half a day. Finus. Plussing all these, Chun Jiechio looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Congratulations to you. Your inciting discord succeeded. There's only me alone left among us four brothers." Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, "Your Southern Ridge Dead Dogs Brotherhood really runs deep. When I was watching just now, it touched me so much that I'm almost tearing." Chun Jiechio could not be bothered with Yi Yuan's sarcasm and said, "I thought that you would take advantage of the chaos just now to run away. Didn't think that you could actually hold back. Haven't you been guarding against me? If I were to escape, It would be perfect for you give me a lightning blow. Isn't that so? Yi Yuan said. Chun Jiechio was somewhat puzzled as he said, Didn't think that your strength can't cut it, brat, but your observation is rather meticulous. A talent. But if that wasn't the case, you also couldn't have incited us brothers to kill ourselves. Chun Jiechio, this person, was very insidious and cunning. He even calculated against his own brothers, let alone Yi Yuan. Although he was dealing with the other three people just now, he always paid attention to Yi Yuan's movements. As long as Yi Yuan dared to move, he would surely give Yi Yuan a lightning-like blow. Huh, thanks for the praise. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Having already finished off the other three people, Chun Jiechio was not anxious right now. Instead, he started chatting with Yi Yuan. Seeing that you already have 9th level essence Qi realm cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid that your status in the Danwu Academy isn't low, right? And yet, a genius like you have to plummet here today. This is really regretful. His mouth said regretful, but Chun Jiechio's expression was very excited. Obtaining a spirit artifact and even nipping a genius in his bud, no matter how he thought, it was an extremely refres. Plusing thing. Yi Yuan looked at Chun Jiechio pitifully and said with a smile, I'm asking, if you were for real, why haven't you have a single bit of awareness? Hoping for a joke to become aware doesn't seem to be very realistic. I also don't know who gave you your confidence to make you feel certain of fineness. Plusing me off. Chun Jiechio was stunned when he heard that and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha, you're killing me. A 9th level essence Qi realm brat actually dares to be so brazen. It's really typical of the people from the academy. I know that your academy students are all really impressive and can leap ranks in battle. If you were a spirit condensation realm martial artist, then I really dare not talk to you like this. But sadly, you're only a 9th level essence Qi realm. Chun Jiechio was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The way he saw it, wouldn't dealing with a 9th level essence Qi realm be a complete crush on the ladder? Even if he was a genius. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Do you know why I sowed discord to make you all kill each other? Do you think that I only wanted to seize the chance to escape? You're wrong. Gravely mistaken. Chapter 129. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. 9 Sword Stance. Chapter 129. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. 9 Sword Stance. Oh, mistaken? I want to hear just how I'm mistaken. Chun Jiechio felt that Yi Yuan was very humorous. A 9th level essence, Qi realm, racked his brain to make them brothers kill each other, not for escaping. Could it be that it was for killing them all? But the reality was so. In truth, when I first took out the Sanhua sword, I just wanted to test the bonds between you brothers. But I didn't think that the result would give me such a shock and amazing effect. The reason why I spent so much effort to foment you all was that I wasn't confident in killing all of you simultaneously. It's still best for lesser people to know about the matter concerning the spirit artifact. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Haha, truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you mean that the 4 of us combined aren't your match? Chun Jiechio felt like he had heard a hilarious joke. Yi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. It's exactly so. You truly have no idea of death or danger. Do you think that by having a spirit artifact, you can cross a major realm and fight me? I do want to test whether a Danwu Academy's genius student has real ability or is just a fool who can only brag. Chun Jiechio was infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. Having frequently walked along the borders of life and death, Chun Jiechio's strength was very formidable. Forget about Essence Qi realm martial artists. Even among 3rd level spirit condensation realms, he belonged to the strong type. Of course, compared to the sort of strength among the Danwu Academy's martial roles experts, it was still lacking too much. For her, don't worry. You'll see it right away. The instant his words fell, Yi Yuan's entire aura transformed as if his entire being turned into a sharp sword. As if sensing the sword intent coming off of Yi Yuan's body, the Sanhua sword actually started a tremor in Yi Yuan's hand. The reason why spirit artifacts were called spirit artifacts was that they possessed spirituality. This sort of spirituality was not that they developed consciousness, but that they could produce a certain degree of resonance with a martial artist. This sort of resonance could increase the martial artist's strength. It was precisely because of this that spirit artifacts were stronger than magic artifacts and precious artifacts. Seeing Yi Yuan's transformation, color instantly faded from Chen Jiechio's face, and what replaced it was solemnness. No matter how he thought, he could not have expected that a mere 9th-level essence Qi realm could release such a formidable sword intent. Chen Jiechio finally understood why Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to escape. He did not even need to run. Such a powerful sword intent truly had the might to threaten him. This is my first time executing Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art. You're the first person to see it. You should feel honored. Yi Yuan held his sword and pointed to Chen Jiechio as he spoke. On the Nine Heavens Road, Yi Yuan fused together the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art and his own Falling Flower Floating Zero sword, the two sword intents, and named it Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art might be strong, but it required sword moves to display. With intent, but no moves, a rootless weed. With moves, but lacking intent, flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's outlook was extremely high. He deeply understood the logic that what suited oneself was the best. Hence, he did not think to go to the Tranquil Cloud sect to learn the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword arts or moves, but chose to create his own style. Creating styles was not something fun to do. Learning other people's things was already tremendously challenging, let alone creating one. Those who could self-create styles were undoubtedly all peerless prodigies. Only Yi Yuan dared to play like this. But due to time constraints, Yi Yuan only completed the embryonic form of the first move. Humph! No matter how powerful your sword intent is, without the support of essence energy, how much power can it have? I don't believe that you, a 9th-level essence Qi realm, can really kill me. Chen Jiechio snorted coldly. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade. Kill. Chen Jiechio decided to take the initiative. The moment he made a move, it was a killing blow. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade was the skill Chen Jiechio became famous for. He had been developing this martial art for nearly 10 years. One could say that he mastered it to perfection. When the blade slashed out, a weeping sound suddenly cried out akin to ghost wailing and wolves howling. It actually had the effect of absorbing souls. This martial technique was extremely powerful. The average martial artist would suck. MB2 at the instant they got careless. But sadly, Chen Jiechio met Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water on the Nine Heavens Road. This sort of soul-absorbing had no effect at all to him. And right then, Yi Yuan's sword stance was already completed. Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art. First stance, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and transformed into 9 silhouettes. 9 Yi Yuans struck with their swords simultaneously and unleashed 9 streaks of azure-colored sword beams. The 9 streaks of sword beams were released later, but arrived first, enveloping Chen Jiechio completely. Chen Jiechio was greatly alarmed. How could he be bothered to hack Yi Yuan anymore? He swiftly drew his blade to defend. Ding, ding, ding. A series of metal strikings sounded out. Chen Jiechio was in a flurry before barely blocking the sword beams. Chen Jiechio was well-deserved for being a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm expert. These 9 streaks of sword beams were executed using the Tsanghua sword. Its might was extremely formidable. He actually blocked the majority of it. However, there was still a streak of sword beam which breached his defensive circle and punched through his left arm without mercy. Chen Jiechio cried out miserably and clutched his left arm agonizingly. The flesh on his left arm was minced. Clearly, it was already crippled. Chen Jiechio was worthy of being a veteran. After suffering a hit, he shot towards the outer areas with extreme speed without saying anything. He was actually fleeing. Evidently, he was already completely certain that he was absolutely not Yi Yuan's match. Escaping with his life was of paramount importance. However, Yi Yuan obviously would not give him that chance. Practically the instant he turned around to escape, Yi Yuan kept away the Sanghua sword and pointed with his left finger. Absolute Yang finger. This was already the great circle stage, absolute Yang finger. Its killing might was absolutely astounding. Chen Jiqiu also did not expect Yi Yuan to react so quickly. This finger's speed was incredibly fast. There was simply no time to defend. Puchi. With that sound, an intangible force directly pierced through Chen Jiqiu's calf. Ark. Chen Jiqiu gave another wretch-sounding cry and then collapsed on the ground. I already said that none of you will escape. How can I give you the chance to flee? Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and said calmly. Chen Jiqiu disregarded the pain from his arm and leg and quickly scrambled over to kneel in front of Yi Yuan. He cried out miserably, "Mercy, little brother! Chen Jiqiu, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended little brother. I deserve to die. I deserve death. As long as little brother spare my life, I'm willing to work like a bull and a horse for you." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I think that you brothers have all committed countless crimes, right? Killing you all counts as executing justice on behalf of heaven. A bull or a horse like you, I dare not accept. Go in peace." Finus. Plus-ing. He directly removed Chen Jiqiu's head without giving him the slightest chance. Yi Yuan did not have any pity at all towards these sort of human dregs. Recalling the scene when he displayed the nine-sword stance just now, Yi Yuan frowned and murmured to himself, "The nine-sword stance can still be perfected. The might of this 9 streaks of sword beams is unbalanced. Unleash. Plussing the sword was also unharmonious. There's still some time lag." Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with that strike just now. Right then, a feeble voice was heard. "Why, young hero, I beg you. Save me." Chapter 130. I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth. Chapter 130. I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth. Yi Yuan looked over, and it turned out to be old third of the Southern Ridge for heroes. His arm was hacked off by Chen Jiqiu, and the blade carried deadly poison. Right now, the poison already spreading throughout his body. The antidote had always been under Chen Jiqiu's charge, which was why he left Old Third alone. Southern Ridge Old Third had no time to be astonished by Yi Yuan's prowess. But he recalled Yi Yuan ate a detoxification pill, and the result was that the 100-breath collapse was utterly useless. Only Yi Yuan could save him now. Yi Yuan gave Southern Ridge Old Third a pitiful look and said, "Disasters from the heaven can be withstood, but the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Since you all thought of robbing others, you should have been mentally prepared to be killed. Furthermore, to be able to die at the hands of your own brothers, you can die in peace." Earlier, Yi Yuan was watching coldly from the sidelines and had long seen that none of the 4 people were good. Yi Yuan was not some fresh rookie, so he obviously would not make this kind of low-level mistake. Seeing Yi Yuan about to leave, Southern Ridge Old Third panicked and quickly called out, "Young hero, I have important intelligence. I only ask that young hero save my life." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with that fellow. He collected the storage rings left behind by those people. Even though he did not hope to find good stuff from these guys, at any rate, it was his loot. "Young hero, I really have important intelligence. A few days ago, we said by the Lotus Moon Gorge and discovered that the demonic beasts around the canyon were causing a commotion and russ. Plussing towards the depths of the canyon. There must be some natural treasure being born. 2 Southern Ridge Old Third feared that Yi Yuan would really leave, so he simply said it out. But Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it. With such a natural treasure, why didn't you guys go? How can a natural treasure, which caused a collective upheaval of demonic beasts, be ordinary? I'm afraid that you baiting me to go to the Lotus Moon Gorge isn't something as simple as saving you, right? Why, young hero? Facing Yi Yuan's compelling gaze, Southern Ridge Old Third faltered. He did not think that Yi Yuan had such a mature mind at such a young age. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fine then. To let you die in peace, I promise that I'll definitely go to the Lotus Moon Gorge. Since you still want to play mind games with me on your deathbed, then don't blame me." Finus. H.I. Plussing. Yi Yuan smacked his palm down on the top of Southern Ridge Old Third's head. "Why, young hero, mercy." Ah. Following a blood-curdling scream, Southern Ridge Old Third died. Although the Southern Ridge Old Third revealing this news was his dying throes, one had to admit that he coincidentally struck Yi Yuan's weak point. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan truly did not have any immunity towards natural treasures. He would not give up until he went to see it. After settling the business here, a blue-clothed figure fluttered over. Who could it be but Feng Zhiro? When Feng Zhiro came close, she stabbed towards Yi Yuan with her sword wordlessly. Yi Yuan hurriedly dodged and cried out, "Senior apprentice sister, I have something to say." "Say your head. Have a taste of my sword first." How could Feng Zhiro listen? With a wave of her hand, she struck with her sword again. Although Feng Zhiro's sword looked vicious, in truth, she did not use killing moves. Ever since nearly killing Yi Yuan previously, Feng Zhiro more or less learned her lesson. And the current Yi Yuan was no longer someone she could casually flatten with a sword. Of course, Yi Yuan naturally could not retaliate. He was in the wrong in the first place. "Senior apprentice sister, I did that all for you." Ah. While he was talking, another sword struck. Yi Yuan cried out and swiftly evaded. "For me? Sounds really nice. Do you know how much effort I spent to shake off that big stupid bear? Enough C.R.A.P. Eat my sword." Feng Zhiro was played by Yi Yuan and even had no choice but to help him draw away the iron paw flying bear. Her heart had so much pent-up anger. "You stop first, all right, senior apprentice sister? Hear me explain things carefully," Yi Yuan said while dodging. "What's there to explain? Stand still for me and eat my sword first before we talk." How could Feng Zhiro be willing to give in? The two people, one chasing and the other fleeing. In a blink of an eye, over a dozen sword strikes were unleashed, but Yi Yuan just refused to stop. Yi Yuan was also chased until he became irritated. He suddenly halted and shut his eyes to let Feng Zhiro freely stab over. Feng Zhiro also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly play this move. She instantly jumped in fright. If this sword landed, how could Yi Yuan survive? Yi Yuan had given a lot of help to them aunt and niece. Feng Zhiro did not say it, but her heart was still rather grateful. Chasing down Yi Yuan was just to vent her anger, not to really hurt him. Yi Yuan's action came too suddenly. Feng Zhiro simply could not react. Withdrawing her sword at this time was already too late. But Feng Zhiro was a 4th-level spirit condensation realm expert at any rate. Her control towards the sword already reached an extremely powerful level, and she managed to change the trajectory of the sword mid-path. This sword barely shaved by Yi Yuan's ear with immense trepidation. But right then, Yi Yuan's face and Feng Zhiro's face was practically plastered together. Yi Yuan had his eyes shut, and Feng Zhiro's exhalation smelled like orchids, unintentionally affecting Yi Yuan's mind. Feng Zhiro's pretty face went red first before taking a step back and yelling, "Are you mad, Yi Yuan? Do you know how dangerous that was just now?" Yi Yuan opened his eyes and suddenly cracked a smile. "If not like this, senior apprentice sister won't give up. I know senior apprentice sister cares for me and definitely won't kill me. Don't give me that. Don't think I dare not kill you." Feng Zhiro raised her sword again, but threatening again at this time appeared to be so weak and frail. Yi Yuan chuckled and pushed the sword aside. "Senior apprentice sister, if you want to kill me, you have to at least let me finish what I have to say first." Feng Zhiro kept away her sword and snorted. "Fine, I'll hear just what you have to say, but if you don't give a justifiable reason, you can walk the rest of the way yourself." Finus. H.I. Plussing. Feng Zhiro was so peeved that she turned around. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth. Is senior apprentice sister still satisfied?" With this explanation, when Feng Zhuro heard those words, the anger on her face swiftly faded, and what took its place was curiosity. She turned around and curiously asked, "What 100 years of youth? Say it clearly." Yi Yuan laughed and explained the function of the silver sword bee's honey. Feng Zhuro instantly became elated when she heard that. Clutching Yi Yuan, she asked, "Is what you said true? That whatever beauty-retaining pill can really maintain my appearance for 100 years without aging?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, 100 years is just the beginning. If I perform above my usual standards and refine out a transcendent-grade beauty-retaining pill, then 150 years is not an issue. Furthermore, not only can the beauty-retaining pill let you maintain your current appearance, it can even moisturize your skin, making it fairer than snow. Really? Then doesn't that mean that I'll look even better than now? Or was there still any demeanor of a proud daughter of heaven presently on her? Feng Zhuro looked just like a little girl ignorant of worldly affairs. However, she cannot be blamed for this. As long as one was a woman, regardless of how unparalleled her martial arts was or what a peerless beauty she was, they would still place a heavy emphasis on their appearance. Feng Zhuro was only a mortal country's little princess. In the future, she would surely grow old. Growing old like that was the most frightening thing for every woman. It was even more terrifying than dying. Hence, they would risk their lives to try and delay the coming of that day. Chapter 131. Despondent Sieging Team. Chapter 131. Despondent Sieging Team. Somewhere several hundred miles away from Yi Yuan and Feng Zhuro, 4 spirit condensation realm martial artists were currently sieging a powerful lion-type demonic beast. DAM, N fellow. Chong 1, attack its eyes. Chong 2. Chong 3, let's go and hold it back. A youth commanded the other 3 people. Yes, young master, the trio acknowledged in unison. This lion-type demonic beast was exceptionally powerful. It was already at the peak middle stage tier 2. It was already not far away from breaking through to the late stage tier 2. The 4 people actually appeared to be straining to deal with this demonic beast together. Following that youth's command, the other 3 people coordinated abnormally well, akin to one ant. One tie, Chong 1 leaped and landed on the head of the lion-type demonic beast. The demonic beast naturally would not give this fellow free rein to threaten it. It raised its paw, wanting to grab at Chong 1. How could the other 3 give him this chance? Attacks akin to rain falling struck towards the lion-type demonic beast's abdomen. After all, these were 3 middle-stage spirit condensation realm martial artists. No matter how strong this demonic beast's defense was, it dared not let this sort of attack go unchecked. With no alternatives, that demonic beast retracted its paw and went from attacking to defending. But at this time, Chong 1 grabbed hold of the opportunity and pulverized that demonic beast's eye into mincemeat. Seeing the situation, the 4 people were euphoric. A series of attacks raided on the demonic beast again, directly sending it flying out. That demonic beast received heavy injuries. Not only did it not retreat, but it also went berserk. Roar! The lion-type demonic beast gave a heavy roar and attacked the 4 people frenziedly. Be careful. This is its death throes. Don't fight it head-on. Let's H-I-T and run to slowly expend its strength. It can't hold on much longer, the youth instructed. Yes, young master. In reality, these 3 people were veterans. They also knew what to do without the young man's instructions. Before long, that lion-type demonic beast collapsed on the ground. The 4 people let out a long sigh of relief. When the demonic beast died, the 4 slumped on the ground, panting nonstop. They all suffered injuries which were not light. DAM in it, being delayed by this demonic beast. We are getting further away from Yi Yuan. The young man swallowed a medicinal pill as he gnashed in teeth in hatred. This youth was precisely Su Yishan, who was planning to kill off Yi Yuan during the endless trials, while the other 3 were the Su family's retainers, the Chong trio brothers. There were many people when they just entered the forest, so they naturally could not make a move on Yi Yuan then. But who would have thought that Yi Yuan and Feng Jiro walked faster and faster? They were actually unable to catch up. It was not that their speed was slow, but because there were demonic beasts continuously sing them along the way. This demonic beast, just now, was the most powerful one they have encountered. Just the delay cost them a whole 2 hours. Relax, young master. My enchanted shadow bug has been following them this whole time. We'll catch up to them eventually. Chang Wan said. Su Yishan was aware of Chang Wan's tracking capabilities. It was just that he was feeling very annoyed. I'm just wondering why the demonic beasts only attack us when Yi Yuan also walked through here. Maybe it's also because we're unlucky, Chang Wan said uncertainly. Even with Chang Wan's rich experience, he could not think of a reason. Luck? Isn't their luck way too good? We tracked all the way here, and the places they walked through didn't show any traces of fighting at all. That's to say that they didn't even go through a single battle while we have been through over a dozen big and small fights. The more Su Yishan said, the angrier he got. Finally, a punch smashed heavily on the ground, sending dirt flying. Truly quite sinister. The road the two of them walked is basically a straight line, as if they were running straight towards someplace. But in the endless forest, body had ever dared to journey like that. There are plenty of high-ranked Tier 2 demonic beast territories along the way. If they accidentally startled them, they would lose a layer of skin even if it didn't die. Changwan also felt very depressed. That's right. Don't tell me that those demonic beasts are all blind and deaf and simply couldn't sense them at all. At this rate, we will be exhausted to death by these demonic beasts before finding them, Su Yishan said with fervent hatred. Initially, he thought that killing Yi Yuan in the endless forest was a very simple matter. He did not think that it would be riddled with troubles now. The further in they went, the stronger the demonic beasts got. Continuing in a straight line like this was definitely out of the question. They must avoid the territories of those powerful demonic beasts and go forward in a roundabout manner. But this way, when could they manage to find Yi Yuan and Co? Before coming, Su Yubai already told him that the endless forest was the best as well as the final chance to eliminate Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan left the endless forest, the Su family would welcome never-ending troubles. Changwan also realized that the matter was rather troublesome now. Before coming out this time, the family head had already issued the death command. They must kill Yi Yuan. If the mission was not completed, then carry their own heads back. The family head had never issued such a command before. One could see just how great Yi Yuan's threat to the Su family was. Changwan sucked in a deep breath and took out an endless forest map from his storage ring. Opening it, he placed it in front of Su Yishan. Young master, continuing like this is indeed out of the question. Since they are hurrying towards a certain place, why don't we find that place and then lie in ambush there? Changwan suggested. Hearing this, Su Yishan immediately calmed down. He nodded and said, What you said is right. Share your idea. Changwan reached out with his finger and pointed on the map. Look here, young master. Ever since they entered the endless forest, they didn't stop for a moment as they went along this straight line towards the northwest direction. With their strength, it's impossible to go somewhere too deep. It must be within an area of 1,000 miles. Then, inside this 1,000 miles, where's the place they're most likely to go to? Crimson Summit Ridge. Su Yishan blurted out. Changwan's finger started from the entrance and kept extending until 1,000 miles in the northwest direction. That place impressively marked Crimson Summit Ridge. SII. Is Yi Yuan insane? To actually go to such a dangerous place like Crimson Summit Ridge. Su Yishan sucked in a cold breath. Changwan shook his head and said, based on common sense, him go to the Crimson Summit Ridge naturally saves us from striking. But looking at the current situation, this Yi Yuan's methods are really hard to conjecture. Ignoring other things, just based on him being able to not alarm these high-rank demonic beasts along the way is already an incredible ability. And according to my estimation, it's highly likely that he's going to the Crimson Summit Ridge to find some medicinal herbs for that little maidservant of his. Changwan's a lysis struck deeply, practically exactly the same as the truth. Since they came to gang up and kill Yi Yuan, Chang Wan naturally did sufficient homework. He understood Yi Yuan very thoroughly. Even a minute detail like lure was noticed. Su Yishan was forcefully shocked awake and could not help shooting a surprised gaze at Chang Wan, seeing him in a completely new light. No wonder father sent him to see Ji Yuan. This guy could not be underestimated. Very clearly, Chang Wan's Lysis basically had no flaws. This was also the most logical explanation. Initially, Su Yishan was still worried about whether or not Yi Yuan would take part in this endless trials. Finally, his concern was proven to be superfluous. Yi Yuan was not foolish enough to think that he could spare him, but he still came. That meant that he had a reason to come no matter what. And this reason was exactly lure. Chapter 132, Swaggering In. Chapter 132, Swaggering In. Then, what do you say we do now, Chang Wan? Su Yishan actually sought for Chang Wan's opinion. Chang Wan also appeared to be rather surprised. He understood this young lord a little. Su Yishan had an ingrained pride and generally looked down on the Su family's retainers like them. But today, he actually sought out his opinion. It looked like Su Yishan matured quite a bit during this period of time. Only such a Su Yishan was worthy of being the Su family successor. Chang Wan no longer hesitated and stated his thoughts. Regardless whether or not they went to the Crimson Summit Ridge, there is definitely a destination. And I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for them to get that medicinal herb. We just have to chase after according to the direction the enchanted shadow bug is pointing to and set up an ambush in advance. I figure he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Let's keep heading towards this direction while avoiding some of the powerful demonic beast territories later on. This way, even if we detoured a little, it would at most be around half a day's time. We can definitely still make it. Su Yishan ruminated for some time and felt that what Chang Wan said made sense. They were unaware of Yi Yuan's goal at the beginning, so they just blindly chased. In the end, the time delay from being impeded by demonic beasts increased instead. Since they have a direction now, they naturally need not fear them escaping. Circling around the powerful demonic beast territories might even be slightly faster. Okay, we'll do as you said. Recuperate a while first, and then set off. Su Yishan instructed. Yi Yuan had settled things with Feng Zhiro. The pair swallowed another breath-concealing pill each and rushed over to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Yi Yuan, were those 4 people all killed by you? You're actually already this powerful. Feng Zhiro was still rather astonished by Yi Yuan's power. Those were 4 spirit condensation realm martial artists, and they actually all died in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How can I have such capabilities? I just used some small tricks and made them kill each other for a while. That's why the results were like that." Only now did Feng Zhiro feel relieved. So that's the case. Gave me a fright. If you could kill those 4 people alone, doesn't that mean that you already have the strength to rank in the top 30 of the martial roll? Initially, the ranking everyone gave Yi Yuan was roughly around rank 50 on the martial roll. It was nothing difficult for this strength to defeat several ordinary second-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Feng Zhiro knew that the strength of demonic beast hunters was greater than the average martial artist. Furthermore, there was a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm martial artist among them. Yi Yuan was able to hold the 4 of them there. Raising another 20 places was nothing much. Yi Yuan was only at the 9th-level Essence Qi realm. Being at the 9th-level Essence Qi realm, he already possessed the strength of the top 30 on the martial roll. When he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, just how terrifying would that be? Feng Zhiro felt that it was inconceivable just thinking about it. Luckily, Yi Yuan denied her conjecture. Otherwise, Feng Zhiro would really have felt that so many years of hard work went to waste. You're really full of tricks. Several veterans were actually completely toyed by you. After Feng Zhiro felt REA's assured, she could not help scorning Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Who asked this junior apprentice brother, to be lacking in strength? If I didn't come up with some ruses, then wouldn't I be unable to even keep my life? Otherwise, Teacher Feng would not have made senior apprentice sister come and protect me. After pondering, Feng Zhiro thought the same as well, but her mouth stated otherwise. Don't give me that. Your life is tenacious as H-E-L-L. You didn't even die when challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Looks like even the heaven can't be bothered to take you in. Yi Yuan laughed, but did not reply. What Feng Zhiro said was really true. Yi Yuan did not take the Nine Heavens Road to heart, but he was clearly already dead in the divine realm. But now he was standing here perfectly fine. Yi Yuan felt that this was like a dream just thinking about it now. Around half a day later, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro finally arrived at the Crimson Summit Ridge. This place was highly treacherous. Apart from the long-armed stone apes, there were also quite a number of powerful demonic beasts around the Crimson Summit Ridge. Demonic beast hunters had never dared to step foot fully into a place of such a level as the Endless Forest. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists would move cautiously in this place. If they were surrounded by the long-armed stone apes, the outcome would be being ganged up on and beaten to death. The two found a safe place to hide and secretly observed the situation on the Crimson Summit Ridge. It was fine if they did not look, but one look and Feng Zhiro freaked out. Although the forest was very dense, the indistinct coming and going of white long-armed stone apes appeared to be very glaring. They walked around in groups of twos and threes, appearing as if they were patrolling. These long-armed stone apes gathered and formed teams. Why does it look like they are patrolling the mountain? Feng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan, somewhat surprised, as she transmitted her voice. The stone ape race have extremely high intelligence. Their awareness towards territory is already stronger than other demonic beasts, and their hierarchy is very strict, namely Ape Soldier, Ape General, and Ape King. Stone apes live in social groups and do not permit others to encroach into their terrain. The moment they discover that there's a trace there, they would gather and attack, Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiro asked in bewilderment, "No way? Since you're so familiar with the long-armed stone ape's habits, aren't you courting death by coming to the Crimson Summit Ridge?" Listening to Yi Yuan's meaning, the long-armed stone apes had very strong exclusiveness and aggressiveness. Once they were discovered, the two of them would be in grave danger. The so-called Ape Soldier, Ape General, and Ape King of the long-armed stone apes respectively corresponded to Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Forget about the Ape Generals and Ape King. Just the several tens of thousands of ape soldiers could drown them by Russ. Plussing them. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Zhiro and chuckled very helplessly. Seeing Yi Yuan's laughter filled with mockery, Feng Zhiro flew into a rage again. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Yi Yuan pointed at his head and said with a smile, "Why is the human race powerful? Not because we cultivate faster than the demon race, nor is it because our bodies are better than the demon race, but because our intellect is way higher than the demon race. Hence, use your brain first before doing things and not just think about running or charging about recklessly. Understood? You mean that you have a plan? Then quickly say it. And, hang on. Well done, Yi Yuan. Are you trying to say that I'm even dumber than demonic beasts?" Feng Zhiro reacted to it swiftly, and her rage meter shot straight up. However, she learned her lesson this time and did not make any sound, but spoke with voice transmission. Only that the expression on her face became increasingly ice-cold. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "I say, senior apprentice sister, can you not be so sensitive, all right? I'm just telling you a fact, but you just had to turn around and scold yourself." "Why?" Don't be proud of yourself. Now isn't the time. Watch how I settle the score with you after we get back." Feng Zhiro snorted icily. Facing the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, the proud senior apprentice sister, Feng finally knew how to weigh things and not blow her top easily. There was only one iron paw flying bare, so she could still lure it away. If they alarmed the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, then the pair would not even get the chance to escape. "Ha! Many thanks for senior apprentice, sister, your excellency's grace." Yi Yuan laughed and said, Enough crap. What method do you have to enter? Quickly say it. Feng Zhiro pinned up a stomach full of anger and said huffily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how to enter? Of course it's by swaggering in. Chapter 133. Knowledge is Power. Chapter 133. Knowledge is power. Swaggering in? Did your brain short-circuit? There's so many stone apes. How do we swagger in? Feng Zhiro stared wide-eyed at Yi Yuan, as if she was looking at a fool. Senior apprentice sister, please don't measure others after yourself, all right? I already said just now, you got to use your brain before doing things. Yi Yuan gave another emotional sigh. You. Feng Zhiro's brows were vertical. This fellow actually ridiculed her again. Fine, you're ruthless. But don't you know that women bear grudges very well? We'll record down the accounts this time one by one and tally it all up after we return. The long-armed stone apes might be powerful, but they have a weakness, which is that they have virtually zero night vision abilities. And we have the breath-concealing pill. They can't detect our scent. Hence, just wait until it gets dark, and we'll just swagger in. Yi Yuan explained. This also works? Feng Zhiro was thoroughly defeated by Yi Yuan. How did this fellow know so much? Body even dare to come to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists dared not stop here for long, let alone they understood the habits of the long-armed stone apes. Why can't it work? Yi Yuan retorted with a question. But didn't you say that the breath-concealing pill is only effective for demonic beasts below Tier 3? What should we do if we MP into the Ape King? Feng Zhiro inquired. I've already inquired long ago that within 1,000 miles radius of the Endless Forest, the highest is only Tier 3 demonic beasts. The Crimson Summit Ridge is still within the 1,000 miles radius. A mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Hence, this place at most has a Tier 3 Ape King. Such a large Crimson Summit Ridge. Just how lucky do we have to be to encounter the Ape King? Now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Zhiro felt that there really did not seem to be much danger. Such a dangerous-looking place was actually as easy as walking on flat ground to Yi Yuan. Of course, it was only like walking on flat ground for Yi Yuan. If it were some other person, they would have no idea how to refine the breath-concealing pill and would only seek their doom by coming here. This fellow was truly a monster. It seemed like nothing could stump him. Feng Zhiro was also a haughty and proud individual. She always felt somewhat unwilling to submit, not knowing why she faintly looked forward to some situation to occur later up the mountain. Who asked you to be C-O-C-K-Y? A moonless dark night. The faint breeze made the leaves rustle as 2 figures slowly headed for the Crimson Summit Ridge. Although demonic beasts had greater vitality than humans, they are not tireless. Currently, it was midnight, and most of the long-armed stone apes headed back to the mountain to rest. It naturally would not be like daytime, where ape shadows were aplenty. Human martial artists' night vision abilities were quite strong, even though they did not have the same range as daytime. Nor was it as clear, seeing things within a small radius was still not an issue. Furthermore, with a rise in realm, the changes that Essence Energy had towards martial artist bodies would also become greater. The night vision abilities of human martial artists would become increasingly stronger. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan walked towards the mountain unhurriedly in fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes. The Crimson Summit Ridge is so huge. Where do we look for the Crimson Soul GRA? Feng Zhiro suddenly transmitted her voice and asked. The summit. Yi Yuan only said 2 words. What? The summit? There's a very high chance for that Ape King to be at the summit. Feng Zhiro nearly made a sound. Can you not get all worked up over nothing? Why is this place called the Crimson Summit Ridge? Why is the medicinal herb called Crimson Soul GRA? Please use your brain, all right? Yi Yuan said grumpily. This woman had no use at all other than making a fuss over every little thing. Being uncultured was truly frightening. Seeing Feng Zhiro still having that blank look, Yi Yuan could only explain. This place is called Crimson Summit Ridge because the mud at the summit is crimson in color. That sort of mud is called crimson xiang soil, one of the extremely few soils which can breed the Crimson Soul GRA. However, the Quant. 1. Tie of Crimson Xiang soil on this Crimson Summit Ridge isn't a lot either. Just that small patch at the summit. Hence, for us to obtain the Crimson Soul GRA. We must go to the summit. Feng Zhiro did not know what to say either. This Yi Yuan was simply like an encyclopedia. He knew everything. Only him, with such broad and profound knowledge, dared to barge into this Crimson Summit Ridge with Essence Chi realm cultivation. Right? What if we be you and P into the Ape King at the summit? What should we do? Feng Zhiro, who was subdued by Yi Yuan suddenly, had her momentum weakened considerably. How would I know? If we really come across it, then just drop everything and run. As for how far we can run, it will be up to our capabilities. Well, this is my affair. No need to drag you into this. Why don't you stay instead? Yi Yuan said very irresponsibly. No way. I promised Ani to protect you. I can't watch you take risks alone. Feng Zhiro was very resolute on the matter. Then thank you so much, Senior Apprentice Sister. If we really run into the Ape King, to have a great beauty like Senior Apprentice Sister accompany me along the Yellow Springs, it's also a beautiful thing. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Feng Zhiro suddenly felt like she was duped. But the words already came out of her mouth, so she did not intend to take them back. She just rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and said, Enough C.R.A.P. Quickly go. Due to the fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes, the two walked very slowly. Only after 2 hours did they gradually fumble their way to the summit with scares, but without danger. The summit was an open S.P.A.C. The long-armed stone apes already cleared out. Arriving at the summit, there were many more night patrol long-armed stone apes. And from the looks of the aura coming off of their bodies, there were even quite a few Tier 2 long-armed stone apes among them. It looked like that Ape King was definitely on this summit. So many long-armed stone apes. What to do? Feng Zhiro asked rather anxiously. Yi Yuan swept a gaze across this open field and transmitted his voice. See that small hill in the distance? There's a cave up there. If my speculation is right, that Ape King should be inside that cave. In the entire summit, the place with the thickest Crimson Xiang soil is on that small hill. The Crimson Soul GRA.S should be there. Is I ascent that very dangerous? Right now, we are at the summit. The moment we're discovered by the Ape King, then we won't even have the chance to escape. Feng Zhiro said worriedly. It's indeed quite dangerous. But I also have to go no matter how dangerous it is. Without the Crimson Soul GRA.S, Lure definitely won't make it. Seeing Yi Yuan risk his life for a maidservant, Feng Zhiro was also deeply touched. Such an affectionate and faithful man. There really isn't many in this world. Normally, Yi Yuan appeared to be cheeky and frivolous. But when it really came down to the 11th hour, he was highly reliable. Then what should we do? Feng Zhiro kept away her nervousness and resolved to cooperate with Yi Yuan to harvest the Crimson Soul GRA.S. Yi Yuan observed for a while, and then said, Have you noticed that there aren't any long-armed stone apes patrolling around the vicinity of that small hill? Feng Zhiro looked towards that small hill and found that that was really the case. Behind a small hill is a cliff. We'll circle over there and scale up the cliff. As long as we don't startle the Ape King, the possibility of us getting away is still very huge, Yi Yuan said. See, can this work? We have to pass by that cave if we're climbing from a cliff. I don't really care anymore. At this point, we can only take our chances and give it a shot. Before long, day will break. Once dawn comes, we will have even less of a chance. Yi Yuan made up his mind. Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth and said, Okay. Later, you go and find the Crimson Soul GRA.S. I'll keep a lookout for you. Chapter 134, Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Chapter 134, Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro avoided the night-patrolling long-armed stone apes and circled around to the cliff area. This cliff was virtually perpendicular to the ground. The distance from the top of the cliff to the place she and Yi Yuan were standing at was a full 1,000 feet tall. Yi Yuan, this cliff is so high. Can you make it? Feng Zhiro asked Yi Yuan rather worriedly. Scaling heights was completely different from using movement techniques on the flat ground. When one was ascending heights, they had to shake off the gravity from the earth. Using movement techniques had a huge burden on martial artists. After all, even if it were crystal formation realm martial artists, they also could not soar in the skies. Spirit condensation realm martial artists still had the advantage. But it was practically impossible for Essence Chi realm martial artists to scale a 1,000 feet cliff. Firstly, the essence energy of Essence Chi realm martial artists could not bear the consumption of 1,000 feet distance. Secondly, Tier 1 movement techniques were insufficient to support martial artists to scale 1,000 feet. What do you mean, can you make it? Take away that question mark. Of course I can, Yi Yuan said without any care. But the top of the cliff is a full 1,000 feet away from us here. Isn't it just 1,000 feet? You go first, senior apprentice sister. I'll follow. We're already here. I can't keep dragging senior apprentice sister down. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no matter how Yi Yuan said it, it sounded like he was going beyond his means in order to look impressive. If he were to climb halfway and fall because his essence energy was unable to support him, that would not be fun. This cliff was a full 1,000 feet away from the ground. One misstep and his life would be guaranteed gone. There's really no problem? Feng Zhiro asked suspiciously. Of course there's no problem. When have I disappointed senior apprentice sister before? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Feng Zhiro thought about it. It seemed like Yi Yuan was really a freak, and it appeared like there had never been anything he could not do before. Perhaps he could really make it? Fine, then I'll make a move first. Feng Zhiro nodded, and she tiptoed lightly, bounding on the cliff. Feng Zhiro's body was light as a swallow. The sheer precipice, which appeared to be beyond reach, was akin to walking on flat ground to her. Her movement technique was the high-grade Tier 2 martial technique, spiritual swallow dance. It was originally famed for its light, graceful movement and speed. It was very suited to be used to scale this cliff, only to see that she either tiptoed or lightly tapped occasionally with her sword scabbard on the cliff. Her entire person shot up the cliff with extreme speed, and in a blink of an eye, she crossed over 200 feet in distance. However, the higher Feng Zhiro climbed, the further her heart fell, because she could not sense Yi Yuan's presence. Feng Zhiro could not sense a single bit of sound from below her. Did Yi Yuan not move yet, or did he fall down already? Feng Zhiro really wanted to tilt her head down to see if Yi Yuan was there or not, but climbing the cliff was also not a relaxed matter for her. How could she have spare energy to bend down and look for Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan still had not moved yet, could it be that he was intentionally playing with her? Impossible. There was no way that Yi Yuan would be so bored to that extent. Did he fall down already? But without even making any sound? The more her imaginations ran wild, the more anxious Feng Zhiro got. The actions of her movement technique also became somewhat erratic. Skid. While Feng Zhiro was restless, her feet slipped and did not give support. In a blink, Feng Zhiro's figure fell sharply. Careful, senior apprentice sister. Just then, Feng Zhiro suddenly received Yi Yuan's voice transmission. It turned out that Yi Yuan was actually following closely behind her all along. But right now, Feng Zhiro already had nowhere to borrow strength from, unless she used her sword to stab into the cliff. But that way, the impact of the sword in the cliff would surely give off an ear-piercing sound. The whole mountain full of long-armed stone apes would be alarmed. Even if they could ascend the cliff, they would also be unable to escape death. Hence, in an instant, Feng Zhiro gave up on saving herself and allowed herself to plummet down the cliff. She decided to take a look at Yi Yuan before dying. After she died, there probably would not be anyone constantly bickering with him anymore, right? However, she did not manage to see Yi Yuan because when she had just slid down around 20 feet or so, she felt a palm lightly supporting from beneath her feet. It was this support which allowed her body to go back on the right track once again. Senior apprentice sister, you go up first. I'll follow right after. Practically at the same time, Yi Yuan transmitted his voiceover. Feng Zhiro knew that this was Yi Yuan saving her. But, having suffered such an impact, could Yi Yuan still survive? She could even hear the sound of the wind rust. H.I. Plusing as Yi Yuan descended sharply. Not knowing why, Feng Zhiro had an impulse to cry currently. Yet, she knew that she could not waste this chance Yi Yuan risked his life to exchange. Hence, her toes tapped downward, using the momentum to execute the spiritual swallow dance, and headed up the cliff speedily. Feng Zhiro forcefully chased away all the thoughts in her head and focused her mind on climbing the cliff. To the Feng Zhiro who discarded her distracting thoughts, scaling this 1,000-foot precipice was not a tough matter. Before long, Feng Zhiro saw the top of the cliff. Her toe tapped on the cliff one last time, and her entire person flew up the cliff like a swallow. But at this moment, Feng Zhiro did not have the slightest joy from conquering the cliff. She slumped on the ground, her heart feeling like a knife was twisting in. Feng Zhiro, it's all your fault. You caused Yi Yuan to die. Sniff, sniff. Feng Zhiro sobbed lightly, but did not dare to make any sound. She used her hands to cover her mouth as she just convulsed there. Tears cascaded down from the corner of her eyes and drifted down the cliff along with the wind. Feng Zhiro, the one who should have died was you. Why you're still alive now, but Yi Yuan's dead. Feng Zhiro, why couldn't you have been nicer to Yi Yuan normally? He clearly helped you out a lot, but why can't you swallow your pride to say thanks? Yi Yuan, I'm sorry. Feng Zhiro kept on blaming herself in her heart, but she knew that Yi Yuan would never hear it. Although Yi Yuan's voice transmitted earlier that he would follow right after, Feng Zhiro knew that Yi Yuan definitely only said that to console her. Under the impact of her plummeting down the cliff, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to have any chances of survival. Even with her 4th level spirit condensation realm strength and high-grade tier 2 movement technique, it was also impossible to survive under those conditions, much less Yi Yuan who was only still at the 9th level essence chi realm. Feng Zhiro knew that Yi Yuan's instant flash was already trained to an extremely profound level, but that was still a tier 1 movement technique after all. How was it possible to negate such a large impact power? I'm sorry, Yi Yuan. I won't die. I'm going to finish your dying Wisconsin H. Plus, I'm going to find the Crimson Soul GRA, and other herbs. I'll return to the state of Qin and request for Lord Wu Daofeng to help Luer refine the Essence Yang pill. If Lord Wu Daofeng can't refine it, then I'll go outside to look for even more amazing alchemists. No matter what, I'll definitely find a way to let Luer survive. Feng Zhiro silently swore. Finest. H.I. Plusing. Feng Zhiro forcefully roused her spirit and stood up, preparing to seek out the Crimson Soul GRA. Feng Zhiro looked at the pitch-black cliff, and her tears started flowing once again uncontrollably. Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Saying this in her heart, Feng Zhiro turned around and prepared to leave. But right then, Feng Zhiro suddenly heard wind rust. H.I. Plusing sounds coming from below the cliff. It seemed there was something moving. Chapter 135, Discovered. Chapter 135, Discovered. No way. How's this possible? Could it be a hallucination? Feng Zhiro felt that she just heard an indistinct sound. It should be a hallucination because the probability of Yi Yuan surviving was really not great. But if it's a hallucination, why is the sound getting louder? Could it be? Just as Feng Zhiro was completely dazed, a figure darted up from the pitch-black cliff. Seeing the figure, Feng Zhiro was stunned there as tears burst forth from her eyes. Great. He's fine. He's really fine. Feng Zhiro shouted in her heart. Senior apprentice sister, Yi Yuan only voice transmitted a few words before noticing a light blue maw. As pouncing on him and hugging him. That faint fragrance wafted into his nose, involuntarily shaking up Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan, you're really all right. Excellent. It's really great. Feng Zhiro transmitted as her tears flowed silently. This feeling of holding a beauty in one's embrace was truly something that all men desired. However, this was not the time to be immersed in affection. They had to quickly look for the Crimson Soul, GRA. Feng Zhiro clearly also noticed her discomposure and hastily released Yi Yuan. She wiped the tears from the corner of her ears and said, "You don't misunderstood. I just thought that you died because of saving me. That's why I was like that." Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately broke into a smile. "What happened just now? Why can't I remember anything? Senior apprentice sister, I'm exhausted. Let's recuperate for a while, and then go find the Crimson Soul GRA. And Yi Yuan's condition at the moment was not good. His essence energy was virtually depleted completely. If not for the fact the thickness of his essence energy greatly said those of the same rank, most likely he would have burned out and died. The expenditure of the duo was not minor. They each consumed a medicinal pill and adjusted for some time before recovering some strength. "Senior apprentice sister, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and look for the Crimson Soul GRA. Let's go." Finus. Plus-ing, the pair descended side by side. Along the way, Feng Zhiro was relatively silent, significantly different from usual. "Yi Yuan, how did you come up?" I didn't mean that. It was still Feng Zhiro who broke the silence first. She simply could not suppress her curiosity, except that her attitude when asking the question was completely different from usual, rather like a little wife instead. Yi Yuan knew that Feng Zhiro was still feeling awkward, so he smiled lightly and said, "I know that Senior Apprentice Sister didn't mean that, but I'm rather surprised. How come Senior Apprentice Sister fumbled?" Feng Zhiro's face turned red as she said with embarrassment, "Actually, I thought that you couldn't keep up, so..." Yi Yuan only came to a realization after hearing Feng Zhiro say that. So she actually caused such a blunder because she was worried about him. Initially, he found it weird too. With Feng Zhiro's base, it should have been impossible to make such a mistake. Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. His bad impression towards Feng Zhiro in the past also pretty much dissipated. So Senior Apprentice Sister thought I fell down. Senior Apprentice Sister looked down on me too much. That's not my intention. It's just, and why didn't Senior Apprentice Sister think about it? My master is so amazing. How could it be possible to not leave behind some impressive movement techniques for me? When I was battling with Lin Tiansheng, I could already sense that instant flash was lacking. After breaking through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm, my essence energy is barely enough to cultivate Tier 2 martial arts already. I naturally have to supplement this weak point, Yi Yuan explained. Feng Zhiro was suddenly enlightened. So that's the case. I've never seen you use other movement techniques before, hence, and I understand. Thanks, Senior Apprentice Sister. This thanks came sincerely from Yi Yuan. Although Feng Zhiro's blunder gave Yi Yuan quite a bit of trouble and even nearly cost him his life, it arose from concern towards him. In reality, the new movement technique Yi Yuan cultivated was not a Tier 2 movement martial technique. Yi Yuan really did not possess such a low-grade movement martial technique. However, his essence energy was barely enough to reach the level to cultivate Tier 2 martial techniques. Yi Yuan naturally had to compensate for his lacking movement technique. The name of the movement technique he cultivated was called Spirit Void Shattering SPAC. This movement technique did not have a specific tier because it could be cultivated continuously in later realms. At the Spirit Condensation realm, one could cultivate the first level of the Spirit Void Shattering SPAC. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already not beneath half-step Spirit Condensation realm, although barely enough to reach this threshold. Although the skill that Yi Yuan selected so prudently was only at the first level, its might was extremely formidable. Even though it was just entry stage, it was no problem for Yi Yuan to keep up with Feng Zhiro. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan had been maintaining the same pace as Feng Zhiro just now. not too fast nor too slow. Hence, Feng Zhiro could not detect his presence. Except, Yi Yuan did not expect Feng Zhiro to actually misunderstand because of this and nearly slipped up and fell down the cliff. The pair avoided that cave from far away and searched for traces of the Crimson Soul GRA's from top to bottom. Due to the fact that the range of sight was very limited at night, the pair searched very meticulously. But after searching for a long time, they still did not find a trace of the Crimson Soul GRA's. The two spent close to 2 hours and virtually searched through the entire hill, but they still did not find the Crimson Soul GRA's. Yi Yuan, do you think the Crimson Soul GRA's is? Feng Zhiro transmitted her voice as she looked towards that cave. Presently, only the area where the cave was located had not been searched. If this hilltop had Crimson Soul GRA's SES, it could only be there. And currently, dawn was about to break. If they still could not find the Crimson Soul GRA's, the two would be in danger. Yi Yuan sighed and said, 80% chance it's in that region. Looks like we still have to go over there eventually. Wait for me here, senior apprentice sister. I'll be back soon. How could Feng Zhiro comply? She stubbornly said, no way. If you want to go, we'll go together. I promised Ani to protect you. How can I let you take the risk alone? Yi Yuan could not persuade her, so he could only say, fine then. But once there's any situation, immediately run. Feng Zhiro nodded and slowly combed their way over to the cave's vicinity. As the pair gradually got closer to the cave, they felt a powerful aura undulating from inside the cave. Quickly look, Yi Yuan. Isn't that the Crimson Soul GRA's? Feng Zhiro suddenly discovered something and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan as she transmitted. Yi Yuan looked over to where Feng Zhiro was pointing at, and as expected, he saw several stalks of crimson-colored, serrated-edged tiny GRA's. If that was not Crimson Soul GRA's, that what was? After going through many hearts, HI plus PS and finding the Crimson Soul GRA's, even Yi Yuan with his heart like still water was quite excited right now. Even though he prepared so many items painstakingly for the Crimson Summit Ridge, he also undertook extremely huge risk. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was merely but an essence Qi realm martial artist. There was naturally no need to mention the risks he braved when facing pairs of Tier 2 demonic beasts and even Tier 3 demonic beasts. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said to Feng Zhiro, I'll go and retrieve those stalks of Crimson Soul GRA's. After I'm done, we'll leave this place at maximum speed. Finest. HI plusing. Yi Yuan fully executed his first level spirit void, shattering SPAC, turning into an afterimage flickering towards the Crimson Soul GRA's. How? Just then, several ape cries sounded. Yi Yuan's and Feng Zhiro's complexion changed drastically at the same time. Chapter 136, Enigmatic Man. Chapter 136, Enigmatic Man. Following several ape howls, a feeling of extreme danger surged up in Yi Yuan's heart. This feeling of danger made Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. He knew that if he were to take another step forward, he would definitely invoke a calamity. The next instant, Yi Yuan explosively retreated even faster than when he came. Go, senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan chose to retreat without any hesitation. That was a Tier 3 demonic beast. It could eradicate the two of them with just a single strike. Feng Zhiro evidently also sensed that something was not right. Without waiting for Yi Yuan's warning, she displayed her spirit swallow dance and rushed down the mountain with the stonies. HI plusing speed. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan, one in front and the other behind, sprinted down the mountain frenziedly. Nevertheless, this process only lasted several breaths of time before the two figures stopped abruptly. Careful, senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan yelled out anxiously. Virtually the same instant Yi Yuan yelled, a white figure taller than a person shot out from diagonally, and actually reached first even though it moved later and caught up to Feng Zhiro in a flash. H. Plus, facing this aura, which was powerful to the extreme, Feng Zhiro's complexion turned pale. How could she be bothered to resist? She instantly retreated explosively. However, when compared to that white figure, Feng Zhiro's speed was too slow. In a blur, Feng Zhiro saw a colossal ape paw slapping down toward herself. Panicking, Feng Zhiro raised her hand to randomly strike with her sword and then shut her eyes in fright. This tier 3 demonic beast was too strong. It was simply not what she could stand up to. It's over. This was Feng Zhiro's final thought. Swaz. H. Plus 9 streaks of sword beams brushed past Feng Zhiro and attacked from the sides. They converged from different locations and attacked the lower abdomen of that long-armed stone ape. Yi Yuan unleashed the 9 swords stance straight away. It was different from the previous time's disorderly attack. This time, the 9 streaks of sword beams finally converged together. Yi Yuan's control over the sword beams once again advanced to another level. This was also Yi Yuan's supernormal performance in a moment of desperation. If he really unleashed the sword another time, he might not be able to do it. The 9 afterimages of the 9 sword stance were not phantoms, but corporeal bodies. This first stance of the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art was Yi Yuan gathering the forces of the 2 types of sword intent and evolved further from the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword's extreme speed movements. Every single attack was released personally by him, except that instantaneous speed was too swift, so it looked as if it was released from 9 different locations. 9 swords merged into one. The attack power would naturally be incomparably formidable, but this should be insufficient to injure the Tier 3 Ape King. However, that Ape King actually chose to evade the sword beams. With a swoosh, after the 9 streaks of sword beams merged, it followed the original path it flew over from and vanished by fading into the world. It took time to describe, but all of these actually just happened in a flash. From Yi Yuan's explosive retreat to the duo's frenzied flight, and to the Ape King attacking Feng Zhiro, and then to Yi Yuan rescuing Feng Zhiro by besieging the Ape King, it was all but a few short breaths of time. At this time, that Ape King stood several dozen feet away from Feng Zhiro. Yi Yuan similarly stood several dozen feet away from Feng Zhiro, while Feng Zhiro had her eyes shut waiting for the Ape King's paw to strike down. The 2 humans and 1 beast actually entered a stalemate. What happened? Why, Yi Yuan, did you save me? Feng Zhiro recovered from her surprise and stared at Yi Yuan as she asked hesitantly. Yi Yuan did not bother with her and kept staring at the Ape King in the distance. Tier 3 Ape King was too terrifying. It could virtually instant-kill the 2 of them. Just now, Yi Yuan could save Feng Zhiro because of special conditions which allowed him to complete an impossible task. The Ape King felt that Feng Zhiro's strength was slightly stronger and had more threat, so it chose to do a surprise attack on her right away. And Yi Yuan happened to be some distance away from Feng Zhiro. The Ape King could not possibly attack the 2 of them at the same time, which gave Yi Yuan the opportunity to launch an attack unhurriedly. The reason why the Ape King chose to keep a distance was because the place Yi Yuan attacked was precisely the weak point of the long-armed stone apes. Yi Yuan's attack this time was accurate to the extreme. If the Ape King forcefully took this stance head-on, it would probably already be heavily injured right now. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's cultivation, no matter how strong the attack was, it would be impossible to cause major injuries to the Ape King. But in reality, if the Ape King attacked at the risk of getting injured, Feng Zhiro would already be an ice-cold corpse now. As for why Yi Yuan's surprise attack worked, it was because the Ape King overly underestimated the 2 of them. That led to it revealing its weak point. If the Ape King attacked once more, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro would die without question. Hence, Yi Yuan did not dare to let down his guard this whole time and firmly locked his attention onto the Ape King. That Ape King clearly also did not think that a puny little essence Chi realm martial artist would actually be even more threatening than that 4th level spirit condensation realm woman. After one attack, The ape king spontaneously sized up Yi Yuan. The ape stared at Yi Yuan without showing any signs of its emotion. Seeing Yi Yuan ignore her, Feng Zhiro also did not dare to act rashly at this time. She was stuck between the two of them, feeling completely awkward. However, no matter how foolish she was, she also knew that her life was picked up just now. No matter how she thought, she never imagined that Yi Yuan, an essence Qi realm martial artist, could actually threaten the Crystal Formation realm Ape King. This was too inconceivable. Just now, she was somewhat fluid teared and did not form an effective attack. But even if she gave it her all, the result would still be being smacked to death from a single slap by the Ape King. She was all too clear on this point. In that instant, the might of the Ape King had smothered her. But Yi Yuan could actually save her from under the Ape King's hands. Just several breaths of time, but Feng Zhiro felt like as long as several years had Pa said. Her forehead exuded fine sweat beads. Each breath from the Ape King made her feel deeply uneasy. Feng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan's appearance as if he was facing a formidable enemy and understood that the scenario earlier was probably very unlikely to reenact. But what should she do? Just as Feng Zhiro was lost in her imaginations, the Ape King made a move once again. But Yi Yuan did not move. Just as the Ape King moved, a series of gibberish sounds came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Feng Zhiro completely could not understand what he was talking about. What was Yi Yuan doing? Could it be that he wanted to communicate with the Ape King? But how could the Ape King understand Yi Yuan's words? As the state of Qin's princess, Feng Zhiro could be counted as being experienced and knowledgeable. However, she had never heard of humans being able to communicate with demonic beasts. There were too many species of demonic beasts, so many that it was uncountable. The language used by each species of demonic beast was not the same. How could humans grasp it? However, at this important juncture of life and death, would Yi Yuan do this sort of futile actions? Feng Zhiro's eyes involuntarily turned to the Ape King and could not help widening her eyes. The Ape King, who was already prepared to unleash its attack, really stopped its actions. This was simply too miraculous. A human could actually communicate with demonic beasts. Feng Zhiro discovered that the more she interacted with Yi Yuan, the more she felt that there were increasingly more mysteries to Yi Yuan. Was Yi Yuan, who was just 15 years old, really taught by that so-called master of his? Such an enigmatic man. Chapter 137, Demon Crystal Pill. Chapter 137, Demon Crystal Pill. Seeing the Ape King cease its movement, Yi Yuan also let out a huge sigh of relief. His entire body was feeling like collapsing. Although he had forcefully pretended to be composed the whole time, the pressure from the aura of a Tier 3 demonic beast was no joke. This Ape King was not those sort of half-baked, half-step crystal formation realm like Suyu Bai, but a genuine Tier 3 demonic beast, an existence equivalent to a human crystal formation realm. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, it was impossible to cross two major realms and defeat his opponent. It was already very heaven-defying for an Essence Qi realm martial artist attack to be able to threaten a Tier 3 demonic beast. His gibberish just now was already Yi Yuan's final trump card. If even this trump card had no effect, then he would really die here. But luckily, those words from Yi Yuan was not playing the lute to an ape. This Ape King really understood. What Yi Yuan said was the universal beast language. It was the demon race's universal language, collectively set by the divine realm demon race powerhouses countless years ago. The goal was to allow communication among the demon race. There were countless races in the demon race. None of the individual races could be on par with the human race. To allow the demon race to be able to ally together to resist the human race, the demon race powerhouses in ancient times collectively set down a series of measures. And this universal beast language was one of them. After countless generations, Pa said, the universal beast language already became the inherited memories of each race, Pa sing down from generation to generation. If this Ape King did not awaken its inherited memories, then Yi Yuan would really be playing the lute to an ape. The Stone Ape clan had once birthed an extremely heaven-defying existence, equals Heaven's Saint Ape. That was a deity realm expert. Even though it was Pa-S, said down through the generations, the endless world Stone Ape bloodline had already become very thin. But awakening a portion of inherited memories was still doable. It would be very tough for ordinary ape soldiers and ape generals to awaken their inherited memories, but there was still the likelihood of this ape king awakening them. What Yi Yuan said earlier was, "Senior Ape King, wait a moment." The Ape King was clearly very surprised. A human actually knew the universal beast language. The Ape King discovered that this human youth seemed to be extraordinary. Not only was he extremely strong, he even knew the universal beast language. Even he himself only learned the universal beast language after awakening his inherited memories. The Ape King also started using the universal beast language to communicate with Yi Yuan. "Brat, the two of you trace semi-territory and stole the Crimson Soul GRA. How do you plan to plead?" Since this Ape King was willing to talk, Yi Yuan was not too worried. He gave a bow towards the Ape King and said, "Please forgive me, Senior Ape King. This junior came to seek out the Crimson Soul GRA. Because I really have no other alternatives. This junior has a close friend who possesses the 9 absolute meridians. Now, seeing as the frost poison is about to erupt, she desperately needs the Crimson Soul GRA. to save her life. I hope that Senior Ape King can be generous. What has it got to do with me if your friend is in trouble? I also have great use for these Crimson Soul GRA. How can I give it to you so easily? Ignoring this point, just the fact that you barged into my territory, you could forget about leaving today." The Ape King was not some living bodhisattva. It obviously could not be bothered with a stranger's life or death. If not for the fact it found Yi Yuan rather interesting, it would have long smacked him to death with one palm. Why would it talk so much C-R-A-P with him? After the Ape King finest. H-I plussing talking it held a few times. Immediately, a bunch of long-armed stone apes surrounded them. They were shockingly all late-stage tier 2 demonic beasts. Feng Zhiro was alarmed after seeing the situation and hurriedly scooted over to Yi Yuan's side. Just an Ape King could already take their lives. What could they do with so many late-stage tier 2 demonic beasts surrounding them? "Yi Yuan, you can really talk with that Ape King?" Feng Zhiro said softly. Yi Yuan nodded. Luckily, the Ape King awakened its inherited memories and learned the universal beast language. Otherwise, we would be dead for sure. Back then when Master taught me the universal beast language, I objected to it. I didn't think that it would really be put to good use. Yi Yuan also knew that communicating with demonic beasts was incredibly shocking, so he just pushed this responsibility onto his master. Feng Zhiro looked at the enclosing long-armed stone apes and smiled bitterly. In this current situation, we're still dead for sure. Yi Yuan smiled and then said, "That might not be the case. If the Ape King had not awakened its inherited memories, then nothing can be discussed. But since he awakened it, not only do we not have to die, we might even be able to take the Crimson Soul GRA. And leave." Stop joking. You just said a whole bunch to it just now, but not only did its ATTI-2 not turn for the better, it even summoned such a large group of late-stage tier 2 demonic beasts over. How can it let us leave alive? Feng Zhiro said dejectedly. Indeed, being walled in by a large group of late-stage tier 2 long-armed stone apes, the pressure they faced was not much lesser than facing the Ape King. Luckily, these tier 2 long-armed stone apes did not receive the order to attack. Or else, the two of them would probably be meat paste by now. Just watch me. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "The two of you chattering over there, ready to die yet? You humans hunt down us demon race every day. Now, we'll also let you experience the taste of being hunted," the Ape King said and grunted coldly. Although he said it very savagely, it did not order those ape generals to attack. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward and said to the Ape King with a smile, Senior Ape King won't kill me. What a joke. Why won't I kill you? Just because you know the universal beast language? Aren't you overestimating yourself too much, brat? Her, Senior Ape King said wrongly. It's not me who's overrating myself, but you who are underestimating me. At this stage, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pretend to be subservient anymore. He might as well show off a fearless appearance. How could it be that he, an exalted alchemy emperor, could not even handle a tier 3 demonic beast? The Ape King involuntarily burst into laughter when it heard Yi Yuan's words. Except that a stone ape laughing so boisterously made one's hair stand on its ends. Brat, you're really a newborn calf who isn't scared of the tiger. Looking at your bone age, you're at most 15 to 16 years old. Such a young age. How do you expect me to attach importance to you? Yi Yuan simply chuckled and did not have any intentions of refuting. He just lightly spat out 3 words from his mouth. Demon, crystal, pill. The face of the Ape King, who was originally still laughing its head off, suddenly changed. A pair of enormous ape eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. That manner looked as if it wanted to eat Yi Yuan. Brat, your family's elders know how to refine the demon crystal pill. The Ape King enunciated each word carefully. It was enough to tell from its attitude just how important this demon crystal pill was to it. Although Feng Zhuro did not know what they were talking about, from the Ape King's condition that Yi Yuan had successfully hooked the Ape King's appet. So she could not help looking forward to it. The Ape King was entirely certain that Yi Yuan would nod his head and acknowledge. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan shook his head and said nope? The Ape King instantly flew into a rage when he heard that. Brat, you dare to make a fool out of this king? Do you believe that this king will swallow you alive? Yi Yuan laughed and said, after swallowing me, you'll probably also stop at the initial stage tier 3 your entire life. No matter how many more Crimson Soul GRAs you eat, it will be futile. Yi Yuan stood in front of the Ape King with his hands behind his back without the slightest trace of fear. Chapter 138, Ignorant Ape. Chapter 138, Ignorant Ape. Such an audacious tone. You, an Essence Chi realm brat, actually dares to talk wildly about this king's limits. The Ape King sneered. Yi Yuan did not mind the Ape King's attitude. He already knew that the Ape King was already interested. Otherwise, with him strutting around so arrogantly in front of the Ape King, it would have slapped him to death with one palm long ago. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, I'm afraid that Senior Ape King is much clearer on where your own limits are than I am. Senior Ape King knows yourself whether or not what I said was right. If you feel like I'm bragging, you can completely kill me right now. Either way, it's just a matter of lifting your hands for you. Now that Yi Yuan said that, the Ape King went silent instead. Just as Yi Yuan said, the Ape King itself knew best just where its limits were. Without some fortuitous lucky encounter, it would be very hard to break through to the middle stage tier 3 in its lifetime. Demonic beasts were stronger than humans at the same rank, and also had a much greater lifespan than the latter. This was where their strengths were. Nevertheless, when compared to humans, the limitations were also very huge. Their intelligence was very low, and their cultivation mostly relied on instincts. Hence, progress was very slow, and the difficulty of them breaking through realms was also much harder than humans. To human crystal formation realm martial artists, each breakthrough in a minor realm was tremendously tough. But to demonic beasts, the difficulty of breaking through a stage was even greater. The Ape King's current strength was roughly around a human 3rd-level crystal formation realm. The difficulty was already very huge for human martial artists to cross this small step. To the Ape King, it was naturally doubly difficult. Hence, while Yi Yuan's words might sound wildly conceited, it was truthfully not a false statement just to raise alarm. The Ape King was naturally crystal clear on this point. And the Demon Crystal Pill was precisely a medicinal pill which could aid tier 3 demonic beasts to break through a minor realm. The Ape King had awakened a part of its inherited memories, and within this portion of inherited memories There was the description of the demon crystal pill. It was just that even if the Ape King knew about the demon crystal pill, it was impossible to refine it. While refining medicinal pill was not a right that was exclusive to humans, human alchemists were way more powerful than the demon races. Furthermore, it was simply impossible for these sort of low-tier demonic beasts like the Ape King to refine medicinal pill. What they could do was only to beg human alchemists to help them refine. But how many human alchemy grandmasters knew how to refine the demon crystal pill? Even if they knew how to refine the demon crystal pill, how many were able to communicate with the Ape King? If the two parties encountered each other, it would already be pretty good if they did not have a life and death struggle. One had to know that the inner core of the Ape King was also a pretty decent alchemy ingredient. Brat, your family's elders don't know how to refine it, but you mentioned the demon crystal pill to this king. Isn't this messing with me? If you don't give me a justifiable explanation, you can forget about leaving here alive. While the Ape King's words were callous, there still existed a trace of expectation. Or else, how could he talk so nicely with Yi Yuan here? Yi Yuan grinned and said, I already said just now that Senior Ape King is looking down on me. I only said that my family's elders don't know how to refine it, but I didn't say that I don't know how to refine it. The Ape King started to suspect that it heard wrongly. You, an Essence Chi realm brat, refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill? This king might not be knowledgeable about alchemy, but I also won't make such a naive mistake and fall for your trick. You've been going in circles for half the day. Aren't you just hoping that I would let the two of you go? But since you have the guts to play tricks on this king, then forget about leaving. The Ape King's patience had clearly already reached its limits. It waved its paw and prepared to let those Tier 2 long-armed stone apes attack Yi Yuan jointly. Feng Zhiro jumped in fright when she saw the situation. She knew that Yi Yuan and the Ape King's talk had fallen apart, and immediately raised her sword to prepare to face the enemies. However, Yi Yuan pressed on her sword and looked at the Ape King unhurriedly, saying, Senior Ape King don't know alchemy, but do you know the grading among human alchemists? Of course I know it, but don't you dare tell me that you, an Essence Chi realm martial artist, is an alchemy grandmaster. Yi Yuan took off the alchemist badge on his chest and tossed it over to the Ape King, saying, This badge is issued by the Alchemy Association to Alchemists. There's my personal information inside it. Senior Ape King, just have to insert essence energy into the badge, and you'll naturally understand. Though the Ape King did not feel that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine the demon crystal pill, it felt that he also could not play any tricks, so it inserted a wisp of essence energy into the badge, and Yi Yuan's information instantly surfaced inside his mind. Low-rank Alchemy Master? Essence Chi Realm Low-rank Alchemy Master? The Ape King looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment. The Ape King was an old demon who had lived for several hundred years. It still knew a little about the grading among human alchemists. Under normal circumstances, the alchemist grade corresponded with a martial artist's strength. Rarely would there appear Essence Chi Realm Alchemy Masters or Spirit Condensation Realm Alchemy Grandmasters. One could tell from this that this youth's alchemy standards were rather high. No wonder he dared to be so rampant. But, so what? You're just an alchemy master and even a low-rank alchemy master who just paused, said the Alchemist Association's test not long ago. Don't tell me that you can refine the demon crystal pill now. Ape King threw the badge back to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan caught the badge and pinned it on. He looked at the Ape King and stretched out a finger, saying, 1 year. Within a year, I'll definitely give Senior Ape King a demon crystal pill. 1 year? How's that possible? Brat, don't think that this king is easy to hoodwink. Regardless of how glib your tongue is, you can forget about leaving here today. The Ape King said disdainfully. A low-rank alchemy master refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill within a year? This king might have read very few books, but don't deceive this king. However, Yi Yuan just said with a cold smile, to think that you awakened inherited memories in vain. You're just an ignorant ape. What did you say? Do you believe that this king will kill you immediately? The Ape King could not help exploding in anger after hearing Yi Yuan's words. Isn't it so? What you can't do doesn't mean that others can't. Things that you don't understand don't mean that they don't exist. Back in those days, Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape only used 2 years to go from Tier 1 to Tier 3. How do you know that I can't refine Tier 3 medicinal pill within a year? To think that the descendant of Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape, who had the divine realm at his beck and call, would actually be ignorant to such an extent. Lamentable. Oh, how pitiable. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Brat, you actually dare to compare yourself to equal Heaven Old Ancestor, truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Equals Heaven Old Ancestor is a deity realm expert. How can an ant like you compare? The Ape King said furiously. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Are aristocrats born in, bleer than others? Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape did not grow up in the divine realm, but rose to power in the lower realms. Back then, wasn't there also people who said that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Truthfully telling you, refining the demon crystal pill is but an effortless matter for me. It's just that my current realm is insufficient. That's why I can't refine it. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm within a year is a breeze to me. That's all I have to say. Talking anymore won't help. If Senior Ape King doesn't believe my words, then make a move right now. Finus. H.I. Yi Yuan turned around and really just ignored the Ape King. The Ape King stared at Yi Yuan and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Chapter 139. The Tides Turn. Chapter 139. The Tides Turn. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan's words were indeed incomparably rampant. No matter how it sounded, it just seemed like big talk. What kind of existence was the equals Heaven Saint Ape? That was a deity realm existence. In this era where the deity realm was lost, the bright halo of those former deity realm experts appeared to be even more dazzling and legendary. A native of the endless world actually dared to compare himself to equals Heaven Old Ancestor. Just how much dauntless courage was needed. To the Stone Ape clan, equals Heaven Old Ancestor was a totem-like being, an existence that brooks no blasphemy. This comparison by Yi Yuan truly angered the Ape King. However, what surprised the Ape King was that this original inhabitant of the endless world actually knew about equals Heaven Old Ancestor. If not for having awakened his inherited memories, even he himself did not know about the existence of equals Heaven Old Ancestor. How did this brat know? Not just that, he even knew clearly about equals Heaven Old Ancestor's growing up experiences. That was even stranger. Although this brat might be a little weak, his body was leaking with abnormality. Clearly having only essence chi realm cultivation, yet he could unleash a powerful attack that could threaten spirit condensation realms. Clearly having only essence chi realm cultivation, yet he could become a low-rank alchemy master. Moreover, the data on that badge said that Yi Yuan was only at the 4th level essence chi realm when he said the test. This was simply subverting. The Ape King even knew that human alchemists rarely knew about the existence of the demon crystal pill. But this teenage brat actually knew. All in all, it was so abnormal. If these things were combined, perhaps this brat could really refine the demon crystal pill. Then again, it was just a year's time. If Yi Yuan could not refine it, he did not lose much anyway. At most, he would just blow his top and then kill Yi Yuan. But what if Yi Yuan could really refine the demon crystal pill? Then what if Yi Yuan could help him advance to late-stage Tier 3? Could it be that he still had the possibility of breaking through to Tier 4 in this lifetime? Thinking up to here, the Ape King found it hard to calm his emotions down again. The temptation of Tier 4 was utterly irresistible. What was the concept of Tier 4? Even in this endless forest where high-tier demonic beasts were as plentiful as clouds, Tier 4 demonic beasts also counts as a hegemon of a region. The current Ape King was at most occupying a mountain and calling himself king. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, who knew how many Tier 3 demonic beasts there were just like him? He was merely one of them. This was a sure win and no losses gamble. Even if the Ape King lost, What he lost was just a year's time anyway. But if he won, then he would obtain an even broader future. A year was completely irrelevant to the Ape King. It could not even increase his strength the least bit. You can really refine the demon crystal pill? The Ape King asked somewhat weakly. Yi Yuan turned his face over and snubbed the Ape King. He knew that his words already took effect. As long as he let the Ape King become conscious of his mysteriousness, he definitely would not lay hands on him. Just a year's time was completely worthless to the Ape King. Yi Yuan could naturally think of what the Ape King desired. Hence, it was the Ape King who was begging him now, and not him beseeching the Ape King anymore. Compared to Tier 4, what did the Crimson Soul GRAS even matter? Seeing Yi Yuan ignore him, the Ape King could not help feeling awkward. But when he recalled his attitude towards him just now, the Ape King felt that the attitude of this person now did not seem to be improper. On the contrary, the more Yi Yuan behaved so, the more the Ape King felt that he was unfathomable. Only a capable person would posture like this. Feng Zhuro, who was looking at this scene by the side, could not help widening her eyes. This plot reversed too quickly. The Ape King was still in a billowing rage just now and wanted to smack people to death at the slightest provocation. Why did his attitude do a 180-degree U-turn after exchanging a few sentences? Feng Zhuro unintentionally looked at Yi Yuan curiously. She really wanted to know what went on between Yi Yuan and the Ape King. However, she knew that now was not the time to interrupt, so she could only press down her curiosity deep in her heart. Feng Zhuro knew that she and Yi Yuan was already safe now. That was enough. Brah, young man, if you can really refine the demon crystal pill, you can have as much Crimson Soul GRAS as you want. The Ape King changed his form of address at the last moment and turned brat into young man. Right now, the only bargaining chip on the Ape King's hands was the Crimson Soul GRAS. Yi Yuan was ignoring him, so he could only take that out. Yi Yuan only turned his head back slowly after seeing that the Ape King went to the main point, saying indifferently, "Isn't Senior Ape King bullying people too much by using the Crimson Soul GRAS to exchange for the Demon Crystal Pill?" Crimson Soul GRAS was only a Tier 2 medicinal herb. Though it might be scarce, it was simply garbage when compared with Tier 3 medicine pills. And this sort of medicinal pill for the consumption of demonic beasts like the Demon Crystal Pill was practically unheard of in the human territories. In the endless world, alchemists who could refine demonic beast medicinal pills could likely be counted on the fingers of one hand. Such was the pricelessness of the Demon Crystal Pill. The Ape King also showed slight embarrassment and said, "Young man, as long as you can really refine out the Demon Crystal Pill, just list your terms. As long as I do it, I definitely won't say no." Yi Yuan looked at the Ape King and suddenly beamed, smiling until the Ape King felt scared. However, Yi Yuan did not list his terms. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Senior Ape King, I wonder if you have any interest in the Demon Manor Pill?" When the Ape King heard Demon Manor Pill, these 3 words, he involuntarily sucked in a cold breath, and he became battered out of his senses. Where was there still any demeanor of an unparalleled expert? For an ape's face to have such exciting expressions, it was hard on the Ape King. Currently, the Ape King's entire body was trembling. He was clearly agitated to the extreme. Demon. You can actually even refine that? After saying demon for a long time, the Ape King did not complete the 3 words Demon Manor Pill and was already so agitated that he was stuttering. Demon Manor Pill was precisely a medicinal pill which could aid demonic beasts to break through to Tier 4. It was Tier 4. Before today, he had never had any extravagant hopes of breaking through to Tier 4. But now, Yi Yuan whetted his appetite. 1T sky high, and actually even brought up the Demon Manor Pill. Was it not wanting a person's life? No, wait. It should be wanting an ape's life. No matter human martial artists or demonic beasts, who could withstand the allure of breaking through a major realm. In body, Each major realm was like a heavenly chasm. Those geniuses could cross a heavenly chasm, but might not be able to cross the next one. After crossing the next heavenly chasm, they might not be able to cross the next one. Each major realm was just like a fine sieve, eliminating countless geniuses again and again. Each heavenly chasm could make innumerable geniuses fall in the sand with broken halberds. The Ape King being able to awaken its inherited memories meant that he already counted as a pinnacle genius among the long-armed stone apes. But this heavenly chasm called Tier 4 mercilessly shut the door on his face. Now, did he really have the chance to cross this heavenly chasm? Yi Yuan was very satisfied with the Ape King's response and said smilingly, "Didn't I say just now? Refining pills to me is just a common meal. What I'm lacking now is but cultivation realm." Chapter 140. There's only this one chance. Chapter 140. There's only this one chance. Yi Yuan's manner of speaking clearly seemed like he was boasting. However, the Ape King did not know why, but he felt that what Yi Yuan said was real. Perhaps this feeling originated from the powerful self-confidence coming off of Yi Yuan's body. This sort of feeling was contradictory, yet it was so persuasive. In the end, it was the allure of Tier 4 which trumped all. "State your terms, young man." "I concede," the Ape King said helplessly. After awakening his inherited memories, the Ape King's intellect was no longer inferior to regular humans. He knew that Yi Yuan whetting up his appetite. 1. Tea was definitely not for something as simple as the Crimson Soul GRAS. Seeing the Ape King's defeated look, Yi Yuan said calmly, "With 10 years as the duration, acknowledge me as your master." "What? You, a puny little essence Chi realm, actually want me to acknowledge you as my master?" The Ape King was enraged when he heard that. On the Crimson Summit Ridge, the Ape King was a paramount existence. Regardless of strength or age, he was on an entirely different level from Yi Yuan. To ask him to acknowledge a youth as his master was even more painful than killing him. But Yi Yuan had an indifferent look on his face as he said, "After 10 years, even if you wanted to acknowledge me as your master, I'm afraid that you won't even get a queue number. If you're unwilling, then I don't really care. I'll just suffer this small loss and use the demon crystal pill to exchange the Crimson Soul GRAS with you. Either way, refining a demon crystal pill is effortless to me. After a year, I'll hand you the demon crystal pill, and the two of us won't owe each other anything. But at that time, don't think about becoming my servant to exchange for the demon manor pill." Yi Yuan paused and kept away the smile on his face, saying solemnly, "There's only this one chance." With Yi Yuan keeping away his smile, the aura of a sovereign undulated out naturally, as if he was a sovereign who descended upon the world. Feng Zhiro had never seen this side of Yi Yuan, as if he looked down on all things under the heavens. This sort of disposition and aura, even if her father were here, most likely he would also admit defeat, right? Yi Yuan was originally the Medicine King Hall's young patriarch, an alchemy emperor with supreme status in the divine realm. Even when matched up against those old undying from the Alchemist Association, his standards went beyond rather than falling below the mark. Although he changed his body now, that sort of disposition of a sovereign originated from the deepest part of the soul. It was completely unnecessary for him to fake it. When the Ape King saw how Yi Yuan's bearing was actually so extraordinary, he was unwittingly shocked inwardly. As a sovereign himself, the Ape King was even clearer that this sort of bearing was absolutely not something that could be faked by an Essence Chi realm youth. There were definitely many unknown secrets on this young man's body. The Ape King inadvertently started to reevaluate Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. If he chose to use the Crimson Soul GRAS to exchange, then he would lose the opportunity to advance to a Tier 4 demonic beast. So the question now was whether Yi Yuan could really refine a demon manor pill. This was similarly another gamble. Yi Yuan increased the original bet multiple times. Yi Yuan saying to acknowledge him as his master was naturally not just verbally. It was to enter a soul contract. After entering a soul contract, all actions of the Ape King had to comply with Yi Yuan's commands without resistance. Otherwise, a single thought from Yi Yuan could make the Ape King's soul dissipate. That was to say, he would lose 10 years of freedom. If the Ape King chose to use the Crimson Soul GRAS to exchange, he would earn without losing anything. With the Demon Crystal Pill, there was no problem for him to break through to Middle Stage Tier 3. But that way, he would also lose the chance to break through to Tier 4. Perhaps, this might be his only chance to become a Tier 4 demonic beast. If he chose the latter, the risk he faced would be much greater. If Yi Yuan could not refine the Demon Manor Pill, he would lose 10 years of freedom. This was something the Ape King could not accept. But if he chose the latter, he would obtain the opportunity to break through to Tier 4. This opportunity was too hard to come by. The temptation of Tier 4 was too huge. The Ape King kept on contorting his ape face in agony. Clearly, his heart was filled with turmoil. Seeing the Ape King show such an interesting expression, Feng Zhiro nearly laughed out loud. But she was also very astonished in her heart. Just what did you say to him? Why is he showing such an expression? Feng Zhiro could not suppress her curiosity and voice transmitted to ask. Yi Yuan did not hide it and told her the matter of his intention to take the Ape King in as a servant. The look on Feng Zhiro's face also became very fascinating when she heard Yi Yuan's voice transmission. But that's a Tier 3 Ape King. Even the Dean might not be his match. You actually want to take him in as your servant? Feng Zhiro nearly let out a sound. Just a Tier 3 stone ape, that's all. Barely strong enough to be my servant, I guess. It's also because my strength is too weak, or else I wouldn't even be bothered to take him in. You're also aware, my master is very strong. If the servant I take in is too lousy, the elder will also lose his prestige. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Feng Zhiro stared at Yi Yuan and was already completely speechless. The two of them barged into the Crimson Summit Ridge at nearly the cost of their lives. No matter how Feng Zhiro thought, she did not expect the situation to reverse so swiftly. The previous moment, they were nearly killed by this Ape King, and the next moment, Yi Yuan wanted to take this Ape King in as his servant. Not that I don't understand, but it's this world that changed too quickly. Just what kind of existence was Yi Yuan's master? The Ape King's struggle continued for several dozen breaths of time, but Yi Yuan did not urge him. Yi Yuan also knew that this matter was an extremely painful choice to the Ape King. The Ape King in the Crimson Summit Ridge was like an emperor in a mortal country. To make an emperor become another person's servant was clearly an extremely difficult matter. Gradually, the Ape King's facial expression settled down. Yi Yuan knew that he already made his decision. How is it? Have you considered it? Yi Yuan asked calmly. To get me to become your servant also works, but you must swear a heavenly Tao oath to definitely refine the Demon Manor Pill for me within 10 years, the Ape King said solemnly. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that. Don't be mistaken. Right now, I'm not the one begging you to be my servant, but it's me who's giving you a chance. You can only choose to believe me or not to believe in me. There isn't a third road. Seeing the Ape King's expression turn hostile, Yi Yuan added on and said, Don't dream about trapping me here to refine pills for you. Once I have the strength to refine the Demon Manor Pill, I have 1,000 ways to make you die unknowingly. You could try if you don't believe. The Ape King did not expect that the notion had just jumped to mind, and Yi Yuan already guessed it. He was indeed thinking about keeping Yi Yuan here to refine pills for him just now, but he did not imagine being counter-threatened by Yi Yuan. Just as Yi Yuan had said, if his alchemy Tao attainments were truly so high, then he would really have this ability. Another long bout of silence said. The Ape King suddenly gave a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, Fine. For this chance to break through to Tier 4, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master for 10 years. Yi Yuan's face did not reveal any surprise. He chuckled loudly when he heard that and said, Don't worry. Following me, Yi Yuan, let alone Tier 4, Even Tier 5 Demon Monarch or Tier 6 Demon Ancestor does not amount to much. I don't need 10 years. Even I were to chase you away, I'm afraid that you won't be willing to leave my side. These words still sounded so rampant and unreliable. In truth, Yi Yuan was afraid of scaring the Ape King, so he held back. To Yi Yuan, forget about Demon Ancestor. What was difficult about even that Tier 9 Demon Emperor? Chapter 141, Spatial Spirit Artifact. Chapter 141, Spatial Spirit Artifact. The Ape King fully opened up his divine soul. Yi Yuan formed a seal with both hands, and a wisp of soul strength reached into the divine soul of the Ape King. Regardless whether it was demonic beasts or human martial artists, the divine soul was the most mysterious and also the most fragile place. The Ape King only felt his divine soul quiver and his entire being feeling like he was dead tired. The Ape King knew that he and Yi Yuan already set up a soul contract. He shall serve Yi Yuan as his master for 10 years. Currently, the Ape King no longer had his former pride. He said respectfully, Yuan Fei pays respect to master. Yi Yuan nodded and said, So you're called Yuan Fei? And since you acknowledged me as your master, there are some things I wanted to make clear to you. Pray tell, master. You have your pride as the Ape King, and I also won't control your words and actions as I please. Hence, under most circumstances, you're free. If you sincerely acknowledge me as your master, I can even choose not to use soul strength. That way, you're virtually completely free. However, if I find out that you feign compliance while acting in opposition even just once, I'll use the soul contract without hesitation. Understood? Yuan Fei understands. Don't worry, master. Since this Yuan Fei chose to follow master, I naturally won't have other thoughts. Yuan Fei said deferentially. Methods like soul contract were actually quite gentle. It primarily looked at the contents of the contract entered by the two parties. Because Yuan Fei and Yi Yuan's soul contract was not on equal footing, Yuan Fei must serve Yi Yuan as master. Even so, apart from restrictions on the contract and having to do things for Yi Yuan, there was pretty much no difference from normal times. It was possible to forcefully plant a slave seal to control others. The party being enslaved could not hide any thoughts from the master. That was a true slave and not some master-servant relations. I plus P. There were some even more impressive techniques which could directly obliterate the consciousness of the person being controlled to make him completely submit to his master. As long as the master did not take the initiative to come into contact with the spell, the person being controlled would forever be a walking corpse. It was precisely because a method like a soul contract was very gentle that Yuan Fei agreed to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not agree with Yi Yuan and just kill him instead. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan's words dispelled Yuan Fei's last bit of apprehension. Yi Yuan's meaning was that they were equals. But when Yi Yuan required something, he had to help Yi Yuan unconditionally, rather than saying master-servant relations. I plus P, they might as well say full-time bodyguard. Furthermore, Yuan Fei and Yi Yuan had already entered a soul contract. There was also an indistinct hint of telepathy between them. Yuan Fei could sense that Yi Yuan truly turned his nose up a little at him, this servant. This sort of turning his nose up was not looking down in disdain, but a sort of indescribable feeling. Anyway, this master was very mysterious. And don't need to call master either. Just call me young master, Yi Yuan instructed. Yes, young master. From the beginning since just now, Feng Jiro's mouth had always been wide open. She was already so amazed that she grinned from ear to ear. A Tier 3 demonic beast was subdued just like that with a few sentences from Yi Yuan. This was a Tier 3 demonic beast and not some Tom, D, ICK, and Harry. In this 1,000-mile radius of the endless forest, a Tier 3 demonic beast was absolutely a king-like existence. He actually became Yi Yuan's servant just like that. She still suspected that Yi Yuan was bragging a little just now, but only when she saw the Ape King's attitude now. did Feng Zhiro become aware of her ignorance. You really subdued him? Feng Zhiro was still a little hesitant to believe and wished to confirm it from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Look at his appearance. Is there still anything else to doubt?" In. With Yuan Fei tagging along, time to beat up Su Yubai first after heading back. Heh. Feng Zhiro was thoroughly defeated by Yi Yuan. At the start, he still had a certain air, but he revealed his true colors in his last sentence. This fellow was simply a troublemaker. But he's the Ape King. How did you subdue him? Feng Zhiro could not resist asking again. Everybody has a weakness. As long as you grasp their weak point, they can naturally be used by you. To the Ape King, what do you think he desires the most? Yi Yuan smiled and countered with a question. Feng Zhiro thought about it after hearing the question. After some time, she answered uncertainly. Breakthrough to Tier 4? Well, I don't think there's anything with a greater allure than this. Smart. Yuan Fei is just like you. If you can't break through to the spirit condensation realm, then it would be even more excruciating than killing you. You should be able to understand this sort of feeling. Yi Yuan smiled and said, N? You actually dare to compare me to a demonic beast? Feng Zhiro nodded her head first, but quickly realized that something was wrong and promptly burst into anger. Haha, I didn't have that intention. Why are you always so sensitive? Don't hit me. I have a Tier 3 bodyguard now. You can't beat me. Even if you have a Tier 4 bodyguard, so what? I'll beat you anyway. Feng Zhiro simply did not care. She did not believe that Yi Yuan would really dare to make the Ape King come and beat her. Ouch, I was wrong, my grand aunt. That's much better. After about a play fighting, a problem remained in front of Yi Yuan. How should he handle the mountain full of long-armed stone apes? Once Yuan Fei left with him, this mountain full of long-armed stone apes would lose their support. In the endless forest, Yuan Fei was not the only Tier 3 demonic beast. If he were to leave, these long-armed stone apes would be without a head. Sooner or later, they would be annexed by other forces. The demonic beast world was at times crueler than the human world. It was impossible for other species to tolerate the long-armed stone apes to continue occupying the mountain and calling themselves king. The final outcome would be complete annihilation. Yuan Fei, what about your fellow clansmen? If you leave, they'll probably be swallowed up by other powerful races, Yi Yuan inquired. Not that Yi Yuan was unwilling to bring them away, but because there were simply too many long-armed stone apes. If he brought them all away, how would he settle them down? These long-armed stone apes, when brought outside, could virtually destroy a mortal country. There was no place safe to put such a colossal force. If somebody with some bad intentions found them, these long-armed stone apes could be in even greater danger than at the endless forest. No matter how powerful Yuan Fei was, he was just a single person. Furthermore, the experts from some of the great sects were even stronger than Yuan Fei. When Yuan Fei saw that Yi Yuan took the initiative to mention his clansmen, he felt incredibly touched. If it were some other person, having acquired such a powerful helper, who would bother about the life and death of Yuan Fei's clansmen? Don't worry, young master. I have an extremely powerful spatial spirit artifact on me. It's ample to store my clansmen and me. As he said, Yuan Fei flipped over his palm. A small-scale mini-palace floated about his palm. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, to think it's actually 128 restrictions spatial spirit artifact. This toy is probably extremely rare in the endless world. Looks like you, Yuan Fei, are really fortuitous. No wonder only you among so many clansmen could awaken inherited memories and breakthrough to Tier 3. Yuan Fei smiled. If young master can help me break through to Tier 4, you would be Yuan Fei's greatest fortuitous encounter. Yi Yuan chortled and said, Relax. I won't let you down.